A Look Behind the Scenes by Mrs. O.F. Walton.
Audiobook produced by scrollreader.com.
Chapter 1. Rosalie. How relentlessly it fell on the fairgrounds that Sunday afternoon. Every moment the puddles grew deeper and the mud became thicker. The fair looked dismal then. On Saturday evening, it had been brilliantly lit with rows of flaring naphtha lamps. The grand shows in the most prominent part of the field were illuminated with crosses, stars, anchors, and all sorts of designs. But there were no lights now. Nothing cast a halo around the dirty, weather-stained tents and dingy caravans. Yet, despite this and the rain, a crowd of Sunday idlers lingered at the fair. They looked with great interest at the half-covered whirligigs and bicycles, peeked curiously into the deserted shows, and made many plans for more enjoyment the next day, when the fair would once again be in its full glory. Inside the caravans, the show people huddled over their fires, grumbling about the weather. They complained about having to pay so much for the ground where their shows were set up, especially when they were likely to make so little profit. A little old man, with a rosy, good-natured face, was making his way across the sea of mud that separated the shows. He was clearly not just idly wandering the fair. He had come that Sunday afternoon with a specific purpose and did not intend to leave until it was accomplished. After crossing an almost impassable spot, he climbed the steps to one of the caravans and knocked on the door. It was an unusual door. The upper part, used as a window, was filled with glass, and behind it one could see two small muslin curtains tied up with pink ribbon. No one opened the door when the old man knocked, and he was about to turn away when some little boys standing nearby called out to him.
"Knock again, sir, knock again. There's a little girl in there. She went in a short while ago."
"Don't you wish you were her?"
said the little fellow.
"Yes. I wish our house would move around and had little windows with white curtains and pink bows."
The old man laughed heartily at the children's conversation and knocked again on the caravan door. This time, a face appeared between the muslin curtains and peered cautiously out. It was a very pretty little face, so pretty that the old man sighed to himself when he saw it. Then the small head turned around and seemed to be telling someone inside what it had seen, asking permission to admit the visitor. A minute later, the door opened and the owner of the pretty face stood before the old man. She was a little girl, about 12 years old, very slender and delicate in appearance. Her hair, a rich auburn colour, hung down to her waist. Her eyes were the most beautiful the old man thought he had ever seen. She was very poorly dressed, and she shivered as the damp, cold air rushed in through the open door.
"Good afternoon, my little dear,"
said the old man. She was about to answer when a violent coughing fit from inside made her turn around. Once it passed, a weak, complaining voice quickly said,
"Close the door, Rosalie. It's so cold. Ask whoever it is to come in."
The old man didn't wait for a second invitation. He stepped inside the caravan, and the child closed the door. It was a very small place. There was barely room for him to stand. At the end of the caravan was a narrow bed, much like a berth on a ship. On it lay a woman who was clearly very ill. She was the child's mother, the old man felt certain. She had the same beautiful eyes and sunny hair, though her face was thin and gaunt. There wasn't room for much furniture in the small caravan. A tiny stove, whose chimney went through the wooden roof, a few pans, a shelf holding cups and saucers, and two boxes that served as seats completely filled it. There was only just enough room for the old man to stand. The fire was so near him that he was in danger of being scorched. Rosalie had sat on one of the boxes close to her mother's bed.
"You must excuse my intrusion, ma'am,"
said the old man with a polite bow.
"but I'm so fond of little children, and I've brought your little girl a picture, if she'll accept it from me."
A flush of pleasure brightened the child's face as he took his promised gift from his pocket. She eagerly took it and held it up with obvious delight. Her mother raised herself on her elbow to look at it with her. It was a picture of a shepherd with a very kind and compassionate face, carrying a lost lamb home in his arms. The lamb's fleece was torn in several places, and there were marks of blood on its back, as if a cruel beast had roughly handled it in a recent struggle. But the shepherd seemed to have suffered more than the lamb, for he was wounded in many places, and his blood was falling in large drops on the ground. Yet he didn't seem to mind it. His face was full of love and joy as he looked at the lamb. He had forgotten his sorrow in the joy that the lamb was saved. In the distance were some of the shepherd's friends coming to meet him. Underneath the picture, these words were printed in large letters: "Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost. There is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repents." The little girl read the words aloud in a clear, distinct voice. Her mother gazed at the picture with tears in her eyes.
"Those are sweet words, aren't they?"
said the old man.
Yes,
Said the woman with a sigh.
I have heard them many times before.
"Has the Good Shepherd ever said them of you, ma'am? Has he ever called the bright angels together and said to them of you, 'Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost'?"
The woman did not speak. A fit of coughing came on, and the old man stood looking at her with a very pitying expression.
"You are very ill, ma'am, I'm afraid,"
he said.
Yes, very ill.
Gasped the woman bitterly.
Everyone can see that but Augustus.
That's my father.
Said the little girl.
No, he doesn't see it.
Repeated the woman.
He thinks I ought to get up and act in the play, just as usual. I did try at the last place we went to, but I fainted as soon as my part was over, and I've been in bed ever since.
"You must be tired of moving about, ma'am,"
said the old man compassionately.
Tired?
Said she.
I should think I was tired. It isn't what I was brought up to. I was brought up to a very different kind of life from this,
she said, with a very deep-drawn sigh.
It's a difficult time I'm having. A truly difficult time.
"Are you always on the move, ma'am?"
All the summertime. We get into lodgings for a little time in the winter, and then we offer our services to some of the small-town theaters. But all the rest of the year, we're going from festival to festival, and from fair to fair. No rest nor comfort, not a bit.
Poor thing,
said the old man. Then a choking sensation seemed to seize him, for he cleared his throat vigorously many times, but seemed unable to say more. The child had climbed on one of the boxes and brought down a square red pincushion from the shelf that ran around the top of the caravan. From this, she took 2 pins and fastened the picture on the wooden wall so that her mother could see it as she lay in bed.
It does look pretty there. Mammy, you can look at it nicely now,
said the little girl.
"Yes, ma'am,"
said the old man as he prepared to take his leave.
"And as you look at it, think of that good shepherd who is seeking you. He wants to find you, take you up in his arms and carry you home. He won't mind the wounds it has cost him if you'll only let him do it." "Good day, ma'am,"
said the old man.
"I shall maybe never see you again, but I would like the good shepherd to say those words of you."
He carefully descended the steps of the caravan. Rosalie stood at the window, watching him make his way to the other shows, where he carried the same message of peace. She peered from between the muslin curtains until he had completely disappeared into a distant part of the field. Then she turned to her mother and said eagerly,
"It's a very pretty picture, isn't it, dearest mother?"
No answer came from the bed. Rosalie thought her mother was asleep, so she crept on tiptoe to her side, fearful of waking her. But she found her mother's face buried in the pillow, with large tears falling onto it. The little girl sat down beside her and gently stroked her hand, trying to offer comfort.
Dearest mother, don't cry. What's the matter, dearest mother?"
Her mother, however, only wept more. Eventually, her sobs led to such a violent fit of coughing that Rosalie became very alarmed. She fetched her mother a mug of water from the shelf near the door. Gradually, her mother grew calmer, and her sobs became less frequent. To Rosalie's joy, her mother finally fell asleep. Rosalie sat beside her without moving, careful not to wake her. She kept gazing at her picture until she knew every line of it. The first thing her mother heard upon waking was Rosalie's voice saying softly,
"Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost. There is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner who repents."
Chapter 2. The Little Theatre. It was the next evening. The fair was once more in its glory, crowded with an admiring throng. The great shows were again illuminated, and 3 rows of brilliant stars shone from the little theatre belonging to Rosalie's father. He had been out all day, strolling about the town, and had only returned in time to prepare for the evening's entertainment.
"Nora,"
her husband said, putting his head in at the caravan door.
"surely you mean to come and take your part tonight?"
I can't, Augustus, and you would know it if you stayed with me long enough. I've been coughing nearly the whole day.
Well, I wish you would get better soon. It's very awkward to have to fill your part every time. Conrad has to take it, and everyone can see he's not used to it. He's so clumsy and slow.
I'll come as soon as I can,
said the poor wife with a sigh.
It's to be hoped you will,
said her husband.
Women are always imagining they are ill. They lie still thinking about it, pampering themselves, long after a man would have been back at his work. It's pure laziness, that's what it is,
said Augustus angrily.
If you felt as ill as I do, Augustus, I'm sure you wouldn't do any work.
Be quiet,
said Rosalie's father.
I know better than that. Well, make sure Rosalie is ready in time. We will begin early tonight.
Little Rosalie had crept to her mother's side and was crying quietly because of her father's harsh words.
Stop crying right now, child,
said Augustus harshly.
Wipe your eyes, you big baby. Do you think you'll be fit to come on the stage if they're red and swollen from crying? Do you hear me? Stop at once, or you'll be in trouble,
he shouted as he shut the caravan door.
Rosalie, darling,
said her mother.
You must not cry. Your father will be so angry, and it's time you get ready. What a noise there is at the fair already,
said Rosalie's mother, holding her aching head. Rosalie wiped her eyes and washed her face. Then she took out the dress she was to wear for the play from one of the boxes. It was a white muslin dress, gathered up with pink roses. She also had a wreath of paper roses to wear in her hair. She dressed herself in front of a tiny mirror. Then she went to her mother to have the wreath of roses fastened on her head. Rosalie's mother raised herself in bed and arranged her little girl's long hair. Rosalie presented a stark contrast to the rest of the caravan. The shabby furniture, the thin, frail mother, and the dirty, torn little frock she had just laid aside were a stark contrast to the pretty, white-clad figure that stood by the bed. Finally, her father's voice called her. She gave her mother a last kiss and placed some water nearby on the box, in case a violent fit of coughing should occur. Then, Rosalie ran quickly down the caravan steps and rushed into the brightly lit theatre. A crowd of people stared at her as she hurried past and disappeared up the theatre steps. The audience hadn't been allowed in yet, so Rosalie slipped into the room behind the stage where the actors were gathered. They all looked tired and grumpy. This was the last night of the fair, and they had gotten little sleep during its run. Eventually, Augustus announced that it was time to begin. They all went out onto a platform, which was erected halfway up the outside of the theatre, just underneath the 3 rows of illuminated stars. Here they danced, sang, and shook tambourines to entice people to enter. Then they disappeared inside. A crowd of eager spectators immediately rushed up the steps, paid their admission, and took their seats in the theatre. After this, the play began. Augustus acted as manager, ensuring his performers knew their roles. It was a silly play, and some parts included crude language. Yet, the audience greatly enjoyed it and gave loud applause. Many young girls were in the audience. Some were servants in respectable families, where they had every comfort. Yet, They looked at little Rosalie with admiration and envy. They believed her life was much happier than theirs, and that her situation was highly desirable. They admired her white dress and pink roses, contrasting them with their own warm but simple clothes. They watched the pretty girl perform her role gracefully and easily, comparing her work to their own. How interesting and delightful they thought to be doing this instead of scrubbing floors, washing clothes, or nursing children. But they knew nothing of the life backstage, the sick mother, the miserable home, the inadequate food, and the dirty, tattered dress. They knew nothing of the bitter tears Rosalie had just wiped away, nor of the weary ache in her little feet that danced so lightly across the stage. Her little feet grew more and more tired as the night progressed. As soon as the play ended, people rushed out into the fair to find new entertainment. The actors, however, had no rest. Once more, they appeared on the platform to attract a new audience. Then the same play was repeated, the same songs were sung, and the same words were spoken. It was new to the listeners, but incredibly repetitive and boring for the actors themselves. This continued all night. As soon as one performance ended, another began. The theatre filled and refilled long after the nearby church clock struck midnight. Finally, it was over. The last audience had left, the bright stage lights faded, and Rosalie was free to return to her mother. She was so weary and exhausted that she could barely pull herself up the caravan steps. She opened the door very gently, so she wouldn't disturb her mother. Then she tried to get ready for bed. But her whole body ached. Sitting down on the box beside her mother's bed, she fell asleep, her tired little head resting on her mother's pillow. Poor child. She should have been tucked into a quiet little bed hours ago, instead of being exposed to the stuffy, hot, suffocating air of the theatre throughout the long, exhausting night. About an hour later, her mother woke. She found her little girl sleeping in an awkward position, her white dress loosened, and the pink roses from her hair fallen on the ground. Weak as she was, the poor mother pulled herself out of bed to help her tired child get into bed.
Rosalie, dear,
she said tenderly.
Wake up.
Rosalie didn't move for some time. When her mother touched her, she sat up and spoke as if still asleep.
Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost.
She is dreaming of her picture, poor child,
the mother said to herself. Then Rosalie woke, shivering as she felt the cold night air on her bare neck and arms. Very gently, the poor weak mother helped her take off her white dress and her small, ragged petticoats. The child then crept into bed and into her mother's arms.
Poor little tired lamb,
the mother said as the weary child nestled up to her.
Am I the lamb?
Rosalie asked in a sleepy voice. The mother did not answer, but kissed her child passionately and then lay awake by her side, weeping and coughing by turns until the morning dawned. Chapter 3. The Day After the Fair. The next morning, Rosalie woke up to a knock on the caravan door. She crept out of bed and, putting her dress over her shoulders, peeked out between the muslin curtains.
It's Toby, Mammy,
she said.
I'll see what he wants.
She opened the door a crack, and Toby put his mouth to it and whispered,
Miss Rosie, we're going to start in about half an hour. Master just sent me for the horses. We've been up all night packing. 3 of the wagons are loaded, and they only have some of the scenery to roll up, and then we will start.
Where are we going, Toby?
the child asked.
It's a town a long way off,
Toby said.
We've never been there before, Master says, and it will take us nearly a week to get there. But I must be off, Miss Rosie, or Master will be coming.
Aren't you tired, Toby?
The child asked kindly. Toby shrugged his shoulders and said with a broad grin,
I wonder if anyone in this company is ever anything but tired.
Then he walked away into the town for the horses, which had been put in the stables of an inn, and Rosalie returned to her mother. There were several things to be done before they could start. All the crockery had to be taken from the shelf and put away in a safe place to prevent it from being thrown down by the jolting over the rough and uneven field. Besides this, Rosalie had to dress herself and get her mother's breakfast ready so she could eat it in peace before the shaking of the caravan began. When all was ready, Rosalie stood at the window and looked out. The fair looked very different from how it had the night before. Most of the show people had been up all night, taking their shows to pieces and packing everything up. Though it was not yet 9 o'clock, many of them had already started, and the field was half empty. It was a dreary scene of desolation. All the little grass it once had, which gave it its name, was gone. The bare, uneven ground was thickly strewn with dirty paper, broken boxes, and old rags left behind by the show people. There were also many orange peels, coconut shells, and oyster shells, which had been thrown into the mud the night before. It looked very dirty, untidy, and forlorn as Rosalie gazed at it from the door of the caravan. Then a wagon jolted past, loaded with the largest of the many spinning rides. Wooden horses and elephants peeked out from the waterproof covering that had been thrown over them. Then a large swing passed by, followed by the show of the giant and dwarf. These were followed by a stall selling boiled peas and the marionettes. A few minutes later, the show of the blue horse and the performing seal set out on its way to the next fair. It was accompanied by the shows of the fat boy and the lady without arms. The lady performed wonders with her toes, doing tasks like tea-making and other household chores. Her own relatives profited from her disabilities and deformities, exposing them to curious crowds. All these rattled past, and Rosalie watched them out of sight. Then Toby returned with the horses. They were hitched to the wagons and caravans, and the small procession began to move. The jolting over the rough ground was intense, and it greatly strained the poor sick woman, who was shaken from side to side in her uncomfortable bed. Outside the field, they had to wait a long time, because the road was completely filled by the many caravans of the wild animal show. No one could pass until they were gone. The elephants stood close to the pavement, occasionally twisting their long trunks into the trees of the small gardens in front of the neighbouring houses. They would undoubtedly have broken the branches into pieces if their keeper hadn't driven them away with his whip. A crowd of children gathered around them, feeding them bread and cookies and enjoying the show's delay. Augustus, however, became very impatient as he had a long journey ahead. After pacing up and down and fretting about the delay for some time, he approached the manager of the wild animal show. He spoke to him with such violent and passionate language that a policeman had to intervene and tell him to keep the peace. Finally, the huge yellow caravans, each drawn by 6 strong cart horses, moved slowly on. They were led by a procession of elephants and camels, and followed by a large crowd of children who accompanied them to the outskirts of town. Here, by turning down a side street, the theatre party was able to pass them and gain a head start on their journey. Rosalie was glad to leave the town and feel the fresh country air blowing upon her face. It was so very refreshing after the close, stagnant air of the fair. She opened the upper part of the door and stood looking out, watching Toby, who was driving, and occasionally talking to him about the sights they passed along the way. It was a new road for Rosalie and her mother. Finally, around 12 o'clock, they arrived at a small village. They stopped there for a short time so the horses could rest before going further. The country children were just leaving the village school. They gathered around the caravans with wide eyes and open mouths, staring curiously at the smoke coming from the small chimneys and at Rosalie, who was peeping out from between the muslin curtains. After satisfying their curiosity, they moved away in small groups to their homes, wanting to be in time for dinner before afternoon school. Then the village street was quite quiet. Rosalie stood at the door, watching the birds hop from tree to tree and the bees gather honey from the garden flowers. Her mother was better today and was slowly getting dressed, thinking that a breath of country air might revive her and make her stronger. Augustus, Toby, and the other men of the company had gone into the small inn for refreshment. Toby was sent back to the caravan with large slices of bread and cheese for Rosalie and her mother. Rosalie ate eagerly. The fresh air had given her an appetite. However, the poor woman could not touch it. As soon as she was dressed, she slowly moved, with Rosalie's help, to the caravan door. She sat on the top step, leaning against one of the boxes, which the child had dragged from its place to support her. The caravan was parked beside a small cottage with a thatched roof. There was a little garden in front of it, filled with sweet flowers, large cabbage roses, southernwood, rosemary, sweetbriar, and lavender. As the wind blew softly over them, it carried their sweet scent to the sick woman sitting on the caravan steps. The quiet stillness of the country was very refreshing and soothing to her after the chaos and noise of the previous week. No sound was to be heard but the singing of the larks overhead, the humming of the bees, and the gentle rustling of the breeze among the branches. Then the cottage door opened and a little child, about 3 years old, ran out with a ball in his hand. He rolled it down the path leading to the garden gate. A minute afterwards, a young woman, in a clean cotton dress and white apron, brought her work outside. She sat on the seat near the cottage door and watched her child play with a mother's love and tenderness. She was knitting a little red sock for one of those tiny feet to wear. Her knitting needles went click, 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 but she kept her eyes on the child, ready to run to him at the first sign of trouble, to pick him up if he should fall, or to soothe him if he should be upset. Now and then she glanced at the caravan standing at her garden gate and gave a look of compassion to the poor, thin woman whose cough was distressing from time to time. Then, as was her custom, she began to sing as she worked. She had a clear, sweet voice, and the sick woman and her child listened. The words of her song were these:
Jesus, I your face am seeking, early will I turn to you. Words of love, your voice is speaking. Come, come to me. Come to me when life is dawning. I your dearest friend would be. In the sunshine of the morning, come, come to me. Come to me. Oh, do believe me. I have shed my blood for you. I am waiting to receive you. Come, come to me. Lord, I come without delaying. To your arms at once I flee, lest no more I hear you saying, come, come to me.
When she had finished singing, all was quite still again. There was hardly a sound except the pattering of the little feet on the garden path. But presently the child began to cry, and the attentive mother rushed to his side to discover what had upset him. It was only the loss of his ball, which he had thrown too high and which had gone over the hedge. It seemed lost to him forever. It was only his ball. And yet that ball was as important to that tiny mind as our most precious treasures are to us. The mother knew this, so she calmed the child's fears and immediately ran to recover his lost toy. But Rosalie was already there. She had seen the ball come over the hedge and heard the child's cry. When his mother appeared at the gate, she saw the girl from the caravan returning from her chase after the ball, which had rolled some distance down the hilly road. Rosalie brought it to the young mother, who thanked her for her kindness and then gazed lovingly and with pity into her face. Being a mother herself, she thought of the happy life her own child led compared to this poor little wanderer. With this feeling in her heart, after returning the ball to the now content child, she ran into the house. She returned with a mug of fresh milk and a slice of bread spread with fresh country butter, which she handed to Rosalie and urged her to eat.
"Thank you, ma'am,"
said little Rosalie.
"but please may my mother have it? I've already had some bread and cheese. She is too ill to eat that, and this would do her so much good."
Yes, of course,
said the kind-hearted woman.
Give her that, child, and I'll fetch some more for you.
And so it happened that Rosalie and her mother had a little picnic on the steps of the caravan. The young woman stood by, talking to them as they ate, and now and then looked over the hedge into the garden to see if her boy was all right.
I liked hearing you sing,
said Rosalie's mother.
Did you?
Said the young woman.
I often sing when I'm knitting. My little one likes to hear me, and he almost knows that hymn now. Often, when he is playing, I hear him singing, "Come, come, to me," so prettily, the little dear.
She said with tears in her eyes.
I wish I knew it.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you a card with it on. Our minister had it printed, and we have 2 of them.
She ran into the house again and returned with a card. The hymn was printed on it in clear, distinct type. 2 holes were pierced through the top of the card, and a piece of blue ribbon had been slipped through and tied in a bow. Rosalie eagerly seized it and began reading it at once.
We have such a good minister here. He hasn't been here more than a few months, and he has done so many nice things for us. Mrs. Leslie reads aloud in one of the homes once a week. We all take our work and go to listen to her, and she talks to us so beautifully from the Bible. It always does me good to go.
She stopped suddenly when she saw Rosalie's mother's face. Her mother had turned deadly pale and was leaning back against the box, her eyes fixed upon the young woman.
What's the matter, ma'am?
Asked the kind-hearted young woman.
I'm afraid you've turned faint. You're trembling so much. Let me help you inside. You'd better lie on your bed, hadn't you?
The young woman gave Rosalie mother her arm. She and Rosalie then helped her inside the caravan and laid her on her bed. However, the young woman had to leave her after a minute or 2. Her little boy was climbing on the gate, and she was afraid he would fall. A few minutes later, a great noise was heard in the distance. A number of the village children appeared, running in front of the wild animal show, which was just passing through. The young woman took her little boy in her arms and held him up so he could see the elephants and camels. They were marching with stately dignity in front of the yellow vans. When the show had passed, Toby appeared with the horse. He said his master had told him he was to start, and he would follow soon with the rest of the wagons. The horse was quickly hitched to the caravan, and they were just about to leave. Then the young woman gathered a bouquet of lovely flowers from her garden. She handed them to Rosalie.
Take them and put them in water for your mother,
she said.
The sight of them might do her good. You'll learn the hymn, won't you? Goodbye, and God bless you.
The young woman watched them out of sight, standing at her cottage door with her child in her arms. Rosalie leaned out of the caravan window to nod and smile at her. Then they turned a corner and entered the main street of the village.
Can you see the church, Rosalie?
Her mother asked hurriedly.
Yes, Mammy dear. It's just at the end of this street. It's such a pretty church, with trees all around it.
Are there any houses near it?
Only one, Mammy dear. It's a big house in a garden, but I can't see it very well. There are so many trees in front of it.
Ask Toby to let you down, Rosalie, and run to have a look at it as we pass.
So Rosalie was lifted down from the caravan. She ran up to the vicarage gate while her mother raised herself on her elbow to see as much as she could through the open window. However, her mother could only see the church spire and the chimneys of the house. She was too exhausted to get up fully. Soon, Rosalie overtook them, panting from her run. Toby never dared to wait for her because his master might scold him for stopping. Rosalie often got down from the caravan to gather wildflowers or drink at a wayside spring. Since she was very swift, she was always able to catch up with them.
What was it like, Rosalie?
Asked her mother, as Rosalie sat on the box beside her bed.
Oh, ever so pretty, Mother dear. There was such soft grass and lovely roses, and a broad gravel walk leading all the way up to the door. In the garden, there was a lady, such a pretty, kind-looking lady. She and her little girl were gathering some of the flowers.
Did they see you, Rosalie?
Yes, the little girl saw me, Mother, peeking through the gate. She said, "Who is that little girl, Mother? I've never seen her before." Then her mother looked up and smiled at me. She was just coming to speak to me when I got scared. I saw the caravan had gone out of sight, so I ran away. I've been running ever since to catch up to you.
The mother listened to her child's story with a pale and restless face. She then lay back on her pillow and sighed several times. Finally, they heard a rumbling sound behind them, and Toby announced,
"It's Master. He's caught up to us."
Rosalie,
said her mother anxiously.
don't you ever tell your father about that house? Or that I told you to go and look at it? Or about what that young woman said? Make sure you never say a word to him about it. Promise me, Rosalie."
Why not, Mother dear?
asked Rosalie with a very confused expression.
"Never mind why, Rosalie,"
said her mother impatiently.
"I don't wish it."
Very well, Mother dear.
"I'll tell you sometime, Rosalie."
Her mother said gently a minute or two afterwards.
"Not today, though. Oh no, I can't tell it today."
Rosalie wondered very much what her mother meant. She sat watching her mother's pale, sorrowful face as she lay on her bed with her eyes closed. What was her mother thinking of? What did she have to tell her? For some time, Rosalie sat quite still, thinking about what her mother had said. Then she pinned the card on the wall just above her cherished picture and once more read the words of the hymn. After this, she arranged the flowers in a small glass and put them on the box near her mother's bed. The sweetbriar, cabbage roses, and southernwood filled the caravan with their fragrance. Rosalie then took her usual position at the door to watch Toby driving and to observe everything along the way. They passed through several other villages and saw many secluded farmhouses and isolated cottages. When night came, they stopped on the outskirts of a small market town. Toby took the horses to an inn and they rested there for the night. Chapter 4. The Actress's Story. The next morning, as soon as it was light, the horses were harnessed again, and the theatre group continued their journey. Rosalie's mother seemed much better. The country air and quiet had for a time restored much of her former strength. With Rosalie's help, she was able to dress herself and sit on one of the chests beside her bed. She rested her head against the pillows and gazed out at the green fields and clear blue sky. The sweet, fresh breezes came in at the open door, fanning her careworn face and the face of the child who sat beside her.
"Rosalie,"
her mother asked suddenly,
"would you like to hear about the time when your mother was a little girl?"
Yes, Mamma dear.
Rosalie replied, nestling up to her side.
I know nothing at all about it.
"No, Rosalie,"
her mother said.
"It's the beginning of a very sad story, and I didn't want my little girl to know about it. But I sometimes think I won't be with you much longer, and I would rather tell it to you myself than have anyone else tell it. You're getting to be a big girl now, Rosalie. You will be able to understand many things you couldn't have understood before, and there have been things the last few days which have brought it all back to me, making me think of it by day and dream of it by night."
Please tell me, Mamma dear.
Rosalie urged, as her mother stopped speaking.
"Would you like to hear it now?"
the poor woman asked with a sigh, as if she hardly wanted to begin.
Please, Mamma dear.
Rosalie pleaded.
"Then draw closer to me, child, for I don't want Toby to hear,"
her mother instructed.
"And mind, you must never speak of what I'm going to tell you before your father. Never. Promise me, Rosalie,"
she added earnestly.
No, never, Mamma dear.
Little Rosalie assured her. Then there was silence for a minute or two. No sound could be heard but the cracking of Toby's whip and the rumbling of the wagons behind.
Aren't you going to begin, Mamma?
Rosalie asked at length.
"I almost wish I hadn't promised to tell you, child,"
her mother said hurriedly.
"It distresses me so to think of it. But never mind, you ought to know, and you will know some day, so I had better tell you myself. Rosalie, your mother was born a lady." "Yes,"
the poor woman continued as the child remained silent.
"I was never born to this life of misery. I brought myself to it. I chose it,"
she said bitterly.
"And I'm only getting the harvest of what I sowed myself."
When she had said this, she turned deadly pale and shivered from head to foot. Rosalie crept still closer to her and put her little warm hand in her mother's cold one. Then the poor woman, with a strong effort, controlled herself and went on.
"So now, darling, I'll tell you all about it, just as if I were talking about someone else. I'll forget it is myself, or I shall never be able to tell it. I'll try and pretend I'm on the stage, talking about the sorrows and troubles of someone I never knew and never cared for, and of whom I shall never think again when my part is over. I was born in a country village, hundreds of miles from here, in the south of England. My father was the landowner of the area. We lived in a large mansion, which was built halfway up the side of a wooded hill. An avenue of beautiful old trees led up to the house. There was a large conservatory on one side of it, filled with the rarest flowers. In a shady corner of the grounds, my mother had a kind of grotto, filled with lovely ferns, through which a clear stream of water was ever flowing. This fern garden was my mother's great delight, and here she spent much of her time. She was a very worldly woman. She paid very little attention to her children. When she wasn't in the garden, she was generally lying on the sofa in the drawing room, reading novels which she obtained from a London library. My father was a very different man. He enjoyed quiet and loved his children. However, he often had to be away from home, so we didn't see him as much as we would have liked. I had one brother and one sister. My brother was much older than us. Several children born between us had died young, so he was in the 6th form at a large public school while we were still toddlers. My sister Lucy was a year younger than me. She was a very pretty child with a sweet nature. When we were children, we got along very well and shared every joy and sorrow. My father bought us a little white pony. We would take turns riding it around the park when we were quite small. Our old nurse always followed to make sure we didn't get hurt. She was a very kind old woman. She taught us to say our prayers each morning and night. On Sundays, she would sit with us under a tree in the park, show us scripture pictures, and tell us Bible stories. There was one picture of a shepherd very similar to that one, Rosalie. It came to mind the other day when that old man gave it to you. In my picture, the shepherd was pulling a lamb out of a deep, muddy pit it had fallen into. The text underneath it read, "The Son of Man is come to seek and to save that which is lost." We used to learn these texts and repeat them to our nurse when we looked at the pictures. If we recited them correctly, she would let us take our tea into the park and eat it under the tree. After tea, we would sing one of our little hymns and say our prayers. Then she would take us inside and put us to bed. I have often thought of those quiet, happy Sundays when listening to the noise and commotion of the fair. I thought a lot at the time about what our nurse told us. I remember one Sunday she had been reading to us about Judgment Day and how God would read from a book all the wrong things we had done. That same afternoon, there was a great thunderstorm. Lightning flashed through the window and thunder rolled overhead. It made me think of what our nurse had said about Judgment Day. Then I knelt down and prayed that God would take care of me and not let the lightning kill me. I crept behind the sofa in the large drawing room. I trembled for fear that the books would be opened and all my sins read out, so I asked God to keep them shut a little longer. And I remember another day when I had told a lie but wouldn't admit it. Nurse wouldn't let me sleep with Lucy. Instead, she moved my little bed into her room so I could lie still and think about my sin. It was a strange room, and I couldn't sleep for some time. I lay awake with my eyes closed. When I opened them, I saw one bright star shining in through the closed window. It seemed to me like the eye of God watching me, and I couldn't get that thought out of my mind. I shut my eyes tightly so I wouldn't see it, but I couldn't help opening them again to see if it was still there. When Nurse came up to bed, she found me weeping. I have often seen that star since, Rosalie, looking in at the window of the caravan. It always reminds me of that night and makes me think of that eye. I had a very strong will, Rosalie, and even as a child I hated to be controlled. If I really wanted something, I wanted it at once. If I met resistance, I became very angry. I loved my dear old nurse, but when we were about 8 years old, she had to leave us to live with her mother. After that, I was completely unmanageable. My mother hired a governess for us, who was supposed to teach us in the morning and take us out in the afternoon. She was a lazy person and took very little trouble with us. My mother also didn't make enough effort to look after us or see what we were doing. As a result, we learned very little and developed idle and careless habits. Our governess used to sit in the park with a book, and we were allowed to do as we pleased and amuse ourselves however we liked. When my brother Gerald came home, it was always a great reason for excitement for us. We used to meet him at the station and proudly drive him home. Then we always had holidays, and Miss Manders would go away. Gerald would amuse us with stories of his school friends as we walked with him through the park. He was a very handsome young man, and my mother was very proud of him. She thought much more of him than of us, because he was a boy and was to be the heir to the property. She liked to drive out with her handsome son, who everyone admired. Sometimes we were allowed to go with them. We were generally left outside in the carriage while Mother and Gerald called at the large houses in the neighborhood. As soon as they had disappeared inside the house, we would jump out. We would explore the different gardens and plan how we would lay out our own grounds when we had houses. But what's that, Rosalie? Did the wagons stop?
Rosalie ran to the door and looked out.
Yes, Mommy,
She said,
my father's coming.
Then remember, not a word,
said her mother in a hoarse whisper.
Well,
Said Augustus, entering the caravan in a theatrical manner.
I thought I might as well enjoy the pleasure of the company of my lady and her daughter.
This was said with a deep bow towards his wife and Rosalie.
Glad to see you so much better, madam.
He continued.
It's rather odd, isn't it, that your health and spirits have revived immediately after we left the exciting public stage. Or, to speak plainly, when there's no work to do.
I think it's the fresh air, Augustus, that has done me good. There was such a close, stifling smell from the fair. I felt worse as soon as we arrived there.
It's to be hoped,
He said, with a disagreeable smile on his face,
that this recovery of your strength may continue until we arrive at Lesborough. But the probability is that the moment we arrive on the scene of action, you will be seized with that most unpleasant of all ailments, a dislike for your work. You will then be compelled once more to resume that most interesting and pitiable role of pretending to be sick.
Oh, Augustus, don't speak to me like that,
said Rosalie's mother. Augustus made no answer. He took a piece of paper from his pocket, twisted it up, and put it into the fire. Then he lit a long pipe and began to smoke. The fumes of the tobacco brought on his poor wife's cough, but he took very little notice of her. He only occasionally asked her, between the puffs of his pipe, how long that pleasant sound was to last. Then his eyes fell upon Rosalie's picture, which was pinned to the side of the caravan.
Where did you get that from?
He inquired, turning to his wife.
It's mine, Father,
said little Rosalie.
An old gentleman in the fair gave it to me. Isn't it pretty?
It will do for a child,
he said scornfully.
Toby, what are you doing? You're creeping along. We shall never get there at this pace.
The horse is tired, Master,
said Toby.
He's had a long stretch these 2 days.
Beat him then,
said Rosalie father.
Whip him hard. Do you think I can afford to waste time on the road? The wild beasts are a mile ahead, at the very least, and the marionettes will be there by this time. We shall just arrive when all the people have spent their money and are tired out.
Now there was one constant disagreement between Toby and his master. Toby was a kind-hearted lad and hated to see the horses overworked, ill-fed, and badly treated. He was always complaining to his master about it, thereby earning his master's anger and insults. Augustus cared nothing for the comfort or well-being of his subordinates. All he thought of was getting as much work as possible out of them and profiting as much as he could from them. They might be tired, or hungry, or overburdened. What did it matter to him, as long as the purpose for which he kept them was fulfilled? The same attitude that led him to treat his company and his wife with severity and indifference also led him to mistreat his horses. Toby firmly refused to beat the poor, tired horse. The animal was already straining with all its might, as Augustus's added weight had made the last few miles very difficult for it. When Augustus saw that Toby did not intend to obey him, he sprang to the caravan door in a furious rage. He seized the whip from Toby's hand and then mercilessly beat the poor horse. This caused the horse to jerk violently from side to side until nearly everything in the caravan was thrown to the ground. Rosalie and her mother trembled with contained anger and horror. Then, with one last tremendous blow aimed at Toby's head, Augustus threw down the whip and returned to his pipe. Chapter 5. Rosalie's First Sermon. The next morning, as soon as they had started on their journey, Rosalie begged her mother to continue her story. After making sure her husband did not intend to join them, the poor woman resumed her story from where she had left off the day before.
I was telling you, dear, about my life in that quiet country manor house. I think I can remember nothing remarkable until an event happened that changed our lives completely. Lucy and I had been out riding in the park on the beautiful new horses our father had given us a few months prior. We had enjoyed a very pleasant afternoon. I can still picture Lucy now in her riding outfit, her fair hair hanging down her back, and her cheeks rosy from the fresh air and exercise. My sister Lucy was very pretty. People said I was handsomer than she was, and had a better figure and brighter eyes, but Lucy was a sweet-looking little thing, and no one could look at her without loving her. We dismounted from our horses, leaving them with the stable hand who had accompanied us, and ran into the house. But we were met by one of the servants, whose face was pale with alarm. She begged us to go quietly upstairs, explaining that our father was very ill and the doctor said he needed complete quiet. We asked her what was wrong with him. She told us that while riding home from the railway station, his horse, a young one he had just bought, had thrown him off, and he had been brought home unconscious. She could not tell us anything more, but our mother came into our bedroom. She told us, with an intensity I had never seen in her face before, that our father would not survive the night. I shall never forget that night. It was the first time I had been brought close to death, and it frightened me. I lay awake, listening to the hall clock as it struck hour after hour. Then I crept out of bed and put my head out of the window. It was a stuffy, stifling night. No breeze seemed to stir. I wondered what was going on in the next room and whether I would ever see my father again. Then I thought I heard a sound, but it was only Lucy sobbing under the blankets. "Lucy," I said, glad to find she was awake. "Isn't it a long night?"
"Yes, Nora,"
she answered.
"I'm so frightened. Shall we have a light?"
I found the matches and lit a candle, but 3 or 4 large moths darted into the room, so I had to close the window. We lay awake in our little beds, watching the moths dart in and out of the candle. We strained our ears for any sound from our father's room. Each time a door shut, we started and sat up in bed, listening.
"Wouldn't you be frightened if you were dying, Nora?"
said Lucy under her breath. "Yes," I said, "I'm sure I should." Then there was silence again for a long time. I thought Lucy had fallen asleep, but then she sat up in bed and spoke again.
"Nora, do you think you would go to heaven if you were to die?"
"Yes, of course," I said quickly. "Why do you ask me?"
"I don't think I should. I'm almost sure I shouldn't."
We lay still for about another hour. Then the door opened and our mother came in. She was crying a lot and held a handkerchief to her eyes. "Your father wants to see you," she said. "Come at once." We crept very quietly into the room where our father lay dying and stood beside his bed. His face was so altered that it frightened us, and we trembled from head to foot. He held out his hand to us, Rosalie, and we drew closer to him. Then he whispered, "Goodbye. Don't forget your father, and don't wait until you are dying to get ready for another world." Then we kissed him, and our mother told us to go back to bed. I never forgot my father's last words to us. I often wondered what made him say them. The next morning, we heard that our father was dead. Gerald arrived too late to see him. He was at college then and was just preparing for his last examination. My mother seemed very distressed by my father's death at first. She shut herself up in her room and would see no one. The funeral was very grand. All the people of the neighborhood came to it. Lucy and I peered out of one of the top windows to see it start. After it was over, Gerald went back to college, and my mother returned to her novels. I think she believed, Rosalie, that she would be able to return to her old life much as before. But as soon as Gerald had passed his last examination, she received a letter from him. He wrote that he intended to be married in a few months and would bring his bride to the hall. Then, for the first time, the truth flashed upon my mother's mind. She realized she would soon no longer be the mistress of the manor house and would have to seek a home elsewhere. She seemed very angry with Gerald at first for marrying so early. However, she could say nothing against his choice, for his bride was a young lady of title and in every way suited to the position she was to occupy. My mother finally decided to move to a town in the Midland counties. She would find good society and plenty of social events there, as soon as her mourning period for my father ended. Leaving our old home was a great hardship for us. Lucy and I walked around the park the day before we left. We gathered leaves from our favorite trees and took a last look at the home of our childhood. Then we walked through the house and looked out the windows at the lovely wooded hills, our eyes full of tears. I have never seen it since, and I shall never see it again. Sometimes, when we travel through the country, it reminds me of it. I can almost imagine I'm walking down one of the long, grassy terraces or wandering in the quiet shade of the trees in the park. "Hush! What was that, Rosalie?"
said Rosalie's mother, leaning forward to listen.
Was it music?
At first, Rosalie could hear nothing but Toby whistling to his horse and the rumbling of the caravan wheels. She went to the door, leaned out, and listened again. The sun was beginning to set. Rosalie's mother had only been able to talk intermittently throughout the day. This was due to her frequent coughing fits and numerous other interruptions, such as dinner preparations, stopping to rest the horses, and Augustus's occasional visits. Rosy clouds gathered in the west as the pure evening breeze carried the distant sound of bells to the little girl's ears.
"It's bells, Mama,"
she said, turning around.
"Church bells. Can't you hear them? Ding-dong bell, ding-dong bell."
"Yes,"
said Rosalie's mother.
"I can hear them clearly now. Our old nurse used to tell us they were saying, 'Come and pray, come and pray.' Oh, Rosalie, it is such a comfort to be able to speak of those days to someone. I've kept it all hidden in my heart until sometimes I've felt as if it would burst."
"I can see the church now, Mama,"
said Rosalie.
"It's a pretty little grey church with a tower, and we're going through the village, aren't we, Toby?"
Yes, Miss Rosie,
said Toby.
"We're going to stop there all night. The horses are tired out. It's so clear that even Master can see it now. We'll get on all the quicker if we give them a bit of rest."
"Can't you hear the bells nicely now, Mama?"
said Rosalie, turning around.
"Yes,"
said the poor woman.
"They sound just like the bells of our little church at home. I could almost cry when I hear them."
Soon they reached the village. It was growing dark, and the country people were lighting their candles and gathering around their small fires. Rosalie could see inside many cheerful little homes, where the firelight shone on the faces of fathers, mothers, and children. How she wished they had a little home. Ding-dong bell, ding-dong bell. The chimes continued, and people emerged from their small cottages. They carried books under their arms and headed down the road to the church. Toby drove on. The chimes sounded nearer and nearer until they finally ceased. This happened just as the caravan reached a spacious village green in front of the church. Rosalie saw the last old woman entering the church door before the service began. The wagons and caravans were drawn up on this open space for the night. Toby and the other men led the horses away to the inn's stables. Augustus followed them, eager to enjoy himself among the lively company gathered in the little coffee room. Rosalie and her mother were left alone.
"Mama dear,"
said Rosalie, as soon as the men had turned the corner,
May I go and peep at the church?
Yes, child.
replied her mother.
Only don't make a noise if the people are inside.
Rosalie did not wait for a second permission. She darted across the village green and opened the church gate. It was getting dark now, and the gravestones looked very solemn in the twilight. She went quickly past them and crept along the side of the church to one of the windows. She could see clearly inside the church, which was brightly lit. However, no one could see her from within, as she stood hidden in the dark churchyard. Her bright, quick eyes soon took in everything there was to see. The clergyman was kneeling down, and so were all the people. There were quite a few people there, though the church was not full, as it was a weeknight service. Rosalie watched at the window until everyone stood up from their knees. Then the clergyman announced a hymn, and they began to sing. Rosalie then looked for the door so she could hear the music better. It was a warm evening, and the door was open. Before she quite realised it, she had crept inside and was sitting on a low seat just within the doorway. No one noticed her, for they were all looking in the opposite direction. Rosalie enjoyed the singing very much, and when it was over, the clergyman began to speak. He had a clear, distinct voice, and he spoke in simple language that everyone could understand. Rosalie listened with all her might. It was the first sermon she had ever heard.
The Son of Man is come to seek and to save that which is lost.
That was the text of Rosalie's first sermon. As soon as the service was over, she stole out of the church and crept down the dark churchyard. She had passed through the little gate and was crossing the village green to the caravan before the first person had left the church. To Rosalie's delight, her father had not returned, for he had found the company at the village inn quite appealing. Rosalie's mother looked up as the child entered.
Where have you been all this time, Rosalie?
Rosalie recounted everything she had seen and told her mother how she had slipped in through the open church door.
And what did the clergyman say, child?
Asked her mother.
He said your scripture verse, Mommy, the verse that was on your picture. The Son of Man is come to seek and to save that which is lost.
And what did he tell you about it?
He said Jesus went everywhere looking for lost sheep, Mommy, and he said we were all the sheep, and Jesus was looking for us. Do you think he is looking for you and me, Mommy dear?
I don't know, child. I suppose so,
said her mother.
I'm afraid I'll require a lot of searching for.
But he said, Mommy, that if only we would let him find us, he would certainly do it. He doesn't mind how much trouble he takes.
Rosalie's mother was quiet for some time after this. Rosalie stood at the caravan door, watching bright stars appear one by one in the still sky.
Mommy dear,
she said,
is he up there?
Who, Rosalie, child?
The Savior. Is he up in one of the stars?
Yes, heaven is somewhere there, Rosalie. Up above the sky somewhere.
Would it do any good to tell him, Mommy?
Tell him what, my dear?
Just tell him that you and I want to be sought and found.
I don't know, Rosalie. You can try,
said her mother sadly.
Please, Good Shepherd,
said Rosalie, looking up at the stars.
Come and seek me and Mommy, and find us very quickly, and carry us very safely, like the lamb in the picture. Will that do, Mommy?
Yes, I suppose so.
Then Rosalie was quiet again, looking at the stars, but a sudden thought struck her.
Mommy, ought I to have said Amen?
Why, Rosalie?
I heard the people at church say it. Will it do any good without Amen?
Oh, I don't think it matters much,
said her mother.
You can say it now if you like.
Amen, amen,
said Rosalie, looking at the stars again. Just then, voices were heard in the distance, and Rosalie saw her father and the men crossing the dark common land, coming in the direction of the caravan. Chapter 6. A Family Secret. How sweet and calm the village looked the next morning when Rosalie woke and gazed out at it. She was quite sad to leave, but there was no rest for these poor travellers. They had to move onward toward the town where they were scheduled to perform next. As they travelled on, Rosalie's mother continued her sad story.
I told you, darling, that my mother rented a house in town, and that we all moved there so my brother Gerald could take possession of our old home. We were becoming young women now, and my mother dismissed Miss Manders, leaving us to manage on our own. My sister Lucy had been very different since our father died. She was so quiet and still that I often wondered what was wrong with her. She spent nearly all her time reading her Bible in a little attic room. I didn't know why she went there until one day I went upstairs to get something out of a box and found Lucy sitting in the window seat, reading her small black Bible. I asked her why she read it, and she said,
"Oh, Nora, it makes me so happy. Why don't you come and read it with me?"
But I shook my head and said I had too much to do to waste my time like that. I ran downstairs and tried to forget what I had seen, for I knew that my sister was right, and I was wrong. Oh, Rosalie, darling, I've often thought that if I had listened to my sister Lucy that day, what a different life I might have lived. Well, I must go on. I'm coming to the saddest part of my story, and I had better get over it as quickly as I can. As I got older, I started reading novels. Our house was full of them, for my mother spent her days reading them constantly. I read them until I felt like I lived in them, and I was never happy unless I was imagining myself as one of the heroines I read about. My own life seemed dull and monotonous. I wanted to see more of the world and have something romantic happen to me. Oh, Rosalie, I became so restless and discontented. I used to wake up at night and wonder what my future would be. Then I would light a candle and continue with the exciting novel I had been reading the night before. Often, I would read half the night, for I couldn't sleep again until I knew the end of the story. I completely stopped saying my prayers, because I couldn't think of any spiritual thoughts when I was in the middle of a novel. It was about this time that I became acquainted with a family named Rowhunter. They were wealthy people, friends of my mother. Miss Georgina and Miss Laura Rowhunter were very bold, outgoing girls. They took a great liking to me, and we were always together. They were passionately fond of the theater, and they took me to it night after night. I could think of nothing else, Rosalie. I dreamt of it every night. It captivated me even more than the novels had, for it seemed to me like a living story. I admired the scenery, the actors, and everything that I saw. I thought if I were only on the stage, I would be perfectly happy. There was nothing in the world I wanted so much. It seemed such a free, happy, romantic life. When an actress was greeted with bursts of applause, I almost envied her. How dull my life seemed compared to hers. I kept a book then, Rosalie darling, in which I wrote all that I did every day. I used to write again and again. No change yet. My life wants variety. It is the same over and over again. I determined that I would have a change as soon as possible, no matter the cost. Soon after this, the Rowhunter family told me they were planning some private theatricals. They insisted I come and help them. It was exactly what I wanted. Now, I thought, I could imagine myself an actress. They hired some professional actors from the theater to teach us our roles, arrange the scenery, and help us do everything in the best possible way. I had to go to the Rowhunter's house repeatedly to learn my part of the performance. And there, Rosalie dear, is where I met your father. He was one of the actors they had hired. You can guess what happened next, my darling. Your father saw how well I could act and how passionately I loved it. Gradually, he realized how much I wanted to act all the time, instead of leading my ordinary life at home. So, he would meet me in the street and talk to me about it. He told me that if I would only come with him, I would have a life of pleasure and excitement, and never know what worries were. He arranged that the day after these private theatricals, we would run away and get married. Oh, darling, I will never forget that day. I arrived home late that night, or rather, very early in the morning. I was worn out from the evening's entertainment. I had been praised extensively for my performance, and some of the company had declared I would make a first-rate actress. I thought to myself that they little knew how soon I was to become one. As I drove home, I felt in a perfect whirl of excitement. The day had come at last. Was I glad? I hardly knew. I tried to think I was, but somehow I felt sick at heart. I couldn't shake that feeling off. As I walked upstairs, I felt utterly miserable. My mother had gone to bed, and I never saw her again. Lucy was sound asleep, lying with her hand under her cheek, sleeping peacefully. I stood for a minute or two looking at her. Her little Bible was lying beside her, for she had been reading it right before she went to sleep. Oh, Rosalie, I would have given anything to change places with Lucy then. But it was too late now. Augustus was to meet me outside the house, and we were to be married at a church in the town that very morning. Our names had been posted up in the register office some weeks before. I turned away from Lucy and started gathering some things to take with me. I hid them under the bed so Lucy wouldn't wake and see them. There was no point in going to bed. I hadn't gotten home from the play performance until 3 o'clock, and Augustus would arrive in just 2 hours, so I quickly wrote a small note to my mother, telling her that by the time she received it, I would be married and would call to see her in a few days. Then I turned off the light to avoid waking my sister, and sat waiting in the dark. And, Rosie dear, that star, the same star I had seen that night when I was a little girl and had told that lie, that very star came and looked in at the window. Again, it seemed to me like the eye of God. I felt so frightened that at one point I thought I wouldn't go through with it. I almost decided to write Augustus a note calling off our plans, but I worried he would laugh at me for being such a coward. Instead, I tried to imagine once more how wonderful it would be to be a real actress, always praised as I had been the night before. Then I got up and pulled down the blind to hide the star from view. I was so glad to see the sky beginning to lighten, knowing the star would fade away and Augustus would soon arrive. At last, the church clock struck 5. I took my carpet bag from under the bed, wrapped myself in a warm shawl, and left my note on the dressing table, ready to go downstairs. But I turned back at the door to look once more at my sister Lucy. Oh, Rosalie, darling. As I looked, I felt as if my tears would choke me. I quickly wiped them away, however, and crept downstairs. Every creaking board made me jump and tremble, fearing I would be discovered, and at every turn I expected to see someone watching me. But no one appeared. I got downstairs safely, cautiously unbolted the front door, and slipped quietly out into the street. I soon found Augustus, who carried my bag under his arm, and that morning we were married. That's when my troubles began. Being an actress was not nearly as pleasant as I had imagined. I knew nothing then of the life behind the scenes. I hadn't realized how tired I would be or what a difficult life I would lead. Oh, Rosalie, I soon grew weary of it. I would have given anything to be back in my old home, to lead that quiet, peaceful life again. I received much praise and applause in the theater, but after a while, I cared very little for it. As for the acting itself, I became thoroughly tired of it. Oh, Rosalie dear, again and again I fell asleep, too exhausted to undress myself after performing in a play. Many times I wished I had never seen the inside of a theater and never known anything of an actress's miserable life. We stayed for some time in the town where my mother lived. Augustus had an engagement at a theater there, and he found one for me as well. Our living situation was dreadful, and we were often very poor. A few days after I got married, I called at my old home, but the servant shut the door in my face. She said my mother never wished to see me again, or even hear my name mentioned. I used to walk up and down outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of my sister Lucy. However, she was never allowed to go out alone, so I never had a chance to speak to her. All my old friends passed me in the street, Even the row hunters completely ignored me. And then your father lost his engagement at the theater. I need not tell you why, Rosalie darling, and we left the town. That's when I truly understood what poverty meant. We traveled from place to place. Sometimes we'd get occasional jobs at small-town theaters. Other times, we'd stop in a town for a few months, only to be dismissed, and then travel for weeks without hearing of any employment. That's when your little brother was born. He was such a pretty baby, and I named him Arthur after my father. I was very, very poor when he was born. I could hardly get clothes for him to wear. But oh, Rosalie darling, I loved him very much. I wrote to my mother to tell her about it, and that the baby was to be christened after my father. However, she sent my letter back unread, and I never wrote to her again. One day, when I picked up a newspaper, I saw my mother's death notice. I later heard that she had said on her dying bed that I was not to be told of her death until she was buried. This was because I had been a disgrace and a shame to the family, and that, they said, was the only time she mentioned me after the week I ran away. After my mother died, my sister Lucy wrote me a very kind letter and sent me some presents, but I was sorry about it later. Your father kept writing to her for money, telling her long stories about my difficulties to make her send us more. She often sent us money, but I felt like I couldn't bear to take it. She used to write me such beautiful letters. She would urge me to come to Jesus and remember what my father had told us when he died. She said Jesus had made her happy and would make me happy too. I often think now of what she said, Rosalie. Well, after a while, I heard that Lucy had married a clergyman. Your father heard it too, and he kept writing to her, asking for money repeatedly. Finally, a letter arrived from her husband. In it, he said he was very sorry but was compelled to tell us that his wife could do no more for us. He asked that no more letters on the same subject be sent to her, as they would receive no reply. Your father wrote again, but they never answered. Since then, they moved from the town where they were living, and he lost all trace of them. Rosalie, darling, I hope he never finds them again. I cannot bear to be a bother to my sister Lucy. My dear little sister Lucy. As for Gerald, he has completely ignored us. Your father wrote to him occasionally, but his letters were always returned. So, we continued to grow poorer and poorer. Once, your father took a job as a postmaster in a small country village. A kind lady there used to visit my little Arthur. He was very delicate, and eventually caught a terrible cold that settled in his chest, and my poor little lamb died. Rosalie, darling, when I buried him under a small willow tree in that country churchyard, I felt like I had nothing left to live for. We didn't stay in that village long. Neither of us was good with keeping accounts, and we completely messed them up. So I had to leave behind my little grave and the only home we ever had. Then your father met a traveling actor who often visited fairs. Between them, by selling their furniture and almost everything they owned, they bought some scenery and a caravan and started a traveling theater. When the man died, Rosalie, he left his share of it to your father. So, for the last 12 years, my darling, I've been moving from place to place, just as we are doing now. My little girl, you were born in this caravan. I was very ill for a long time after that and couldn't perform in the theater. For many reasons, that was the most miserable part of my miserable life. And now, little woman, I've told you all I need to tell you for now. Perhaps someday I can give you more details, but you should have some idea why I am so utterly miserable. Yes, utterly miserable,
said the poor woman.
No hope for this world, and no hope for the next.
Poor, poor Mamma,
said little Rosalie, stroking her hand very gently and tenderly.
Poor Mamma dear.
It's all my own fault, child,
said her mother.
I've brought it all upon myself, and I have no one but myself to blame.
Poor, poor Mamma,
said Rosalie again. The sick woman then seemed quite exhausted and lay upon her bed for some time without speaking or moving. Rosalie sat by the door of the caravan and sang softly to herself.
Jesus, I your face am seeking. Early will I come to you.
Oh, Rosalie,
said her mother, looking around.
I didn't come to him early. Oh, if only I had. Make sure you do, Rosie. It's so much easier for you now than when you get to be old and wicked like me.
Is that what in the sunshine of the morning means in the next verse, Mother dear?
Yes, Rosalie,
said her mother.
It means when you're young and happy. Good heavens, if only I had turned to him then.
Why don't you turn to him now, Mother dear?
I don't know. I don't expect he would take me now. Oh, I have been such a sinner. There are other things, child, I haven't told you about, and they are all coming back to my mind now. I don't know how it is, Rosalie, but I never thought so much about them before.
Perhaps the Good Shepherd is beginning to find you, Mother?
I don't know, Rosalie. I wish I could think that. Anyway, they are all rising up as clear as if I saw them. Some of them are things I did years and years ago, even when I was a little girl in that old home in the country. They are all coming back to me now, and oh, I am so very, very miserable.
Rosalie,
said her father's voice at the door of the caravan.
Come into the next wagon. We have a new play on at this town, and you have your part to learn. Come along.
So Rosalie had to leave her poor mother. Instead of singing the soothing words of the hymn, she had to repeat again and again the foolish and senseless words assigned to her in the new play her father was staging. She repeated them over and over until she was weary of their sound. Her father scolded her if she made a mistake or failed to give each word its proper emphasis. When she was released, it was time to get tea ready. Then they stopped for the night at a small market town just 8 miles from Lesborough. They were next to perform there and planned to enter the town the next morning as the fair began on Monday. Chapter 7. The Circus Procession. It was a bright, sunshiny morning when the travelling troupe reached Lesborough. Not a cloud was to be seen in the sky, and Augustus was in excellent spirits. He thought that if the fine weather lasted, his profits would be larger than usual. On the road leading to the town, they passed several small shows heading for the same destination. There was the Lancashire Lass, the exhibition of the performing little pigs, Roderick Polglaze's living curiosities, and the show of the giant horse. Augustus knew the owner of nearly every caravan that passed them. They exchanged greetings along the way and congratulated each other on the fine weather that seemed to be ahead. Then they drew near the town and heard a tremendous noise in the distance. As they entered the main street, they saw a cloud of dust in front of them, followed by an immense crowd of people. Rosalie and her mother came to the door of the caravan and looked out. Soon, the dust cleared, revealing a gleaming, gilded carriage approaching them, surrounded by crowds of boys, girls, men and women.
What is it, Toby?
asked Rosalie.
It's a large circus, Miss Rosie. Master said they were going to be here, and he was afraid they would attract many people away from us.
The theatre party had to draw up on one side of the street to let the long procession pass. First came a gilded carriage filled with musicians playing a noisy tune. They were followed by about a dozen men on horseback, some dressed in shining armour like knights of old, and others as cavaliers from the Stuart era. Next, another large gilded carriage appeared, topped with a golden dragon. An old man, dressed as an ancient Briton and portraying St. George, held coloured reins around the dragon's neck. Then came several ladies on horseback, wearing brilliant velvet riding costumes, one green, one red, one yellow, one violet. Each held long orange reins attached to spirited piebald horses that they guided. Following them was a man riding 2 ponies, standing with one leg on each, moving at a swift pace. Next, 2 little girls and a small boy rode past on 3 tiny ponies. A miniature carriage, pulled by 4 small cream-coloured horses and driven by a boy dressed as the Lord Mayor's coachman, came after them. An amusing parade of clowns followed, driving, riding, or standing on donkeys, all in strange costumes. After that, 3 or 4 very tall, elegant horses were led by grooms in scarlet outfits. Finally, an enormous gilded carriage appeared, pulled by 6 piebald horses with colourful flags on their heads. On top of this carriage sat a girl, portraying Britannia, dressed in white with a scarlet scarf across her shoulders, a helmet on her head, and a trident in her hand. She leaned against 2 large shields, which alone prevented her from falling from her dizzying height. Just below her, at the front of the carriage, sat her 2 maidens, dressed in shimmering silver tinsel that sparkled dazzlingly in the sun. Behind Britannia, clinging to the back of the carriage, were 2 armoured men whose scaly armour also shone brightly. The procession ended, leaving only a noisy crowd rushing to get another glimpse of the marvellous spectacle. Some girls standing near the caravan, close to Rosalie and her mother, were absolutely thrilled by everything they saw in the circus procession. When Britannia came into view, the girls could hardly contain themselves, so envious were they of her. One girl told another she would give anything to be sitting up there, dressed in gold and silver. She thought Britannia must be as happy as Queen Victoria.
"Oh,"
said Rosalie's mother, leaning out and speaking in a low voice.
"You would soon get tired of it."
Not I,
said the young woman.
I only wish I had the chance.
Rosalie's mother sighed and said to Rosalie,
"Poor things. They little know. I wouldn't be surprised if that poor girl is as miserable as I am. But people don't consider. They know nothing about it. They have to be behind the scenes to truly understand what it's like."
Nothing further happened until the theatre party reached the place where the fair was to be held. It was a large open square in the middle of the town, generally used as a marketplace. Although it was only Saturday morning and the fair was not to begin until Monday, many of the shows had already arrived. The marionettes and the wild beast show had completed their arrangements. One of the merry-go-rounds was already in action, and its owner frequently rang a large bell to gather a new group of riders. The children had a holiday that Saturday. They rushed home and demanded pennies to spend them on sitting on a wooden horse, elephant or camel, or in one of the small buses or open carriages. They would then be taken around at a tremendous speed by steam power until they were breathless. When they got back onto the ground, they hardly knew where they were, or whether they were standing on their heads or their feet. For a long time afterward, many of these children felt dizzy and sick, as if the ground gave way beneath them with every step. As soon as Augustus arrived at the place where his theatre was to be erected, he and his men began their work. For the next few hours, all that could be heard was pounding and hammering. Everyone worked with all their might to finish everything before sunset. Every half hour, fresh shows arrived. The market keeper measured out their ground, and they immediately began to unload and set up. Rosalie stood at the door and looked out, but she had seen it all so often before that it was no longer amusing to her. She felt very glad as the shows were finished and the hammering ceased, one by one. However, just as she hoped that all was becoming quiet, she heard a dreadful noise at the back of the caravan. It was her father's voice, and he was in a furious rage with one of the men, who had annoyed him by neglecting to put up part of the scaffolding properly. The 2 men shouted at each other for some time. A large number of people, who were strolling among the shows, gathered around them to see what was the matter. Eventually, a policeman saw the crowd, approached, and ordered them to disperse. The men were then obliged to retreat inside the theatre. That night, Augustus came into the caravan to smoke his pipe. He informed his wife that it was fortunate she was feeling much better. He and Conrad had had a disagreement, and Conrad had taken his belongings and left. So, of course, she would have to take her part on Monday night. Rosalie looked at her mother, and Rosalie's mother looked at her, but neither of them spoke. As soon as her father had left them for the night, Rosalie said,
"Mamma dear, you'll never be able to stand for such a long time. I'm sure it will make you worse, Mamma dear."
"Never mind, Rosalie. It's no use telling your father. He thinks I am only complaining if I do.
But, oh, Mama dear, what if it makes you sick again, as it did before?
It can't be helped, child. I'll have to do it, so there's no use talking about it. I may as well do it without making a fuss. Your father is upset tonight, darling, and it would never do to annoy him more.
Little Rosalie was not satisfied. She looked very tenderly and sorrowfully at her mother. The next morning, she went timidly to tell her father that she did not think her mother would ever manage her part. She was too weak for it. But he told her shortly to mind her own business. So, little Rosalie could do nothing more. She could only watch her mother very carefully and gently, all that long, dreary Sunday, barely letting her get up from her seat. Instead, she fetched her everything she wanted and dreaded the next day. The church bells chimed from all directions. Crowds of people in their best clothes walked through the marketplace to church or chapel. But for Rosalie and her mother, Sunday brought no joy. It was a fine, bright day, so most of the show people were roaming about the town. But Rosalie's mother was too weak to go out, and her little girl did not like to leave her.
Rosalie,
said her mother that Sunday afternoon.
I'm going to give you a present.
A present for me, Mama dear,
said Rosalie.
Yes, little woman. Pull that large box from under the bed. It's rather heavy, dear. Can you manage it?
Oh yes, Mamma dear, quite well.
Rosalie's mother sat down by the box and began to unpack it. At the top of the box were some of her clothes and Rosalie's. But it had been a long time since she had looked through the things at the bottom of the box. She took out from it a small bundle pinned up in a towel. Then, calling Rosalie to her side, she drew out the pins one by one and opened it. Inside were several small parcels carefully tied up in paper. The first package contained a little pair of blue shoes, along with a tiny red sock.
Those belonged to my little Arthur, Rosalie,
her mother said with tears in her eyes.
I put them away the day he was buried, and I've never wanted to give them away. But no one will care for them when I'm gone,
she added with a sigh.
Oh, Mamma dear,
Rosalie said.
Don't talk like that.
The next package held a small square box. Before opening it, she went to the door and looked cautiously outside. After confirming no one was near, she touched a spring and took a beautiful little locket from its velvet-lined case. A circle of pearls surrounded it, and the letters N-E-H were engraved on the outside in a monogram. She then opened the locket and showed Rosalie a picture of a girl with a very sweet, gentle face and large, soft brown eyes.
Rosalie, darling,
her mother said.
That is my sister Lucy.
Rosalie took the locket in her hand and looked at it very intently.
Yes,
the poor woman said.
That is my sister Lucy, my own sister Lucy. I haven't looked at it in many days. I can hardly bear to look at it now, because I will never see her again. Never, darling. What was that, Rosalie?
She asked fearfully, covering the locket with her apron as someone passed the caravan.
It's only some men strolling through the fair, Mamma dear,
Rosalie said. Her mother continued.
I wouldn't let your father see this for anything. He would sell it right away if he did. I've kept it hidden all these years and never let him find it. I couldn't bear to part with it. She gave it to me on my last birthday when I was at home. I remember it so well, Rosalie dear,
she continued.
I had been very unkind to Lucy for a long time before that. I knew I was doing wrong, and I carried such a heavy conscience that I couldn't get rid of it. It made me grumpy and irritable. Lucy was never angry with me. She always spoke gently and kindly. Sometimes I even wished she would be angry, just so I might have an excuse for my bad behavior. Well, dear, when I woke that morning, I found this little box on my pillow with a note. It asked me to accept this little gift from my sister Lucy, and always to keep it to remember her by. Oh, Rosalie, darling, wasn't that kind of her when I had been so mean to her? I kissed her and thanked her for it, and I wore it around my neck. When I left home that morning, I put it safely in my bag, and I've kept it ever since. Your father hasn't seen it for many years, and he has forgotten all about it. When we were so poor, I used to be so afraid he would remember this locket and sell it, just like he sold all my other jewelry. It was hard enough parting with some of them, but I did not care as much as long as I kept this one. I promised Lucy that morning that I would never, ever part with it.
It is pretty, Mother dear,
said Rosalie.
Yes, child, it will be yours someday when I die. Remember, it is for you, but you must never let it be sold or pawned, Rosalie. I couldn't bear to think that it ever would be. And now we'll put it back again. It won't be safe here. Your father might come in any minute.
Here's one more package, Mother.
Yes, keep that out, dear. That's your present,
said her mother.
I can't give you the locket yet, because I must keep it until I die. But you shall have the other today.
She unwrapped the paper and placed a small black New Testament into Rosalie's hands. The child opened the book and read on the flyleaf.
Mrs. Augustus Joyce, from her friend Mrs. Bernard, in remembrance of little Arthur, and with the prayer that she may meet her child in heaven. I promised her that I would read it, Rosalie, but I haven't,
said the poor woman.
I read a few verses the first week she gave it to me, but I've never read it since. I wish I had. Oh, I do wish I had.
Let me read it to you, Mother dear.
That's what I got it out for, darling. You might read a bit of it to me every day. I don't know whether it will do me any good. It's almost too late now, but I can at least try.
Shall I begin at once, Mother dear?
Yes, right away, Rosalie. I'll just write your name in it, so that you may always remember your mother when you see it.
So Rosalie brought her a pen and ink, and her mother wrote at the bottom of the page, "My little Rosalie, with her mother's love."
And now, child, you may begin to read.
What shall it be, Mother dear?
Find the part about your picture, dear. I should think it will say under the text where it is.
With some effort, Rosalie found Luke 15 and began to read.
And he spoke this parable to them, saying, What man of you, having 100 sheep, if he loses one of them, does not leave the 99 in the wilderness, and go after that which is lost, until he finds it? And when he has found it, he lays it on his shoulders, rejoicing. And when he comes home, he calls together his friends and neighbors, saying to them, Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost. I say to you that likewise joy shall be in heaven over one sinner who repents, more than over 99 righteous persons who need no repentance.
I need repentance, Rosalie, child,
said her mother.
What is repentance, Mother dear?
It means being sorry for what you've done, Rosalie, darling, and hating yourself for it, and wishing never to do wrong again.
Then, Mother, if you need repentance, you must be like the one sheep, not like the 99.
Yes, child, I'm a lost sheep. There's no doubt about that. I've gone very far astray, so far that I don't suppose I shall ever get back again. It's much easier to go wrong than to get right. It's a very, very hard thing to find the right road when you've once missed it. It doesn't seem much use for me to try to get back. I have such a long way to go.
But, Mother dear, isn't it just like the sheep?
What do you mean, Rosalie, darling?
Why, the sheep couldn't find its way back, could it, Mother? Sheep never can find their way. And this sheep didn't walk back, did it? He carried it on his shoulder, like in my picture. I don't suppose it would seem very far when he carried it.
Rosalie's mother made no answer when her child said this. She seemed to be thinking about it, looking thoughtfully out of the window. Many thoughts were passing through her mind. Then Rosalie closed the testament, carefully wrapping it in the paper it had been kept in for many years. She hid it away in the box again. It was Sunday evening now. Once more, the church bells rang, and people walked past with books in their hands. Rosalie wished very much that she could slip into one of the churches and hear another sermon. But just then, her father and the men returned, wanting their tea. Instead of a quiet service, Rosalie had to listen to their loud talking and noisy laughter. Her father then sent for her into the large caravan and made her rehearse her part in the play. She was just finishing her recital as people passed by again from the evening service. Chapter 8. Little Mother Manikin. It was Monday night, and Rosalie's mother was dressing, preparing to act in the play. Rosalie stood beside her, arranging the folds of her white dress and fetching everything she needed. This included her large necklace of pearl beads, the wreath of white lilies for her hair, and the bracelets, rings, and other items of fake jewellery with which she was adorned. Rosalie brought all these items to her, and the poor woman put them on one by one. She stood before the tiny mirror to arrange them properly. The glass reflected a very thin, sorrowful face, so ill and careworn, so weary and sad. As soon as she was ready, she sat down on one of the boxes while Rosalie dressed herself.
"Oh, Mother dear, I'm sure you are not well enough to act tonight."
Hush, Rosalie. Don't speak of that now. Come and sit beside me, darling, and let me do your hair for you. Before we go, Rosalie dear, sing your little hymn.
Rosalie tried to sing it, but her voice trembled and she could not sing it very steadily. Her mother's face held such a sad expression that in the middle of the hymn, little Rosalie burst into tears and threw her arms around her mother's neck.
Don't cry, darling, don't cry. What is the matter with you, Rosalie?
"Oh, Mother dear, I don't want you to go tonight."
Hush, little one. Don't speak of that. Listen to me, dear. I want you to make your mother a promise tonight. I want you to promise me that if you can ever escape from this life of misery, you will do so. It's not good for you, darling, all this wretched acting, and oh, it makes my heart ache every time you have to do it. You'll leave it if you can, Rosalie, won't you?
"Yes, Mother dear, if you'll come with me,"
said little Rosalie. The poor mother shook her head sorrowfully.
No, dear, I will never leave the caravan now. I chose this life myself. I chose to live here, darling, and here I will have to die. But you didn't choose it, child, and I pray every day that God may save you from it. Do you remember that little village we passed through, where you got your card?
"Yes, Mother dear, where we had the milk and bread."
Do you remember a house I sent you to look at?
"Oh, yes, Mother dear, the house with a pretty garden, and a lady and her little girl gathering roses."
That lady was my sister Lucy, Rosalie.
"Aunt Lucy,"
said Rosalie.
"Was it, Mother dear? And was that little girl my cousin?"
Yes, darling. I knew it was your Aunt Lucy as soon as that young woman mentioned her name. Lucy married a Mr. Leslie. It was just like her to read to those people in the cottages, just as she used to do when we lived in that town I told you about.
"Then I've really seen her,"
said Rosalie.
Yes, darling. Now, I want you to promise me this. If you ever have the chance to get to your Aunt Lucy without your father knowing, you'll go. I've written a letter to her, dear, and I've hidden it away in that box, inside the case where the locket is. And if you can ever go to your Aunt Lucy, give her that letter. You will, won't you, Rosalie? Also, show her that locket. She will remember it as soon as she sees it. And tell her, darling, that I never parted with it all these long, dreary years.
"But why won't you come with me, Mother dear?"
Don't ask me that now, darling. It's nearly time for us to go into the theater. But before you go, just read those verses about your picture once through. We will just about have time for it before your father comes.
So Rosalie read once more the parable of the lost sheep.
Rosalie, child,
said her mother when she had finished.
There are 4 words in that story that I've thought about so many times since you read it last.
"What are they, Mother dear?"
Until he find it, Rosalie. All last night I lay awake coughing, and I kept thinking there was no hope for me. It was no use asking the Good Shepherd to look for me, but all of a sudden those words came back to me, just as if someone had said them. Until he find it, until he find it. He goes after that which is lost until he find it. It seems he doesn't give up immediately. He goes on looking until he find it. And then it seemed to me, Rosalie, I don't know if I was right. I don't know if I even dare hope it. But it seemed to me last night that perhaps, if he takes such pains and looks so long, if he goes on until he find it, there might even be a chance for me.
Are you ready?
Said Augustus's voice at the door of the caravan.
We're just going to begin.
Rosalie and her mother quickly stood up. Tucking the testament into the box, they hurried down the caravan steps and entered the theatre. A few minutes remained before the performance began. Rosalie made her mother sit down on a chair in the small room behind the stage so she could rest as long as possible. Several members of the company came up to the poor woman and asked her how she was, in tones that conveyed a rough but kind sympathy. Rosalie looked intently at their faces and understood that they didn't believe her mother was up to the task. This filled her young heart with sad premonitions. She had never seen her mother look more beautiful than she did at the beginning of the play. There was a bright colour in her face, and her beautiful eyes shone more brightly than ever before. Rosalie really hoped her mother must be better to look so well, but there was a weary, sorrowful expression in her face, which went to the child's heart. Her mother repeated the words of the play as if they were extremely disagreeable to her, and as if she could hardly bear the sound of her own voice. In her eyes there was a wistful yearning, as if she were looking at and longing for something far, far away from the noisy theatre. She never smiled at the bursts of applause. She repeated her part almost mechanically, and from time to time Rosalie saw her mother's eyes fill with tears. She crept to her side and put her little hand in hers as they went up to the platform after the first performance was over. Her mother's hand was burning with fever, and yet she shivered from head to foot as they went out on the platform into the chill night air.
"Oh, Mamma dear,"
said Rosalie in a whisper.
"You ought to go back to the caravan now."
But Rosalie's mother shook her head mournfully. About halfway through the next play, Rosalie had a long piece to recite alone, the piece her father had been teaching her during the last week. She was just halfway through it when, suddenly, her eyes fell on her mother, who was standing at the opposite side of the stage in a dramatic posture. All the colour had gone from her face, and it seemed to Rosalie that each moment her face was growing whiter and more death-like. She completely forgot the words she was saying. All memory of them vanished from her mind. She came to a sudden stop. Her father's promptings were useless. She could hear nothing he said, and she could see nothing but her mother's sorrowful and deathly pale face. And then her mother fell, and some of the actors carried her off the stage. Rosalie rushed forward to follow her, and the noise in the theatre became deafening. But her father stopped her on the stairs. He criticised her harshly for forgetting her lines and ordered her to return immediately and finish, threatening her severely if she refused to obey. Poor little Rosalie went on with her recital, trembling in every limb. Her mother's place was taken by another actor, and the play went on as before. But Rosalie's heart was not there. It was filled with a terrible, sickening dread. What had become of her mother? Who was with her? Were they taking care of her? A horrible fear then overcame her that her mother might be dead. She imagined that when she returned to the caravan she would only find her mother's body stretched upon the bed. She feared she might never, ever hear her mother speak to her again. As soon as the play was over, she approached her father. Despite the annoyed look on his face, she begged him to let her leave the theatre and go to her mother. But he told her angrily that she had spoiled his profits enough for one night. She must be careful not to dare do so again. Oh, what a long night that seemed to Rosalie. When they went out on the platform between the performances, she gazed earnestly in the direction of her mother's caravan. A light seemed to be burning inside, but Rosalie could not see more than that. It seemed as if the long hours would never pass away. Each time she performed her recital, she felt glad that she had one less time to say it. Each time that the town hall clock struck, she counted the hours before the theatre would close. Yet, when everything was over and Rosalie was finally allowed to return to the caravan, she hardly dared to enter. What would she find within? Was her mother dead, and had her father hidden it from her until her performance was over so she wouldn't break down again? Very, very gently she opened the door. There was a candle burning on the table, and by its light, Rosalie could see her mother lying on the bed. She was very pale, and her eyes were tightly closed. But she was breathing. She was not dead. The relief was so great that Rosalie burst into tears. When she first entered the caravan, she thought her mother was alone. But a small, hoarse whisper came from the corner of the caravan.
"Don't be frightened, my dear,"
said the voice.
"It's only me. Toby told me about your mother, and so I came to sit with her till you came."
Rosalie walked to her mother's side. On the box by the bed, she found a little creature about 3 feet high, with a very old and wrinkled face.
"Who are you?"
said Rosalie.
"I belong to the dwarf show, my dear. There are 4 of us there, and not one of us more than 3 feet high,"
said the old woman.
"But isn't it going on tonight?"
said Rosalie.
"Yes, it's going on, my dear. It always goes on. But I'm old and ugly, you see, so I can be spared more easily than the others. I only go in sometimes, my dear. Old age must have its freedoms, you see,"
said the old woman.
"Thank you so much for taking care of my mother,"
said Rosalie.
"Has she spoken to you yet?"
"Yes, my dear,"
said the old woman.
"She spoke once, but I couldn't clearly hear what she said. I tried to reach up near her mouth to listen, but you see I'm only 3 feet high, so I couldn't quite reach it. I thought it was something about a sheep, but of course it couldn't be that, my dear. There are no sheep here."
"Oh, yes. That would be it. We had been reading about sheep before we went into the theatre."
Just then, a noise was heard at the door of the caravan, and Augustus entered. He went up to his wife and felt her pulse. Then he muttered,
"She's all right now. Let her have a good sleep. That's all she wants, Rosalie."
He looked curiously at the dwarf, then left the caravan and shut the door.
"Rosalie,"
said the old woman when he had gone.
"I'll stay with you tonight if you like."
"Oh, would you?"
said little Rosalie.
"I should be so glad."
She felt as if she could not bear all those long, dark hours alone beside her unconscious mother.
"Yes,"
said the old woman.
"I'll stay, only you must go and tell them in our tent. Can you find it, do you think?"
"Where is it?"
said Rosalie. The old woman described the tent's location. Rosalie put a shawl over her head and went in search of it. Some stalls were still lit up, and bright, flaring lights showed Rosalie an immense picture hanging over the tent. It depicted a number of tiny men and women. Above the picture, a board displayed in large letters, "The Royal Show of Dwarfs." Rosalie had some difficulty finding the entrance to this show. She groped around it several times, pulling at the canvas in different places, but to no avail. Then she heard voices inside, laughing and talking. Getting as close to them as possible, she put her mouth to a hole in the canvas and called out,
"Please, will you let me in? I've brought a message from the little lady who lives here."
After this, there was a great shuffling in the tent and a clinking and rattling of money. Then a piece of the canvas was pulled aside, and a little squeaky voice called out,
"Come in, whoever you are, and let us hear what you've got to say."
So Rosalie crept in through the canvas and stepped into the middle of the tent. When she looked around, she saw a curious scene. 3 little dwarfs stood before her, dressed in the most unusual costumes. Far above their heads, a tall and very thin giant towered. Not one of the tiny dwarfs reached his elbow. Scattered on the floor were tiny tables, small chairs, and dolls' umbrellas, which the little people had been using in their performance.
"What is it, my dear?"
said the giant with a grand air as Rosalie entered.
"Please,"
said Rosalie.
"I've brought a message from the little lady who belongs to this show."
"Mother Manikin,"
said a dwarf, explaining.
"Yes, Mother Manikin,"
repeated the giant. The 2 other dwarfs nodded their heads in agreement.
"My mother is very ill, and she's taking care of her. She's going to stay all night, and I was supposed to tell you."
"All right,"
said the giant grandly.
"All right, all right, all right,"
repeated the 3 little dwarfs. Then the 2 lady dwarfs grabbed Rosalie's hand and wanted her to sit down and have supper with them. But Rosalie firmly declined. She knew she must not leave her mother or Mother Manikin.
"Quite right,"
said the giant in a condescending voice.
Quite right, child.
Quite right, child, quite right,
repeated the three little dwarfs. Then they escorted Rosalie to the door of the show and bowed her out gracefully.
Tell Mother Manikin not to come home in daylight,
called the giant as Rosalie was leaving the tent.
No,
said the three dwarfs.
not in daylight.
Why not?
Our pennies,
said the giant mysteriously.
Yes, our pennies and small coins for seeing the show,
repeated the dwarfs.
We must not cheapen ourselves.
Good night, child,
said the giant.
Good night, child,
said the dwarves. Despite her sadness, they almost made Rosalie smile. They were such tiny little creatures to call her child in that condescending way. She hurried back to the caravan. After telling Mother Manikin that she had given her message to her friends, Rosalie sat down by her mother's side. It was very comforting to have little Mother Manikin there. She was so kind, caring, thoughtful, and clever. She always seemed to know exactly what was needed, even though Rosalie's mother was too weak to ask for anything. All night long, the sick woman lay still. Sometimes she was completely unconscious. At other times, she opened her eyes and tried to smile at little Rosalie, who was sitting at the foot of the bed. Mother Manikin did everything that needed to be done. She was clearly experienced with caring for the sick and knew the best way to make her patients comfortable. She climbed on a chair and arranged the pillows so the sick woman could breathe more easily. After a while, she had the tired child take off her white dress and lie down at the foot of the bed, wrapped in a woolen shawl. In a few minutes, Rosalie fell asleep. When she awoke, the grey light was creeping in through the caravan window. She raised herself on the bed and looked around. At first, she thought she was dreaming, but soon the memory of the night before returned to her. Her mother was sleeping quietly on the bed, and little Mother Manikin was sitting diligently at her post. She had not allowed herself to sleep all that long night, in case the sick woman woke and wanted something she couldn't get.
Oh, Mother Manikin,
said Rosalie, getting down from the bed and throwing her arms around the little old woman's neck.
How good you are.
Hush, child,
said the dwarf.
Don't wake your mother. She's sleeping so peacefully now and has been for the last hour.
I'm so glad. Do you think she will soon be better, Mother Manikin?
I can't say, my dear. We'll leave that for now. Tell me, what is that picture about up there? I've been looking at it all night.
Oh, that's my picture. That shepherd has been looking for that lamb everywhere, and at last he has found it. He is carrying it home on his shoulder, and he is so glad it is found, even though he hurt himself very much while looking for it.
And what is that writing underneath?
Said the little old woman.
I can't read, my dear. You see, I'm not educated.
Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost. There is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repenteth.
What does that mean, child?
Said the old woman.
It means Jesus is like the shepherd, and he is looking for us, Mother Manikin,
Rosalie explained.
And it makes him so glad when he finds us.
The dwarf nodded her head in agreement.
We ask him every day to find us, Mother Manikin, Mommy and me,
Rosalie continued.
And the story says he will look for us until he finds us. Shall I read it to you? It's what Mommy and I were reading before we went to the play.
Rosalie went to the box and brought out the little black testament. Then, sitting at Mother Manikin's feet, she read her favourite story of the lost sheep.
Has he found you, Mother Manikin?
She asked as she closed the book. The little dwarf put her head on one side and smoothed her tiny grey curls, but made no answer. Rosalie was almost afraid she had upset her and did not like to say anything more. But a long time afterward, so long that Rosalie had been thinking of a dozen other things since, Mother Manikin answered her question and said in a strange whisper,
No, child, he hasn't found me.
Won't you ask him, dear Mother Manikin?
Yes, child, I'll begin today,
said the little dwarf.
I'll begin now if you'll say the words for me.
Rosalie slipped down from her stool and kneeling on the floor of the caravan she said aloud,
Oh, good shepherd, you are looking for Mommy and me, Please look for Mother Manikin too, and please put her on your shoulder and carry her home. Amen.
Amen,
said old Mother Manikin in her hoarse whisper. She did not talk any more after this. About 6 o'clock, there came a rap on the caravan door, and a woman in a long cloak appeared, asking if Mother Manikin were there. She belonged to the Royal Show of Dwarfs, and she had come to take Mother Manikin home before the marketplace business began. Some men were already passing by on their way to work, so the woman wrapped Mother Manikin in a shawl and carried her home like a baby, covering her with her cloak so that no one would see who she was. Rosalie thanked her with tears in her eyes for all her kindness, and the little woman promised to come again soon and see how her patient was. Chapter 9. The Doctor's Visit. Rosalie was not alone for long after Mother Manikin left her. There was a knock at the door, and when she opened it, she found Toby.
Miss Rosie,
he said.
How is she now?
I think she is sleeping quietly, Toby,
Rosalie replied.
I would have come before, but I was afraid of disturbing her,
Toby explained.
I've been thinking of her all night. I didn't get much sleep, Miss Rosie.
Oh, Toby, was it you that brought little Mother Manikin?
Yes, Miss Rosie,
Toby answered.
I used to belong to their show before I came to your father. Once I had a fever, and Mother Manikin nursed me the whole time, so I knew she would know what to do.
She is a kind little thing,
Rosalie exclaimed.
Yes, Missy,
Toby affirmed.
She has only a small body, but there's a very kind heart inside it. But, Miss Rosie, I wanted to tell you something. I'm going to bring a doctor to see your mother.
Oh, Toby, but what will my father say?
He's the one who sent me, Miss Rosie,
Toby explained.
You see, I think he's ashamed. You should have seen the men last night when they were closing the theatre after you had left. They went up to your father and spoke their minds about him, letting your mother come on stage when she was so ill. They told him it was scandalous how he treated her, taking less care of her than if she were one of his old horses. Not that he's especially kind to them either. Well, your father didn't like it, Miss Rosie, and he was very angry at the time. But this morning, as soon as it was light, he told me to get up at 7 o'clock and bring a doctor to see your mother at once. So I thought I'd better tell you, Miss Rosie, so you could prepare things before he comes.
As soon as Toby had gone, Rosalie tidied the caravan and anxiously awaited the doctor's arrival. Her father brought him in and stayed in the caravan while the doctor took the poor woman's pulse. He asked Rosalie several questions about her cough, which was distressing from time to time. Then her father and the doctor went out together, leaving little Rosalie in suspense. She hadn't dared to ask the doctor what he thought of her mother while her father was present, and her little heart was full of anxious fear. Augustus, her father, came in soon after the doctor had left. Rosalie crept up to him and asked what the doctor had said about her mother.
He says she is very ill,
her father stated shortly, in a tone that warned Rosalie not to ask any more questions. He then sat beside the bed for about half an hour, looking more subdued than Rosalie had ever seen him. She was sure the doctor must have told him that her mother was critically ill. Rosalie's father did not speak. The only sounds in the caravan were the ticking of the small clock, fastened to a nail in the corner, and the occasional falling of cinders in the ashpan. Augustus's thoughts were troubling as he sat by his wife's dying bed. The doctor had told him she would never get better. It was only a matter of time how long she would live. When Augustus heard this, all his cruel treatment came back to him. He remembered the harsh words he had spoken to her and the unkind things he had said about her. Most significantly, he recalled the heartless way he had made her perform on stage the night before, even though she was almost too ill to stand. All these things flooded his memory, and he was seized by a brief fit of remorse. This is why he came into the caravan and sat by her side, contrary to his usual behaviour. However, his thoughts eventually became so unpleasant that he could no longer bear them. He could not sit there and face the accusations of his conscience, so he jumped up quickly and left without a word to his child. He slammed the small caravan door behind him and wandered down the marketplace. Here he met some friends who teased him about his sad appearance and offered to buy him a drink at the nearest pub. There, Augustus Joyce pushed away all thoughts of his wife and silenced the loud, accusing voice of his conscience. When he returned to the theatre for dinner, he seemed as hard and selfish as ever. He never even asked how his wife was before he sat down to eat. Perhaps he dreaded to hear the answer to that question. That evening, Rosalie was forced to perform in the play. Her father insisted on it, saying it was impossible for him to spare her and fill both her place and her mother's. Rosalie begged him earnestly to excuse her, but it was all in vain. With an aching heart, she went to the Royal Show of Dwarfs and asked for Mother Manikin. The good little woman was outraged when Rosalie told her she was not allowed to stay with her mother. She immediately promised to come and sit beside the poor woman in Rosalie's absence. The other dwarfs grumbled somewhat at this arrangement, but Mother Manikin shook her small fist at them, called them heartless creatures, and declared that old age must have its freedoms. She had been entertaining the company all afternoon and needed a little rest that evening.
"Oh, Mother Manikin,"
said Rosalie.
"And you had no sleep last night."
"Oh, my dear, I'm all right,"
said the good little woman.
"I had a nap or two this morning. Don't trouble about me. And Miss Mab and Master Puck ought to be ashamed of themselves for wanting me when there's that poor dear thing so ill out there. Bless me, my dears,"
said the old woman, turning to the dwarfs.
"What should you want with an ugly little thing like me? It's you lovely young creatures that the company come to see. So I wish you good night, my dears. Take care of yourselves, and don't get into any mischief when I'm away. Where's Susanna?"
"Here, ma'am,"
said the woman who had come for Mother Manikin that morning.
"Carry me to Joyce's van,"
said Mother Manikin, jumping on a chair and holding out her arms. The woman who came for Mother Manikin wrapped her in her cloak and took her quickly in the direction of the theatre, with Rosalie walking by her side. Then Mother Manikin helped Rosalie get dressed. She pulled out the folds of Rosalie's white dress for her and combed her long hair in a very motherly way. When Rosalie was ready, she stood looking sorrowfully at her mother's pale face. As she watched, her mother's eyes opened. They gazed lovingly and tenderly at Rosalie, and then, to Rosalie's joy, her mother spoke.
"Rosalie, darling,"
she whispered.
"I feel better tonight. Kiss your mother, Rosie."
Rosalie bent down and kissed her mother's face. Her long, dark hair lay across her mother's pillow.
"Who is taking care of me, Rosalie?"
"It's a little lady Toby knows, Mummy dear. She's so kind, and she says she will sit with you all the time I'm out. I didn't want to leave you. Oh, I wanted so much to stay, but I couldn't be spared, Father says."
"Never mind, darling,"
said her mother.
"I feel a little better tonight. I would like a cup of tea."
Mother Manikin had a cup of tea ready almost immediately. She was the quickest little woman Rosalie had ever seen, yet she was so quiet that her quick movements did not disturb the sick woman at all.
"How kind you are,"
said Rosalie's mother, as the dwarf climbed on a chair to give her the tea.
"There's nothing like tea,"
said Mother Manikin, nodding her wise little head.
"Give me a cup of tea and I don't care what I go without. You're better tonight, ma'am."
"Yes,"
said Rosalie's mother.
"I can talk a little now. I heard a lot of what you said before, though I could not speak to you. I heard you talking about Rosalie's picture."
"To think of that,"
said Mother Manikin cheerily.
"To think of that, Rosalie. Why, she heard us talking, bless me, child. She's not so bad after all."
"I think that did me good,"
said Rosalie's mother.
"I heard Rosalie pray."
"Yes,"
said Mother Manikin.
"She put me in her prayer, bless her. I haven't forgotten that."
Then Rosalie's mother seemed very tired. Mother Manikin, her careful nurse, would not let her talk any more. She made her lie quite quietly without moving. When Rosalie left her to go on the stage, she was sleeping peacefully with kind Mother Manikin sitting by her side. And when Rosalie returned late at night, Mother Manikin was still sitting there. Mother Manikin insisted that Rosalie undress and creep into bed beside her mother so she could have a proper night's rest. Poor little Rosalie was completely exhausted with the stifling air, the fatigue, and the anxiety she had endured. The next day, her mother seemed to feel a little better. She was able to take a little food and talk to Rosalie in whispers from time to time. That afternoon, she said,
Rosalie, a verse has come back to me that our old nurse taught me. I haven't thought of it for years, but that night when I was so ill, I woke up saying it.
What is it, dear mother?
Rosalie asked.
All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all. That was it, dear.
Mother Manikin told me you said something about sheep, dear mother.
Yes, that was it.
The poor woman replied.
It's such a beautiful verse. All we like sheep have gone astray. That's just like me, darling. I've gone astray, oh, so far astray, and have turned everyone to his own way. That's me again, my own way. That's just what it was. I chose it myself. I insisted on my own way. It's just like me, Rosalie.
And what's the end of the verse, dear mother?
The Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all. That means Jesus. The Lord put all our sins on him when he died on the cross.
Did God put your sins on Jesus, dear mother?
Yes, child. I think it must mean mine because it says, the iniquity of us all. I think all must include me, Rosalie. At least I hope so. I have been asking him to let it include me, because you know, if the sin is laid on him, Rosie darling, I won't have to bear it either.
The poor woman was exhausted after saying this. Rosalie brought her some beef tea which Mother Manikin had made for her and which was simmering on the stove. The kind little woman came once more to stay with Rosalie's mother while the play was going on. The theatre closed earlier that night. A large fair was to be held at a town some distance away, and Augustus Joyce was very eager to attend. Since he didn't think there was much more work to be done in Lesborough, he decided to leave immediately. So, the moment the last person left the theatre, Augustus and his men quickly took off their costumes. They put on their work coats and began to dismantle the scenery. All night long they hammered, dismantled and packed. By morning, they were ready to start. They were not the only ones who had been packing up all night. Several other fairs were approaching, and the performers had reserved space at them, so they worked quickly, as they had no time to lose.
Miss Rosie,
Toby's voice said, at about 5 o'clock that morning.
They are all going off except us. Master says we can wait a little longer to give your mother a little more rest. He and the other men are going off at once to get the theatre set up and everything ready. Master says it will be enough time if we are there by the first night of the fair. He can't do without you then, he says.
I am very glad Mommy doesn't have to be moved just yet,
said Rosalie.
The shaking would hurt her so much, I'm sure.
Augustus came into the caravan for a few minutes before he left. He told Rosalie that they might stay 2 days longer. However, on Saturday morning, they must leave early to reach the town by Sunday night.
I wouldn't want you to miss the play in this town, Rosalie. Not for anything,
Augustus said.
It's a large seaside place, and I hope to earn a good amount of money there, if everyone performs their role well.
Augustus,
said his wife in a trembling voice.
Can you stay 5 minutes with me before you go?
Well,
said Augustus, taking out his watch.
Perhaps I might spare 5 minutes, but you must be quick. I ought to be leaving by now.
Rosalie, darling.
Little Rosalie went down the steps of the caravan, shutting the door gently behind her. She stood watching her father's men, who were harnessing the horses to the wagons and tying ropes around the different loads to prevent anything from falling off. As soon as she was gone, her mother laid her hand on her husband's arm and said,
Augustus, there are 2 things I want to ask you before I die.
What are they?
He said curtly, crossing his legs and leaning back in his chair.
The first is, Augustus, that you will find a home for Rosalie when I am dead. Don't take her around from fair to fair. She will have no mother to take care of her, and I cannot bear to think of her being left all alone.
All alone?
Said Augustus angrily.
She will have me. She will be all right if I am here. And I am not going to let the child go, just when she is starting to be useful. Besides, where would you want her to go?
Rosalie's mother did not reveal the secret hope in her heart.
I thought,
She said,
you might find some motherly person in the country somewhere. They would take care of her for very little money, send her to school regularly, and ensure she was raised properly.
Oh, nonsense. She will be perfectly fine with me, and I am not going to lose a pretty child like that from the stage. Half the people come to see the lovely little actress, as they call her. I know better than to ruin her acting career by putting her in some dull country place. Well, the 5 minutes are up,
said Augustus, looking at his watch.
I must be off.
There was something else I wanted to ask you, Augustus.
Well, what is it? Be quick.
I wanted to tell you that for the past 2 weeks, I've been feeling that when one faces death, there is nothing in this world worth having except knowing that your soul is safe. I've led a difficult life, Augustus. I've often been unpleasant and unkind to you, but all my desire now is that the Good Shepherd should seek me and find me before it's too late.
Is that all?
Said her husband, putting on his coat.
No, Augustus,
She replied.
I wanted to ask you something. Are you ready to die?
There's time enough to think of that, ha,
said her husband with a laugh. Yet an uneasy expression on his face showed that his answer was not truly satisfactory.
Oh, Augustus, you don't know how much time there might be,
said his poor wife sorrowfully.
Well,
he replied,
if life is so short, we must enjoy it as much as we can.
But what about the other life, Augustus? The long life that's coming?
Oh, that can take care of itself,
said her husband scornfully as he lit his pipe at the stove. Wishing his wife a pleasant journey, he went down the steps of the caravan and closed the door. The poor wife turned over on her pillow and wept. She had made a great effort speaking to her husband, but it had been useless. She was so drained and exhausted that she would have fainted from sheer weariness, if not for Mother Manikin's beef tea, which Rosalie gave her as soon as she came in. A few minutes later, the wagons rumbled past. The theatre party set off on their journey, and Rosalie and her mother were left alone. Chapter 10. Britannia. All day long, the packing continued. One by one, the shows moved off, and the marketplace became emptier. In the afternoon, Toby came to the caravan to inform Rosalie that the Royal Show of Dwarfs was about to start, and Mother Manikin wanted to say goodbye to her.
Mind you, thank her, Rosalie,
said the sick woman.
And give her my love.
Yes, Mammy dear,
said the child.
I won't forget.
Rosalie found the 4 little dwarfs sitting in a tiny covered wagon in which they were to travel. Rosalie was cautiously admitted, and the door closed carefully behind her. Mother Manikin said goodbye with tears in her eyes. They were not going to the same fair as Rosalie's father, and she did not know when they would meet again. Mother Manikin gave Rosalie very specific instructions about the beef tea and slipped a tiny parcel into her pocket, which she told her to give to her mother. Then Mother Manikin whispered in Rosalie's ear,
I haven't forgotten to ask the Good Shepherd to find me, child, and don't you leave me out, my dear, when you say your prayers at night.
Come, Mother Manikin,
said Master Puck.
We must be off.
Mother Manikin shook her fist at him, saying,
Old age must have its freedoms, and young people shouldn't be so impatient.
Then she put her little arms around Rosalie's neck, kissing and hugging her. The 3 other dwarfs insisted on kissing her too. As soon as Rosalie had left, the signal was given for their departure, and the Royal Show of Dwarfs departed from the marketplace. Rosalie ran home to her mother and gave her Mother Manikin's package. There were several paper wrappings. The child took them off one by one, revealing an envelope inside with a piece of money. Rosalie took it out and held it up to her mother. It was a half-sovereign. Kind Mother Manikin had taken that half-sovereign from her small bag of savings. She had placed it in the envelope with an even happier heart than Rosalie's mother felt upon receiving it.
Oh, Rosalie,
said the sick woman.
I can have some more beef tea now.
Yes,
said the child.
I'll get the meat at once.
Rosalie mentioned Mother Manikin's name multiple times that day, not only during her evening prayer. She knelt down then to ask the Good Shepherd to seek and save little Mother Manikin. All day long, Rosalie sat by her mother's side, watching her tenderly and carefully. She tried to imitate Mother Manikin, arranging her pillows and waiting on her. When evening came, the large square was quite deserted, except for the street cleaners. They moved from one end to the other, sweeping up the rubbish left behind by the performers. Rosalie felt very lonely the next day. Toby had slept at a hotel in town and was out all day in a village miles away. His master had sent him there to get something he wanted at an auction. The marketplace was quite empty. No one came near the solitary trailer except for a health inspector. He came to ask about the delay and whether the sick woman had a contagious illness. People passed through the marketplace, heading to various shops. But no one approached Rosalie and her mother. The sick woman slept most of the day and spoke very little. However, every now and then, the child heard her repeat the last verse of her little hymn to herself.
Lord, I come without delaying. To your arms at once I flee, lest no more I hear you saying, Come, come to me.
Then night came, and Rosalie sat by her mother's side. She did not want to go to sleep, fearing her mother might wake and need something. It seemed like a very long night. The town hall clock struck the quarters, but that was the only sound that broke the stillness. Rosalie kept a light burning. Every now and then she tended the small fire so that the beef tea would be ready whenever her mother wanted it. Many times she gazed at her picture, wishing she were the little lamb safe in the Good Shepherd's arms. She felt weary and tired, longing for rest. The next morning, the child heard Toby's voice as soon as it was light.
Miss Rosie,
he said.
Can I come in for a minute?
Rosalie opened the door, and Toby was very upset to see how ill and tired she looked.
You mustn't make yourself ill, Miss Rosie. You really mustn't,
he said reproachfully.
I'll try not, Toby,
said the child.
Perhaps the country air will do me good.
Yes, Missy. Maybe it will. I think we'd better start at once because I don't want to go fast. The slower we go, the better it will be for Mrs. Then we will stop somewhere for the night. If we come to a village, we can stop there and I'll get a hole in some barn to creep into. Or if there's no village nearby, there's sure to be a haystack. I've slept on a haystack before this, Miss Rosie.
In about half an hour, Toby had got everything ready and they left the marketplace. He drove very slowly and carefully, yet the shaking took a toll on Rosalie's mother. Her cough was extremely difficult and her breathing was very bad. She had to be propped up with pillows, and even then she could hardly breathe. The child opened the caravan door and now and then spoke to Toby, who was sitting just underneath it. He did not whistle today, nor call out to his horse, but seemed very thoughtful and quiet. Towards evening, Rosalie's mother fell asleep. It was such a sweet, peaceful sleep that the child could only wish it would continue. It made her so glad to hear the coughing cease and the breathing become more regular. She feared that any jolting of the cart might wake her and make her start up again.
What do you think of stopping here for the night, Miss Rosie?
They had come to a very quiet and isolated spot on the borders of a large moor. A great pine forest stretched on one side of them, and the trees looked dark and solemn in the fading light. At the edge of this wood was a stone wall, against which Toby drew up the caravan so it would be sheltered from the wind. On the other side of the road was the moor, stretching on for miles and miles. On this moor, in a little sheltered corner surrounded by furze bushes, Toby had decided to sleep.
I shall be close by, Miss Rosie. I sleep quite soundly, but if only you call out Toby, I shall be at your side in an instant. I always wake very quickly when I hear my name called. You won't be frightened, Miss Rosie, will you?
No, I think not.
But she gazed somewhat fearfully down the road at the corner where they had drawn up. The trees were throwing dark shadows across the path, and their branches were waving gloomily in the evening breeze. Rosalie shivered a little as she looked at them and at the dark pine forest behind her.
I'll tell you what, Miss Rosie,
said Toby as he finished eating his supper.
I'll sit on the steps of the caravan if you are frightened at all. No, don't worry about me. I shall be all right. One night sitting up won't hurt me.
But Rosalie refused. She insisted that Toby sleep on the heather. She made him take her mother's warm shawl so he could wrap himself in it, because it was a very cold night. Then she carefully bolted the caravan door, closed the windows, and crept to her sleeping mother's side. She sat on the bed, rested her head on the pillow, and tried to sleep also. But the intense stillness was overwhelming and gave her a headache. She kept sitting up to listen, straining her ears, desperate for any sound to break the silence. Yet when a sound did come, when the wind swept over the fir trees and made the branches hanging over the caravan creak and sway, Rosalie trembled with fear. The lack of sleep over the past few nights was affecting the poor child, making her anxious and easily startled. At last, she found the matches and lit a candle to feel less lonely. Then she took her New Testament from the box and began to read. As she read, little Rosalie no longer felt alone. She experienced a profound sense of the Good Shepherd's presence and felt wonderfully assured that her prayer was heard and that he was indeed carrying her close. Otherwise, she might have screamed in terror when about an hour later, a tap came at the caravan door. Rosalie jumped from her seat and peered out between the muslin curtains. She could just see a dark figure crouching on the caravan steps.
"Is it you, Toby?"
she said, opening the window cautiously.
"No, it's me. Have you got a fire in there?"
said a girl's voice.
"Who are you?"
said Rosalie fearfully.
"I'll tell you when I get in. Let me come and warm myself by your fire,"
said the girl. Rosalie was unsure what to do. She was hesitant to open the door, as she couldn't be sure who this stranger was. She had almost decided to call Toby when the sound of sobbing made her change her mind.
"What's the matter?"
she asked the girl.
"I'm cold and hungry and miserable, and I saw your light, and I thought you would let me in,"
she said with a sob. Rosalie stopped hesitating. She unbolted the door, and the dark figure on the steps came in. The girl removed the long cloak she was wearing, and Rosalie saw that she was quite young, about 17 years old. Her eyes were swollen and red from crying. She was as cold as ice. There seemed to be no sensation in her hands, and her teeth chattered as she sat down on the bench by the stove. Rosalie poured some cold tea into a little pan and heated it. After the girl drank this, she seemed better and more willing to talk.
"Is that your mother?"
the young woman asked, glancing at the bed where Rosalie's mother was still sleeping peacefully.
"Yes,"
Rosalie whispered.
"We mustn't wake her. She is very, very ill. That's why we didn't start with the rest of the company. The doctor has given her some medicine to make her sleep while we're traveling."
"I have a mother,"
the young woman said.
"Have you?"
Rosalie replied.
"Where is she?"
But the young woman did not answer. She buried her face in her hands and began to cry again. Rosalie looked at her very sorrowfully.
"I wish you would tell me what's the matter,"
she said.
"And who you are."
"I'm Britannia,"
the young woman said without looking up.
"Britannia,"
Rosalie repeated in a puzzled voice.
"What do you mean?"
"You were at Lesborough, weren't you?"
Britannia asked.
"Yes, we've just come from Lesborough."
"Then didn't you see the circus there?"
Britannia continued.
"Oh yes,"
Rosalie said.
"The procession passed us on the road as we were going into the town."
"Well, I'm Britannia,"
Britannia said.
"Didn't you see me on the top of the last car? I had a white dress on and a scarlet scarf."
"Yes,"
Rosalie said.
"I remember, and a great fork in your hand."
"Yes, they called it a trident, and they called me Britannia."
"But what are you doing here?"
Rosalie asked.
"I've run away. I couldn't stand it any longer. I'm going home."
"Where is your home?"
Rosalie asked.
"Oh, a long way off,"
Britannia said.
"I don't suppose I shall ever get there. I haven't a penny in my pocket and I'm tired out already. I've been walking all night and all day."
Then Britannia began to cry again and sobbed so loudly that Rosalie was afraid she would wake and alarm her mother.
"Oh, Britannia,"
Rosalie said.
Don't cry. Tell me what's the matter.
Call me by my own name,
Britannia said, with another sob.
I'm not Britannia now. I'm Jessie, little Jess. My mother always calls me.
And at the mention of her mother, Jessie cried again as if her heart would break.
Jessie,
Rosalie said, laying her hand on her arm.
Won't you tell me about it?
Jessie stopped crying, and as soon as she was calmer, she told Rosalie her story.
I've got such a good mother. It's that which made me cry.
Your mother isn't in the circus then, is she?
Oh no,
Jessie said. She almost smiled through her tears. Such a sad, sorrowful attempt at a smile it was.
You don't know my mother or you wouldn't ask that. No, she lives in a village a long way from here. I'm going to her. At least I think I am. I don't know if I dare.
Why not? Are you frightened of your mother?
No, I'm not frightened of her. But I've been so bad to her. I'm almost ashamed to go back. She doesn't know where I am now. I expect she has had no sleep since I ran away.
When did you run away?
It will be 3 weeks ago now,
said Jessie sadly.
But it feels more like 3 months. I've never been so miserable in my life before. I've cried myself to sleep every night.
Why did you leave your mother?
It was that circus. It came to the next town where we lived. All the girls in the village were going to it, and I wanted to go with them. But my mother wouldn't let me.
Why not?
She said I wouldn't find anything good there. She also said that many bad people went to such places, and I was better off not going.
Then how did you see it?
I didn't see it that day. That night, the girls came home and told me all about it. They described what a grand parade it was, and how the ladies were dressed in silver and gold, and the gentlemen in shining armour. I almost cried from disappointment because I hadn't seen it too. The girls said it would be in town for one more day before leaving. When I got into bed that night, I decided I would go and see it the next day.
But did your mother let you?
No! I knew there was no point in asking her. I planned to sneak out of the house before she knew anything about it. But it turned out that day she was called to the next village to see my aunt who was ill.
And did you go when she was out?
Yes, I did.
Jessie admitted.
And I told her a lie about it.
She said this with a great sob, and the poor girl's tears began to flow again.
What did you say?
Little Rosalie asked.
Before she left, she said to me, Little Jess, you'll take care of Maggie and baby, won't you, dear? You won't let any harm come to them? And I replied, No, Mother, I won't. But as I said it, my cheeks felt hot. I felt as if my mother must see how red they were. But she didn't seem to notice. She turned back and kissed me, then kissed little Maggie and the baby. Then she went to my aunt's. I watched until she was out of sight. Then I put on my best clothes and left for town.
And what did you do with Maggie and baby? Did you take them with you?
No, that's the worst part. I left them. I put the baby in its crib upstairs, and I told Maggie to watch over it. Then I placed the table in front of the fireplace, locked them inside, and put the key in the window. I thought I would only be gone a short time.
How long were you gone?
When I got to the town, the procession was just passing, and I stopped to look at it. When I saw the men and women sitting on the floats, I thought they were kings and queens. I went to the circus and saw everything there was to see. Then I looked at the church clock and found it was 5 o'clock, since the show wasn't until the afternoon. I knew my mother would be home, and I didn't want to go back. I wondered what she would say about me leaving the children. So, I walked around the circus for some time, looking at the gilded floats drawn up in the field. As I was looking at them, an old man came up to me and began talking. He asked what I thought of the circus, and I told him. I thought it was splendid. Then he asked what I liked best, and I said those ladies in gold and silver who were sitting on the gilded floats. Would you like to be dressed like that? He asked. Yes, I would, I said, as I looked down at my dress, my best Sunday dress, which I had once thought so nice. Well, he said mysteriously, I don't know. but perhaps I may get you that chance. Just wait here a minute, and I'll see." I stood there trembling, hardly knowing what to wish for. At last, he came back and told me to follow him. He took me into a room where I found a very grand lady. At least, she looked like one then. She asked if I would like to come and be Britannia in the circus and ride on the gilded float.
And what did you say?
I thought it was a great chance for me, and I told her I would stay. I was so excited about it that I hardly knew where I was. It seemed just as if someone was asking me to be a queen. It wasn't until I got into bed that I allowed myself to think of my mother.
Did you think of her then?
Yes, I couldn't help thinking of her then. But there were 6 or 7 other girls in the room, and I was afraid of them hearing me cry, so I hid my face under the bed covers. The next day, we moved from that town, and I felt very miserable the whole time we were travelling. Then the circus was set up again, and we went in the procession.
Did you like that?
No, it was not as nice as I expected. It was a cold day, and the white dress was very thin. Oh, I was so dizzy on that float. It was so high up, and I felt every moment as if I should fall. And then they were so unkind to me. I was very miserable because I kept thinking of my mother. When they were talking and laughing, I used to cry. And they didn't like that. They said I was very different from the last girl they had. She had left them to be married, and they were looking for a new girl when they met me. They thought I had a pretty face and would do very well, but they were angry with me for looking so miserable, and they criticised me more and more. They were always quarrelling. They would shout at each other long after we went to bed. Oh, I grew so tired of it. I truly wished I had never left home. Then we came to Lesbro, and at last I could bear it no longer. I kept dreaming about my mother, and when I woke in the night, I thought I heard her voice. At last, I decided to run away. I knew they would be very angry, but no money could make me tolerate that kind of life. I was completely fed up with it. I felt ill and weary, and I longed for my mother. And now I'm going home. I ran away the night they left Lesborough. I got out of the caravan while they were all asleep. I've been walking ever since. I brought a little food with me, but it's all gone now, and I don't know how I'll get home.
Poor Jessie,
said little Rosalie.
I don't know what my mother will say when I get there. I know she won't scold me. I shouldn't mind that half so much, but I can't bear to see my mother cry. She will be glad to get you back. I don't know what my mammy would do if I ran away.
Oh dear,
said Jessie.
I hope nothing came to those children. I do hope they got no harm when I was out. I've thought about that so often.
Then the poor girl seemed very tired. Leaning against the wall, she fell asleep, while she rested once more against her mother's pillow. Again, there was no sound but the wind sweeping among the dark fir trees. Rosalie was glad to have Jessie there. It did not seem quite so solitary. Finally, the tired little woman found rest. Her eyes closed, and she forgot her troubles in a sweet, refreshing sleep. Chapter 11. The Mother's Dream. When Rosalie awoke, her mother's eyes were fixed upon her. Her mother was sitting up in bed, breathing very painfully and holding her hand to her side, as if in much pain. The candle had burned low in its socket, and the early morning light was stealing into the caravan. Jessie was still asleep in the corner, her head leaning against the wall.
Rosalie,
said her mother under her breath.
Where are we, and who is that girl?
We're halfway to the town, Mammy, out on a moor, and that's Britannia.
What do you mean?
Asked her mother.
It's the girl we saw riding on that gilt car in Lesborough,
Rosalie explained.
And she has run away. She was so miserable there.
And then Rosalie told her mother the sad story she had just heard.
Poor thing, poor young thing,
said the sick woman.
I'm glad you took her in. Mind you give her a good breakfast. She does well to go back to her mother. It's the best thing she can do. Is she asleep, Rosalie?
Yes, Mammy dear. She went to sleep before I did.
Do you think it would wake her if you were to sing to me?
No, Mammy dear, I shouldn't think so if I didn't sing very loud.
Then could you sing me your hymn once more? I've had the tune in my ears all night, and I should so much like to hear it.
So little Rosalie sang her hymn. She had a sweet, low voice and sang very correctly. She never forgot a tune once she had heard it. When she had finished singing, Jessie moved, opened her eyes, and looked up with a smile, as if she were in the midst of a pleasant dream. Then, as she saw the inside of the caravan, the sick woman and Rosalie, she remembered where she was and burst into tears.
"What's the matter?"
said the child, running up to her and putting her arms around her neck.
"Were you thinking of your mother?"
"No, dear,"
she said.
"I was dreaming."
"Ask her what she was dreaming,"
said Rosalie's mother.
"I was dreaming I was at home, and it was Sunday, and we were at the Bible class, and singing the hymn we always begin with. I was singing it when I woke, and it made me cry to think it wasn't true."
"Perhaps it was my singing that made you dream it,"
said Rosalie.
"I've been singing to my mommy."
"Oh, I should think that was it,"
said the girl.
"What did you sing? Will you sing it to me?"
Rosalie sang over again the first verse of the hymn. To her surprise, Jessie started from her seat and seized her by the hand.
"Where did you get that?"
she asked hurriedly.
"That's the very hymn I was singing in my dream. We always sing it on Sunday afternoons at our Bible class."
"I have it on a card,"
said Rosalie, bringing her favourite card down from the wall.
"Why? Who gave you that?"
said the girl.
"It's just like mine. Mine has a ribbon in it just that colour. Where did you get it?"
"We were passing through a village,"
said Rosalie.
"and a kind woman gave it to me. We stopped there about an hour, and she was singing it outside her cottage door."
"Why, it must have been our village, surely,"
said Jessie.
"I don't think they have those cards anywhere else. What was the woman like?"
"She was a young woman with a very nice face. She had one little boy about 2 years old, and he was playing with his ball in front of the house. His mother was so good to us. She gave us some bread and milk."
"Why, it must have been Mrs. Barker. She lives close to us. Our cottage is just a little farther up the road. She often sings when she's at work. To think that you've been to our village. Oh, I wish you'd seen my mother."
"Do you know Mrs. Leslie?"
asked the sick woman, raising herself in bed.
"Yes, that I do,"
said the girl.
"She's our clergyman's wife. Such a kind lady. Oh, she is good to us. I'm in her Bible class. We go to the vicarage every Sunday afternoon." "Do you know her?"
she asked, turning to Rosalie's mother.
"I used to know her many years ago,"
said the sick woman.
"but it's a long, long time since I saw her."
Rosalie crept up to her mother's side and put her little hand in hers. She knew that the mention of her sister would bring back all the sorrowful memories of the past. But the sick woman was very calm today. She did not seem at all ruffled or disturbed, but she lay looking at Jessie with her eyes half closed. It seemed as if she were pleased even to look at someone who had seen her sister Lucy. About 6 o'clock, Toby came to the caravan door and asked how his mistress was and if they were ready to start. He was very surprised when he saw Jessie sitting inside the caravan, but Rosalie told him in a few words how the poor girl came there and asked him in what direction she ought to walk to get to her own home. Toby was very clever in knowing the way to nearly every place in the country, and he said that for 10 miles farther their roads would be the same, and Jessie could ride with them in the caravan. The poor girl was very grateful for their kindness. She sat beside Rosalie's mother all morning, doing everything she could for her. The doctor's medicine had worn off, and the sick woman was very restless and awake. She burned with fever and tossed from side to side of her bed. Every now and then her mind seemed to wander. She talked of her mother, her sister Lucy, and other things Rosalie didn't understand. Then she became fully aware again. She would repeat the hymn words over and over, or ask Rosalie to read to her once more about the lost sheep and the good shepherd. After the child read the parable, The mother turned to Jessie and spoke to her very earnestly.
Oh, do ask the Good Shepherd to find you now, Jessie. You'll be so glad of it afterwards.
I've been so bad,
said Jessie, crying.
My mother has often talked to me, and Mrs. Leslie has too. Yet, after all that, I've gone and done this. I don't dare ask him to find me now.
Why not, Jessie?
Said Rosalie's mother.
Why not ask him?
Oh, he wouldn't want anything to do with me now,
said the girl, sobbing and hiding her face in her hands.
If only I had gone to him that Sunday.
What Sunday?
Asked Rosalie.
It was the Sunday before I left home. Mrs. Leslie talked to us so beautifully. It was all about coming to Jesus. She asked us if we had come to him to have our sins forgiven. Then she said, if you haven't come to him already, do come to him today. She then urged those of us who hadn't come to him before to go home after the class. She asked us to kneel down in our own rooms and ask Jesus to forgive us that very Sunday afternoon. I knew I had never come to Jesus, and I decided I would do as our teacher asked. But as soon as we were outside the vicarage, the girls started talking and laughing. They made fun of someone's bonnet they had seen at church that morning. When I got home, I thought no more about coming to Jesus, and I never went to him. Oh, I wish I had.
Go now,
said Rosalie's mother.
It wouldn't do any good,
said the girl sorrowfully.
If I thought it would, if I only thought he would forgive me, I would do anything. I would walk twice the distance home.
He goes after what is lost until he finds it,
said the sick woman.
Are you lost, Jessie?
Yes,
said the girl.
That's exactly what I am.
Then he is going after you,
said Rosalie's mother again. Jessie walked to the caravan door and sat looking out, saying nothing. Sunlight streamed over the purple heather, which spread like a carpet on both sides of the road. Quiet little roadside springs trickled through the moss and ran across the path. The travellers had left the pine forest behind, and not a single tree was in sight. There was nothing but large grey rocks and occasional patches of bright yellow gorse among the miles of heath-covered moor. They finally reached a large signpost at a corner where 4 roads met. Toby told Jessie she had to leave them there. Before Jessie left, Rosalie and her mother had a quiet, whispered conversation. It ended with Jessie carrying away at least half of Mother Manikin's present in her pocket.
You'll need it before you get home, dear,
said Rosalie's mother.
And make sure you go straight to your mother. Don't stop until you run right into her arms. When you see Mrs. Leslie, just tell her you met a poor woman named Nora in a caravan, who knew her many years ago.
Yes, I'll tell her.
And say that I sent my respects, my love to her. Tell her I don't have very long to live, but the Good Shepherd has sought me and found me, and I'm not afraid to die. Don't forget to tell her that.
No,
said Jessie.
I'll be sure to remember.
Jessie was very sorry to leave them. She kissed Rosalie and her mother many times. As she went down the road, she kept turning to wave her handkerchief until the caravan was completely out of sight.
So those girls knew nothing about it, Rosalie darling,
said her mother after Jessie had left.
Nothing about what, Mammy dear?
Don't you remember the girls who stood by our show when the procession went past? They wished they were Britannia and thought she must be so happy and glad.
Oh, yes,
said Rosalie.
They knew nothing about it. All the time poor Jessie was so miserable, she didn't know what to do with herself.
That's just the mistake I made, Rosalie darling, until I went behind the scenes and learned how different everything looks from that perspective. That's how it is, dear, with everything in this world. It all seems disappointing and empty once you get to know it well.
As evening approached, they left the moor behind. They turned onto a very dark and shady road lined with trees on both sides. Rosalie's mother was sleeping for the first time since early morning. Rosalie sat and looked out from the caravan's door. The woods were very thick, and the long shadows of the trees stretched across the road. Every now and then they disturbed 4 or 5 rabbits grazing by the path. The rabbits scurried headlong into their cosy burrows as soon as they heard the creaking of the caravan wheels. Then an owl startled Rosalie by hooting in a tree overhead. Afterward, several wood pigeons cooed their sad good nights mournfully. The road was full of turns, winding in and out through the woods. Toby whistled a tune as he went along. Rosalie sat and listened to him, quite glad that he broke the silence. She was not sorry when they left the wood behind and came into the open country. At last, the lights of a village glimmered in the distance where Toby said they would spend the night. He pulled up the caravan by the wayside and found a bed for himself in a barn belonging to one of the small village farms. The next day was Sunday. It was such a calm, quiet day that the very air seemed full of peaceful rest. The country children were just going to Sunday school as the caravan started. Their mothers had carefully dressed them in their best clothes and were watching them walk down the village street. The sick woman had had a restless and tiring night. Little Rosalie had watched beside her, weary and sad. Her poor mother had tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find a comfortable position. Again and again the child adjusted her mother's pillow, trying to make her more comfortable. Though the poor woman thanked her very gently, she soon wanted to be moved again. However, the Sunday stillness seemed to have a soothing effect on the sick woman. As they left the village, she fell asleep. That sleep lasted for hours, and when she awoke, she seemed refreshed and rested.
"Rosalie, darling,"
she said, calling her little girl to her side.
"I've had such a beautiful dream."
"What was it, Mama dear?"
asked Rosalie.
"I thought I was looking into heaven, Rosalie dear, in between the bars of the golden gates. I saw all the people dressed in white, walking up and down the streets of the city. Then somebody seemed to call them together, and they all went in one direction. There was a beautiful sound of singing and joy, as if they had heard some good news. One of them passed close to the gate where I was standing, Rosalie, and he looked so happy and glad as he was hurrying to join the others. So I called him, darling, and asked him what was going on.
"And what did he say, Mamma dear?"
He said, "It's the Good Shepherd who has called us. He wants us to rejoice with him. He has just found one of the lost sheep, which he has been seeking so long. Didn't you hear his voice just now, when he called us all together? Didn't you hear him say, 'Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost'?" And then they all began to sing again, and somehow I knew they were singing for me, and that I was the sheep that was found. Then I was so glad that I awoke with joy. Oh, Rosalie, darling, I know my dream was true, for I've been asking him to find me again and again. I'm quite sure that he wanted to do it, long before I asked him.
"Oh, Mamma dear,"
said Rosalie, putting her hand in her mother's.
"I am so glad."
Rosalie's mother did not talk any more then. She lay very quietly, holding Rosalie's hand, and every now and then she smiled. It was as if the music of the heavenly song was still in her ears, and as if she still heard the Good Shepherd saying,
"Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost."
Then they passed through another village, where the bells were ringing for afternoon service, and the sick woman listened to them very sorrowfully.
"I shall never go to church again, Rosalie, darling,"
she said.
"Oh, Mammy,"
said little Rosalie.
"Don't talk like that. When you get better, we'll go together. We could easily slip into the back seats, where nobody would see us."
"No, Rosalie,"
said her mother.
"You may go, my darling, but I never shall."
"Why not, Mammy dear?"
"Rosalie,"
said her mother, raising herself in bed and putting her arm around her child.
"Don't you know that I am going to leave you? Don't you know that in about a week's time you will have no mother?"
Rosalie hid her face in her mother's pillow and sobbed aloud.
"Oh, Mammy, Mammy dear. Mammy, don't say that. Please don't say that."
"But it's true, little Rosalie,"
said her mother.
"And I want you to know it. I don't want it to take you by surprise. And now stop crying, darling, for I want to talk to you a bit. I want to tell you some things while I can speak." "My poor, poor darling,"
said the mother as the child continued sobbing. She stroked her little girl's head very gently. After a long, long time the sobbing ceased, and Rosalie only cried quietly.
"Little woman,"
said her mother,
can you listen to me now?
Rosalie pressed her mother's hand, but she could not answer her.
Rosalie, darling, you won't be sorry for your mother, will you, dear? The Good Shepherd has found me, and I'm going to see him. I'm going to see him and thank him, darling. You mustn't cry for me. And I want to tell you what to do when I'm gone. I've asked your father to let you leave the caravan and live in some country village, but he won't give his consent, darling. He says he can't spare you. So, dear, you must keep very quiet. Sit in the caravan and read your little testament by yourself. Don't go wandering about the fair, darling. I've been asking the Good Shepherd to take care of you. I told him you would soon be a little motherless lamb with nobody to look after you, and I asked him to put you in his bosom and carry you along. And I believe he will, Rosalie dear. I don't think he'll let you get into trouble. But you must ask him yourself, my darling. You must never let a day pass without asking him. Promise your mother, Rosalie. Let her hear you say the words.
Yes, Mammy dear,
said Rosalie.
I promise you.
And if ever you can go to your Aunt Lucy, you must go to her and give her that letter. You remember where it is. And tell her, dear, that I shall see her some day in that city I dreamt about. I should never have seen her if it had not been for the shepherd's love. But he took such pains to find me, and he wouldn't give up. At last, he put me on his shoulders and carried me home. I am very tired, Rosalie darling, but there is more that I wanted to say. I wanted to tell you that it will not do for you to ask your father about going to your Aunt Lucy, because he would never let you, and he would only write to her for money if he knew where she lived. But if you go through that village again, you might just run up to the house and give her the letter. I don't know if that would work either,
said the poor woman sadly.
But God will find you a way. I believe you will get there someday. I can't talk any more now, darling. I am so tired. Kiss me, my own little woman.
Rosalie lifted up a very pale and sorrowful face and kissed her mother passionately.
You couldn't sing your little hymn, could you, darling?
Said the sick woman. Rosalie tried her very best to sing it, but her voice trembled so that she could not manage it. She struggled through the first verse, but in the second, she completely broke down and burst into a fresh flood of tears. Her poor mother tried to soothe her, but was too weak and weary to do more than stroke the child's face with her thin, wasted hand and whisper in her ear a few words of love. Very sorrowful were poor Rosalie's thoughts as she sat by her mother's bed. She had known before that her mother was very ill, and sometimes she had been afraid as she thought of the future. But she had never before heard that dreadful fear put into words. She had never before known that it was not merely a fear, but a terrible reality. That was what her mother had told her, and her mother was everything to Rosalie. She had never known a father's love or care. Augustus had never acted as a father to her, but her mother had been everything to her, from the day she was born until now. Rosalie could not imagine what the world would be like without her mother. She could hardly imagine herself living when her mother was gone. She would have no one to speak to her, no one to care for her, no one to love her.
Words of love your voice is speaking. Come, come to me.
What was it that made her think of that just now? Was it not the Good Shepherd's voice as he held the poor, lonely lamb closer to his bosom?
Come, come to me. Good Shepherd, I do come,
said little weary Rosalie.
I come to you now.
Chapter 12. A Lone Lamb. It was Sunday evening when the caravan reached the town where the fair was to be held. The travellers passed many people in their Sunday clothes and saw many churches and chapels open for evening service as they drove through the town. The gaily painted caravan looked strangely out of place with everything around it on that holy day. Augustus met them as they came upon the common which was designated for the show people. It was a large, desolate piece of ground on a cliff overlooking the sea, for this great fair was held at a large seaside resort. The piece of ground which Augustus had selected was close to the beach so that Rosalie could hear the rolling and crashing of the waves on the rocks below as she sat beside her mother that night. In the morning, As her mother was sleeping quietly, she stole out onto the shore and wandered among the rocks before the rest of the show people were awake. A long ridge of rocks stretched out into the sea, and Rosalie walked along this, watching the restless waves as they dashed against it and broke into thick white foam. In some parts, the rocky path was covered with small limpets, whose shells crackled under Rosalie's feet. Then came deep pools filled with green and red seaweed, where Rosalie discovered pink sea anemones and restless little crabs. She examined one or two of these, but her heart was too sad and weary to be interested for long, so she wandered on until she reached the extremity of the ridge of rocks. Here she sat for some time, gazing at the breakers and watching the sunshine spread over the silvery grey waters. Several fishing boats were already entering the port, laden with the catch from the previous night. Rosalie watched them come in one by one, quickly heading ashore. One boat passed close by where she was sitting. An old man and 2 boys were in it, singing as they went, their voices clear and ringing. Rosalie, sitting on the ridge of rocks, could hear the words of their song distinctly.
Last night, my lads, we toiled away oh so drearily, drearily, but we weighed our anchor at break of day oh so cheerily, cheerily. So keep up heart and courage, friends, for home is just in sight. And who will heed, when safely there, the perils of the night? Just so we toil through earth's dark night, oh so wearily, wearily, yet we trust to sail at dawn of light, oh so cheerily, cheerily, so keep up heart and courage, friends, for home is just in sight. And who will heed, when safely there, the perils of the night?
The wild tune and the simple words soothed Rosalie's heart. As she walked back to the caravan, she kept repeating to herself,
So keep up heart and courage, friends, for home is just in sight. Just in sight, that must be for my mommy,
thought the child.
It's not for me. She is getting very near home.
Rosalie's mother was awake when Rosalie opened the caravan door, but she seemed very weak and tired. All that long day she scarcely spoke. Rosalie sat beside her, trying to tempt her to eat. However, her mother hardly opened her eyes and would only take a little water. In the afternoon, the fair's noise began. There was the rattling of shooting galleries, the bells of the 3 large rides, and 2 noisy bands playing different tunes. They created a strange, discordant sound, an odd mixture of the Mabel waltz and Poor Mary Ann. As the crowds in the fair grew denser, shouts and noise increased on all sides, and the sick woman occasionally moaned to herself. Augustus was far too busy preparing for the evening's entertainment to spend much time in the caravan. He either didn't know, or chose not to see, that a change was coming over his wife's face. She was, even then, standing at the very edge of death. About half an hour before the theatre opened, he called Rosalie to dress for the play. He refused to listen to any of her pleas to stay with her dying mother. Her dying mother. Yes, Rosalie knew that the end was near. Even though she was a child, she could tell there was something new in her mother's face. Her eyes were finally open to the truth. She felt that death was very near. How could she leave her? Her mother's hand held hers so tightly, and whenever her mother's eyes opened, they were fixed on her so lovingly. How could she leave her mother, even for an hour, when the hours they might still have together were becoming so few? Yet Rosalie dared not stay. Wasn't this the great fair her father had been counting on all year, from which he hoped to make the most profit? And hadn't he told her that very night that if she failed in her performance in this town, he would never forgive her as long as he lived? No, there was no alternative. Rosalie had to go. But not until the last moment, not until the very last moment, would she leave her dying mother. She dressed very quickly and sat down in her little white dress beside her mother's bed. Once more, she held her mother's cold hand and gently stroked her pale face.
Little Rosalie,
her mother said.
My darling, are you going? Must you leave me?
Oh, Mommy, It is so hard, so very, very hard.
Don't cry, my darling. My little lamb, don't cry. It's all right. Lift me up a little, Rosalie.
Rosalie gently adjusted her mother's pillows. Then the sick woman whispered,
I'm close to the deep waters. I can hear the sound of them now. It's the river of death, Rosalie, and I've got to cross it. But I'm not afraid. The Good Shepherd has laid me on his shoulder, and since I'm so very weak, I think he'll carry me through.
She said this with great difficulty. When she finished speaking, the dying woman's head fell back on the pillow. Rosalie could not speak. She could only kiss her mother's hand and cry quietly as she watched. Then came her father's call for her to hurry to the theatre. She had to free herself from her mother's hand, and after one last long look, she shut the door and left her alone. What happened in the theatre that night, Rosalie never exactly knew. It all seemed like a horrible dream to her. She said the words and acted her part, but she saw neither the stage nor the spectators. Her eyes were constantly on her mother's face, and her hand constantly felt her mother's dying grasp. And yet, as she danced and sang, many people there thought she was happy. Many envied her and would have gladly traded places with her. Oh, if only they had known. If only they had the slightest idea of the anguish in that little heart, of the sharp, cruel, intense sorrow that filled it. These people undoubtedly had their share of troubles, anxieties, and worries. Yet none of them had known the profound sorrow of that little actress. No one had been torn from a dying mother and forced to laugh and sing while their hearts were breaking. They had been spared such deep pain, though they might have chosen the very fate that would have exposed them to it. Oh, how little they knew what was happening behind the scenes. How little they guessed the storm of intense grief in little Rosalie's heart. Her grief was so intense that she hardly knew what she was doing. After the play, she couldn't have said how she managed to get through it. Instead of going out on the platform, she rushed quickly out of the theatre and into her mother's caravan. She almost knocked over several passers-by who stared at her in astonishment. Her mother was not dead. Rosalie was so relieved. But her mother didn't seem to hear her speak, and her breathing was very painful. Rosalie bent over her, gave her one long, long kiss, and then hurried back into the theatre just as her father noticed her absence. When she next returned to the caravan, all was still. Her mother seemed to be sleeping more quietly, and the painful breathing had stopped. Rosalie hoped she was feeling better. She certainly seemed more at peace, and her hands were still warm. So, little Rosalie reasoned to herself, she couldn't be dead. Poor child, she did not know that even then she had no mother. Weary and aching all over, little Rosalie fell asleep on the chair by her mother's side. She awoke with a shiver in the dead of night, and feeling her mother's hand again, found it was as cold as ice. And Rosalie knew then that she was dead. Trembling all over, and almost too startled to fully grasp her sorrow, she unfastened the caravan door. She crept out into the darkness to tell her father, but he and the men were sleeping soundly on the floor of the little theatre. Though Rosalie hammered against the gilded boards in front, she couldn't make anyone hear her. Again and again she knocked, but no answer came from within. The theatre troupe was tired from their night's work and couldn't hear the tiny hands on the outside of the show, so the poor child had to return to the desolate caravan. With one bitter cry of anguish, one long, passionate wail of grief, she threw herself on her mother's bed. Her sorrow could not disturb her mother now. She had gone to that distant land where even the sound of weeping is never heard. The Good Shepherd had carried her safely over the river. As Rosalie wept in the dark caravan, he was already welcoming her mother to the home above. He was saying, in tones of joy, even more glad than before, "Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost." But Rosalie, poor little desolate, motherless Rosalie, had the Good Shepherd completely forgotten her? Was she left alone and abandoned in her sorrow? Was there no comfort for the orphaned lamb in her deep distress? Did he pass her by without care or blessing? Or did he not rather draw even closer during that dark night? Did he not care for the lonely lamb? Did he not whisper words of sweetest comfort and love to the weary, sorrowful Rosalie? If not, what made her feel, as she lay on her mother's bed, that she was not entirely deserted, that there was one who still loved her? What gave her that strange, happy feeling that she was lying in the Good Shepherd's arms, and that he was holding her close, even more tenderly than her mother had? What was it but the Good Shepherd fulfilling his gracious, loving promise? He shall gather the lambs with his arm and carry them in his bosom. It was the next morning. The sun had been up for some time and the carnival performers were beginning to stir. The fishing boats were once more coming home and the waves were rolling onto the shore. Augustus Joyce awoke with a strange feeling of uneasiness, which he couldn't explain. Nothing had gone wrong the night before. Rosalie had made no mistake in her part, and his profits had been larger than usual. Yet Augustus Joyce was not happy. He had had a dream the night before. Perhaps that was the reason. He had dreamt of his wife, and he didn't often dream of her anymore. He had dreamt of her, not as she was then, thin, worn, and wasted, but as she had been on his wedding day, when she was his bride. He had promised to take her for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish her, till death should them part. When Augustus woke, those words were somehow ringing in his ears. What had he been to her in poverty? How had he treated her in sickness? Had he comforted and cared for her, doing all he could to lighten her burden? Had he loved her and cherished her? What did his cruel words, his bitter taunts, and his unsympathetic speeches reveal about his love for his wife? Cherished her? What kind of care had he shown her during her illness? What kind of care had he shown her when he had forced her, almost fainting, to perform her role in the play? Until death parts us. That time was very near now, and Augustus Joyce knew it. For once he heard the voice of his conscience. He couldn't forget the lovely face from his dream, or the sad, reproachful gaze of those beautiful dark eyes. He jumped from his bed and dressed hastily. He would say some kind words to his wife, at least that morning. His conscience wouldn't taunt him with his bitter neglect again. He hurried to the other caravan, opened the door, and entered. What a scene met his gaze! The sunbeams streamed through the small window and fell upon the bed. There lay his wife, so pale, so ghastly, and so still that Augustus Joyce recoiled in horror. And there, with her arms around her mother's neck and the wreath of roses fallen from her hair onto her mother's pillow, lay little Rosalie. She was fast asleep, with traces of tears still on her cheeks. Deep sleep and exhaustion had overcome her. She had simply fallen asleep on her mother's bed in her white dress, just as she had been acting at the play. Augustus drew closer to his wife and sat beside her. Yes, she was dead. There was no doubt of it. The kind words he wanted to speak could never be uttered. She would never hear him again. He could never show his love to her now, nor cherish her any more. Till death do us part. Death had parted them now, parted them forever. It was too late for Augustus Joyce to make amends. It was too late for him to do anything to ease his conscience. When Rosalie awoke, she found herself being lifted from the bed by her father. He carried her into the other caravan. There, he laid her on his own bed and went out, shutting the door behind him. The next few days seemed like one long, dreary night to Rosalie. She knew nothing of the inquest or the preparations for the funeral. She felt as though she were in a dream. The fair continued all around her, and the noise and commotion only made her feel more miserable. What she liked best was the dull roaring of the sea. This happened after the naphtha lights went out and the entire fair fell silent. Somehow, the roaring waves brought back the fisherman's song to her. So keep up heart and courage, friends, for home is just in sight, and who will heed, when safely there, the perils of the night. And somehow, Rosalie barely knew why, that song comforted and soothed her. Chapter 13, Vanity Fair.
Miss Rosie, dear, can I speak to you?
Said Toby's voice the day before the funeral.
Yes, come in, Toby,
the child said mournfully.
I should like to see you, Miss Rosie,
Toby said mysteriously.
You won't be offended, will you? But I brought you this.
Toby then fumbled deeply in his pockets. From the depths of one of them, he pulled out a large red handkerchief. He carefully untied its many knots and took out a small parcel which he placed on Rosalie's knee.
It's only a bit of black, Miss Rosie dear,
he said.
I thought you could put it on tomorrow, and you mustn't mind my seeing after it. There was no one to do it but me.
And before Rosalie could thank him, he was gone. When she opened the parcel, she found in it a piece of broad black ribbon and a little black silk handkerchief, the best poor Toby could obtain. Rosalie's tears fell again as she fastened the ribbon on her hat, preparing for the sorrowful service the next day. The fair was nearly over, but some shows remained, and crowds of children still gathered around the carnival rides and shooting galleries when the mournful procession passed. The children at first drew back in astonishment. It was an unexpected sight, a coffin on the fairground, but astonishment soon gave way to curiosity, and they crowded around the little band of mourners following them nearly to the cemetery. Augustus went through the service with an unmoved face. Conscience had been making its final appeal over the last few days, making one last and mighty effort to arouse Augustus Joyce to repentance. But he had stifled his conscience, suppressed it, trampled on it, and extinguished it. God's Holy Spirit had already been resisted and suppressed, and the conscience of the unrepentant sinner was completely hardened. All the company of the theatre followed Augustus Joyce's wife to the grave, and more than one of them felt unusually moved as they looked at little sorrowful Rosalie walking by her father's side. She was quite calm and quiet, and never shed a tear until the service was over and she was walking through the quiet cemetery a little behind the rest of the party. Then her eyes fell upon Toby, who was walking near her with an air of real heartfelt sorrow on his honest face. He had tied a piece of crape around his hat and a black handkerchief around his neck, out of respect for Augustus's late wife and for Rosalie. Something in the curious way the crape was fastened, and in the thought of the kind heart that had planned this token of sympathy touched Rosalie. It brought tears to her eyes for the first time on that sorrowful day. Sometimes, a great sorrow can be so intense that it holds back the tears that would bring relief to an aching heart. In such moments, a small detail, perhaps a flower our lost loved one cherished, or something they touched or spoke of for the last time, can make all the difference. Or, as with Rosalie, it might be an unexpected spark of kind sympathy. Such a little thing can instantly open the flood of tears, giving us the relief we have longed for fruitlessly. That is what Rosalie experienced. The moment her eyes rested on Toby's face and his piece of crape, she burst into tears. She was finally able to weep out the intensity of her sorrow. After that, a calm settled in her heart, for she somehow felt as if the angels' song was not yet over, as if they were still singing for joy over her mother's soul, and as if the Lord, the Good Shepherd, was still saying, "Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost." They then left the seaport town and travelled to a distant fair. Little Rosalie felt very lonely in her caravan. Everywhere, and in everything, she felt a sense of loss. Her father came to see her occasionally, but his visits were unpleasant. She always felt relieved when he returned to the other caravan. Thus, the daytime hours seemed long and dull. There was no one inside the caravan for her to speak to, care for, or nurse. She often climbed up beside Toby and watched him driving. She would speak to him about the things they passed along the way. But the nighttime hours were the longest of all. The caravan would be parked on a lonely moor, or in a thickly wooded valley. Rosalie was left alone through those long, desolate hours, hearing only the hooting of owls and the rustling of wind among the trees. Then little Rosalie truly felt desolate. She would kneel on one of the boxes and look out toward the other caravans. She wanted to be sure they were close enough to hear her call if anything happened. Then she would kneel down and repeat her evening prayer many times. She would plead with the Good Shepherd to carry her in his arms now that she was so lonely and had no mother. They soon arrived at the fair they were headed for. The acting went on as usual, and Rosalie once again had to take her place on the stage. Everything seemed very gloomy, sad, and cheap-looking to her. Her little white dress, the one she had worn while lying beside her mother, was soiled and creased. The wreath of roses looked crushed and faded as Rosalie took it from the box. There was no mother to fasten it in her hair, no mother to cheer and comfort her as she slowly went up the theatre steps. Her father was looking for her. He told her everyone was waiting, and then the play began. Rosalie's eyes wandered up and down the theatre. She wondered why she had thought it so beautiful when she was a very little girl. It was just the same now as it had been back then. The gold trim was just as bright, the lamps were just as sparkling, and the scenery had been repainted, making it even more showy and striking. Yet, it all looked different to Rosalie. From her place on the stage it seemed very poor, disappointing, and insignificant. Then she thought of her mother, and of the different place where her mother was spending that very evening. Rosalie had been reading about it that afternoon before getting dressed for the play. She thought of the streets of gold her mother was walking on, pure gold, unlike the glitter and gold trim of the theatre. She thought of the clean, white robe her mother wore, so unlike her own small, creased, soiled frock. She also thought of the new song her mother was singing, so different from the crude, inappropriate songs being performed in the theatre. She considered the music her mother was listening to, the sound of harpists playing their harps. How different it was, she thought, from the noisy band close to her and the clanging music her father's company was making. She also thought of the words her mother was saying to the Good Shepherd, perhaps even then. "You are worthy, for you were slain, and have redeemed me to God by your blood." How different those words were from the silly, foolish, inappropriate words she herself was repeating. Oh, did her mother think of her? Rosalie often wondered if she did. She longed to be with her mother in the Golden City, instead of in the hot, tiring theatre. Weeks passed, they visited fair after fair. Her father's new play was repeated so many times that it seemed very old to Rosalie. The theatre was set up and taken down, and life continued much as usual. The only change in the child's life was that she had found a new activity and pleasure, teaching Toby to read.
"Miss Rosie,"
he had said one day,
"I wish I could read the Testament."
"Can't you read, Toby?"
"Not a word, Missy. I only wish I could. I haven't been what I ought to be, Miss Rosie, and I really want to change. Will you teach me?"
And so Rosalie began teaching Toby to read. After that, she could often be seen perched on the seat beside him, her Testament in hand, pointing out one word after another as they drove slowly. When Toby grew tired of reading, Rosalie would read him a story from the Bible. The one they both loved most, and read more often than any other, was the parable of the lost sheep. Rosalie never tired of reading it, nor Toby of hearing it. Rosalie was very eager to meet little Mother Manikin again. At every fair they visited, she looked with keen eyes for the royal show of dwarfs. However, it seemed the dwarf show had taken a different route than the theatre group, because fair after fair passed without Rosalie's wish being granted. Finally, one afternoon, the last afternoon of the fair, Toby came running to the caravan with an eager look on his face.
"Miss Rosie," he said, "I've just found the Royal Show of Dwarfs. They're here, Miss Rosie. As soon as I caught sight of the picture over the door, I thought to myself, Miss Rosie will be glad. So I went up to the door and spoke to the conductor. They've got a new one, Miss Rosie, and he said they were leaving tonight. I ran off at once to tell you. I knew you would like to see little Mother Manikin again.
Oh dear,
said the child.
I am glad.
You'll have to go at once, Miss Rosie. They're starting tonight the moment the performance is over. They're due at another fair tomorrow.
How did you not see the show before, Toby?
I don't know why, Miss Rosie. Unless it's because it's at the very far end of the fair, and I haven't happened to be down that way before. Now, Miss Rosie dear, if you like, I'll take you.
But I dare not leave the caravan, Toby. Father has the key. It wouldn't be safe, would it, with all these people around?
No, said Toby, as he looked down at the large crowd of people.
I don't suppose it would. You'd have all your things stolen, Miss Rosie.
What shall I do?
Asked the child.
Well, if you wouldn't mind going by yourself, Miss Rosie, I'll keep guard here.
Rosalie looked rather fearfully at the dense crowd below her. She had never wandered around the fair before, always staying quietly in the caravan as her mother wished. She knew very little about what was happening in other parts of the fairgrounds.
Where is it, Toby?
She asked.
Right away at the other end of the field, Miss Rosie. Do you hear that clanging noise?
Yes,
said Rosalie.
Very well. It sounds as if all the tin trays in the town were being thrown one upon another.
That's the Giant's Cave, Miss Rosie, where that noise is. The dwarf show is close by. Keep that noise in your ears, and you will be sure to find it.
So Rosalie left Toby in the caravan and descended into the pushing crowd. It was the middle of the afternoon, and the fair was full of people. They were moving in different directions, and it was hard for Rosalie to get through them. She could only make her way through the fair very slowly. It was a curious scene. A long row of brightly gilded shows lined one side of her path. At the door of each stood a man addressing the crowd, describing the unique features and attractions of his show. First, there were the waxworks, with a row of sample figures displayed outside, and their spokesperson proclaiming,
"Ladies and gentlemen, here is the finest show in the fair. It is both entertaining and educational. There is nothing here to offend anyone's sensibilities. You may see Abraham offering up Aaron and Henry IV in prison, Cain and Abel in the Garden of Eden, and William the Conqueror driving out the ancient Britons."
As Rosalie pressed on through the crowd, she was jostled in front of the giant boy and girl show. A large crowd of people gazed at the huge picture of an exceptionally large Highlander, which hung over the door. A peculiar band performed in front of this show, consisting of one man beating a drum with his right hand and turning a barrel organ with his left, and another man blowing loudly through a trumpet. Despite all this noise, a third man stood on a raised platform, addressing the crowds below.
I say, now exhibiting the great Scotch brother and sister, the greatest man and woman ever exhibited.
All for twopence! All for twopence! Children, half price! You're just in time. You're in excellent time. I'm so glad to see you. Come now, take your seats. Take your seats.
Rosalie pressed on, but another huge crowd blocked her path. This time, it was in front of the marionette show, featuring dancing dolls. A man stood on the platform outside the show, shaking a doll dressed as an armoured soldier.
"These are not living actors, ladies and gentlemen,"
the man outside called out.
"Yet if you come inside, you will see wonderfully artistic feats. None of the figures are alive, which makes the performance so much more interesting and pleasing."
He continued,
"Now's your chance, ladies and gentlemen. Now's your chance. There's plenty of room. It isn't often I can tell you that. It is a rare occurrence. But now there is good room. Now's your chance."
Rosalie pushed past all these shows. She longed to move faster, but couldn't hurry. Then she reached a corner of the fair where a street vendor, a cheap jack, was hawking his goods.
"Here's a watch,"
the man said, holding it up.
"It costs £2.10. I couldn't let you have it for a penny less. I'll give anyone £5 who can get me a watch like this for £2.10 in any shop in town. Come now! Will anyone say £2.10?
He gave a great slap on his knee.
£2.10! £2.10! Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take off the £2. I'll say 10 shillings. Come, 10 shillings. 10 shillings. 10 shillings.
He went on.
Well, I'll be generous. I'll say 5 shillings. I'll take off a crown. Come now, 5 shillings.
This was said with another tremendous slap on his knee. Then, without stopping a moment, he went from 5 shillings to 4 and 6pence, then 4 shillings, then 3 and 6pence.
Well, I don't mind telling my dearest relation and friend that I'll let you have it for 2 and 6. Come now, 2 and 6, 2 shillings, 1 and 6, 1 shilling, 6pence. Come now, 6pence. Only 6pence.
At this, a boy held out his hand and, for 6pence, became the owner of the watch. The man had declared just 2 minutes before that he wouldn't part with it for £2 10 shillings. Rosalie pressed on and turned the corner. Here stood another row of shows. There was the fat boy, whose enormous clothes were displayed outside as a promise of what was inside. There was the lady without arms, whose amazing skills at knitting, sewing, writing and tea-making were being demonstrated to the crowd. The entertaining theatre featured a stuffed performing cat playing a drum outside, and 2 tiny children, about 3 years old, dressed in extraordinary costumes and dancing with tambourines. The picture gallery displayed Adam and Eve, Queen Elizabeth, and other notable figures. All these attractions were on Rosalie's right. On her left was a long line of stalls selling gingerbread, brandy snaps, nuts, biscuits, coconuts, boiled peas, hot potatoes, and all sorts of sweets. One man sold inexpensive walking sticks. Another offered boys a moustache and a pair of spectacles for a penny each, assuring them that for the small sum of 2pence, they could become the most fashionable people in town. Rosalie was so glad to get past everyone. She heard the clanging sound from the giant's cave getting closer and closer. Finally, to her delight, she arrived at the Royal Show of Dwarfs. She thought,
Now I will see Mother Manikin.
The performance was about to begin. The showman stood at the door, inviting people inside.
Now, miss,
he said, turning to Rosalie.
Now's your chance. It's only a penny, and none of them are more than 3 feet high. The show is starting now. Come in, come in.
Rosalie paid the money and eagerly entered the show. The little performers had just appeared, booing and greeting the audience. But Mother Manikin was not among them. Rosalie's eyes scanned the show, then peered behind the curtain at the far end. But Mother Manikin was nowhere to be seen. Rosalie was too anxious to watch the performance. She just wanted to know if her dear little friend was inside. Finally, the entertainment ended. The giant and the dwarfs shook hands with the audience before showing them out. Rosalie was the last to leave. When the tall, thin giant approached her, she looked up timidly into his face and asked,
Please, sir, may I see Mother Manikin?
Who are you, my child?
Asked the giant majestically.
I'm Rosalie, sir, little Rosalie Joyce. Don't you remember that Mother Manikin stayed with my mother when she was ill?
The child's lips quivered as she mentioned her mother.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yes, I remember it. Of course I do,
said the giant.
Of course,
echoed the 3 dwarfs.
Then please, will you take me to Mother Manikin?
With the greatest of pleasure, if she were here,
said the giant with a bow.
But the unfortunate truth is that she is not here.
No, she's not here,
said a dwarf.
Oh, goodness! Oh, goodness!
Cried the child with a little gasp of disappointment.
I'm very sorry, indeed, me dear,
said the giant.
I'm afraid I won't do as well.
No,
Rosalie replied mournfully.
It was Mother Manikin I wanted. She knew all about my mother.
I am very sorry indeed, my dear,
repeated the giant.
Very sorry,
echoed a dwarf.
Where is Mother Manikin?
Asked the child.
Well, the truth is, my dear, she has retired from the business. She made her fortune, you see. After saving a good sum of money, she decided to leave the show. She somehow grew tired of performing for audiences, and she told us old age deserves its freedom.
Then where is she?
She has rented 2 small rooms in a town in the south of the county. They are very comfortable, my dear. You should call and see her someday.
Oh, goodness,
said little Rosalie.
I'm so very, very sorry she is not here.
Poor child,
said the giant kindly.
Poor child,
said a dwarf just as kindly. Rosalie turned to leave, but the giant motioned for her to stay.
A glass of wine, Rosalie,
he said.
Yes, a glass of wine,
said Master Puck and Miss Mab.
Oh, no,
said Rosalie.
No, thank you, not for me.
A cup of tea, Rosalie,
called the giant.
Oh, no,
said Rosalie.
I must go. Toby is keeping guard for me. I mustn't stay a minute.
Won't you?
Said the giant reproachfully.
Then goodbye, my dear. I wish I could escort you home, but we mustn't lose our dignity, you know. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my dear, goodbye,
said Master Puck and Mab. Rosalie sorrowfully turned homeward, struggling through the surging mass of people. The attendant at the door pointed out a shorter way to the theatre caravan. Rosalie was glad to escape the clanging noises of the giant's cave. From its platform, a man was assuring the crowd that if they came to this show, they would certainly return that very evening and bring all their dearest friends. Then Rosalie walked through a long covered bazaar. It contained many toys, wax dolls, wooden dolls, china dolls, composition dolls, rag dolls, and dolls of all descriptions. There were also wooden horses, donkeys, elephants, and every kind of toy children enjoy. After this, she came out into a more open space. There, a happy family show was being displayed to an admiring crowd. The show featured a large cage attached to a cart, pulled by a contented-looking donkey. Inside the cage, various animals lived together peacefully. A small dog in a smart coat played with several small white rats. A monkey hugged a little white kitten. A white cat, dyed a brilliant yellow, oversaw the play of several mice and dormice. In one corner of the cage, a duck, a hen, and a guinea pig were grouped together. Above this diverse group, a board announced that this happy family was supported entirely by donations. A woman moved through the crowd, shaking a tin plate. She complained about people's lack of generosity if they refused to contribute. Rosalie struggled past the happy family and walked down another street in the fair. On one side, shooting galleries made a deafening noise. On the other, there were all sorts of money-making contraptions. First were machines for strength testing. These machines featured a flat cardboard figure of the Shah, or some other important figure. On the figure's chest was a dial. Its hand indicated the strength of anyone who hit a certain part of the machine with full force.
Come now, have you seen the Shah?
Exclaimed the owner of one of these machines.
Come now, try your strength. I believe you're the strongest person who has passed by today. Come now, let's see what you can do.
The required penny was paid. This was followed by a tremendous blow. A tinkling of bells on the cardboard figure, and an announcement from the show's owner about how many stones the man had moved. Next, there were weighing machines, armchairs covered with red velvet where people were invited to sit and be weighed. There was also the sponge dealer, a Turk in a turban, who told the crowd, in broken English, Not only the price of his sponges, but also many touching and interesting details of his personal history. The usual gathering of professional beggars was also present. Some were without arms and legs, others were deaf, mute, or blind, or all three. These individuals, along with people with physical disabilities and intellectual challenges, travelled from fair to fair and town to town. They earned so much money that they made 5 or 6 shillings a day and lived comfortably all year. The child quickly walked past all of them and arrived at the area of spinning rides. 4 or 5 rides were operating, whirling in different directions. They made her feel so dizzy that she hardly knew where she was going. Oh, how glad she was to see her own caravan again. She was happy to escape the restless, noisy crowd, to get away from the shouting of the show people and the cursing of the drunken men and women, and to be free from the pushing and jostling. As she went up the caravan steps, she thought to herself that if she had her choice, she would never go near a fair again. She wondered why so many people who could decide for themselves still came in such numbers. Toby was looking anxiously for her from the caravan window.
"Miss Rosie, dear,"
he said,
"I thought you were never coming. I got quite frightened about you. You're such a tiny thing to go fighting your way through that great big crowd."
"Oh, Toby,"
said Rosalie.
"I haven't seen Mother Manikin."
She then told him what she had heard from the giant about Mother Manikin's situation.
"I am sorry,"
said Toby.
"Then you had your whole walk for no reason?"
"Yes,"
said the child.
"And I never mean to go through the fair again. If I can avoid it, never again."
Chapter 14. Betsy Ann. There was still some time before Rosalie needed to get dressed for the play. She sat still after Toby had left her, thinking over everything she had seen at the fair. It made her very sad indeed. So many lies had been told. She knew it. So many things were being presented as something they truly weren't. And even if the shows were what they claimed to be, what a sad, ineffective way it seemed to find happiness. Rosalie wondered how many people in that bustling crowd were truly happy. She was thinking about this when she heard a sound nearby, a sound very different from the shouting of the cheapjacks or the loud announcements of the showmen. It was the sound of singing. She went to the door of the caravan and looked out. The small stage was set up at the edge of the fair. A group of men stood close to the street, very near the caravan, so near that Rosalie could hear everything they said. One of them had just announced a hymn, and he and all the others were singing it. Rosalie could hear every word distinctly. The hymn had a chorus at the end of each verse, which was repeated so often that she knew it perfectly before the song finished.
Whosoever will, sound the proclamation over vale and hill. 'Tis a loving father calls his children home. Whosoever will may come.
By the time they finished the first verse of the hymn, a large crowd had gathered around the men. They were likely drawn by the contrast between the sweet, solemn hymn and the noise and commotion everywhere else in the fair. Then one of the men began to speak.
"Friends,"
he said, and as he spoke, a great stillness fell on the listening crowd.
"Friends, I have an invitation for you tonight. Will you listen to my invitation? You are being invited in all directions tonight. Each man invites you to his own show and tells you that it is the best one at the fair. Each time you pass him, he calls out to you, 'Come, come, come now. Now's your time.' My friends, I too have an invitation for you tonight. I too would say to you, 'Come, come, come now. Now's your time.' Jesus Christ, my friends, has sent me with this invitation to you. He wants you to come. He says, 'Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden.' He wants you to come now. He says, 'Come now, let us reason together. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool.' He says to you, 'Now is your time.' Behold," he says, "now is the accepted time. Now is the day of salvation. My friends, this is the invitation, but it is very different from the one that man is giving at that show over there. What does he say to those people who are listening to him right now? Does he say, "Here's my show, the door is open, anyone who likes may walk in, there's nothing to pay"? Does he say that, my friends? Does he ever give his invitation in that way? No, my friends. He always follows up his "Come, come now, now's your time" with words like these: "Only twopence, only twopence, only twopence to pay. Come now." And if you do not produce your twopence, will he let you in? If you are so poor that you don't have twopence in the world, will he say to you, "Come, come now, now's your time"? No, my friends, he will not. Now the Lord Jesus Christ invites you quite differently. He cries out, "Ho, everyone that thirsts, come. Come without money. Come without price. Whoever will may come." Yes, my friends, the words "whoever will" are written over the door which the Lord Jesus Christ wants you to enter. This is one way in which his invitation is quite different from what that man is giving from the door of the show. We will sing another verse of the hymn, and then I will tell you the other great difference between the two invitations.
So again, they sang,
Whoever will, sound the proclamation over valleys and hills. It is a loving Father who calls his children home. Whoever will may come.
My friends,
said the speaker when the verse was finished,
there was once in Russia a very unusual palace. It was built entirely of ice. The walls were ice, the roof was ice, and all the furniture was ice. There were ice sofas, ice chairs, ice fireplaces, and ice ornaments. The water was coloured differently and then frozen, making everything look real and solid. At night, the palace was lit up, shining and sparkling as if it were set with diamonds. Everyone said, "What a beautiful palace!" But it did not last, my friends. It did not last. The thaw came, and the ice palace faded away. Soon, there was nothing left of it but a pool of dirty water. It was all gone. It was very grand for a time, but there was nothing solid in it. It melted away like a dream. My friends, over there at that fair is the world's ice palace. It sparkles, it glitters. It looks very grand, but it isn't solid. It won't last. Tomorrow, it will all be over. It will have melted away like a dream. Nothing will be left but dust, dirt, and misery. There will be many aching heads and aching hearts this time tomorrow. My friends, the world's grandest display is a very disappointing thing after all. And this is the second way in which the Lord Jesus Christ's invitation is so different from that of the man at that show door. When the Lord Jesus Christ says, "Come," he always has something good to give, something that is solid, something that will last, something that will not disappoint you. He has pardon to give you. He has peace to give you. He has heaven to give you. All these are good gifts. All these are solid. All these will last, and not one of them will disappoint you. Oh, will you come to him, my friends? He calls to you, "Come, come now. Now is your time. There is room now. There is plenty of room now. Yes, there is still room. Tomorrow, it may be too late. Will you not come to him tonight? Whoever comes need not delay. Now the door is open. Enter while you may. Jesus is the true, the only living way. Whoever will may come. Whosoever will, sound the proclamation over vale and hill. It is a loving Father calls his children home. Whosoever will may come.
Rosalie,
her father's voice said,
be quick and get ready.
Rosalie had to close the caravan door and dress for the play. But the hymn and the sermon were treasured up in the child's heart and were never forgotten by her. That was the last fair Augustus Joyce visited that year. Cold weather was approaching. There had already been 1 or 2 severe frosts, and snow had fallen down the caravan chimney, nearly putting out the little fire. Augustus thought it was time to find winter quarters. He had made an engagement at a small town theatre for the winter months. He decided to go to the town at once and send his company home until spring. On the way to town, they passed many other caravans, all going for the same reason, like swallows migrating to a warmer climate. Rosalie's father first went to an open space, a stable yard, where the caravans were stored for the winter. He left Rosalie there for some time while he went to look for a place to stay in town. Then he and the men removed the necessary items from the caravans and carried them to their new quarters. When everything was settled, Augustus told Rosalie to follow him and led the way through the town. Rosalie wondered what kind of place she was going to. They went down several streets, zigzagged through different squares and courts, and Rosalie occasionally had to run to keep up with her father's long strides. At last, they came to a winding street full of tall, gloomy houses. Her father stopped in front of one of them and knocked on the door. Ragged, shoeless children sitting on the steps moved off as Rosalie and her father came up. A girl, about 15 years old, opened the door. She had a miserable, tired-looking face and was dressed in an untidy, torn dress that was missing all its hooks and fastened with large white pins.
"Where's your mistress?"
said Augustus Joyce. The girl led the way to the back of the house and opened the door to a gloomy living room which smelled strongly of tobacco. Rosalie looked around at the dirty wallpaper, the stained chair covers, and the ragged carpet. She was not impressed with her new home. Crude pictures in equally crude frames hung on the walls. A bunch of paper flowers, a strange mix of pink, red, blue, green, and orange stood on the table. Several cheap magazines and tabloids lay on the chairs, as if someone had just been reading them. Then the door opened and the mistress of the house entered. Rosalie felt sure the moment she saw her that she was an actress. She was dressed in a faded, greasy silk dress that swept the dust from the floor as she walked in. She greeted her new lodgers with an exaggerated bow. She took Rosalie upstairs, past several landings, where doors opened and people peered out to catch a glimpse of the new lodger. They went up to a small attic under the roof. This would be Rosalie's sleeping quarters. The attic was full of boxes and miscellaneous items that the lady of the house had stored there to keep them out of sight. In one corner, however, the boxes had been pushed aside. A small bed was set up for the child and a basin placed on one of the boxes for her to wash. Rosalie's own box was already there. Her father had brought it up for her before she arrived. She was pleased to find that it was still secured. There were treasures in that box which no one in that house must see. The lady of the house told Rosalie that supper would be ready in a few minutes and that she must hurry downstairs. So the child hastily took off her hat and jacket and went down the many stairs to a room at the front of the house where supper was served for the boarders. Rosalie was relieved when the meal was over. The crude jokes and noisy laughter of the company bothered her, and she wished she could leave. As soon as she could, she slipped from her father's side and crept upstairs to her little attic. Here at least she could be alone and quiet. It was very cold, but she opened her box and took out her mother's shawl, which she wrapped tightly around her. Then she unpacked her treasures and arranged them as best she could. She opened the locket and looked at the sweet, girlish face inside. Oh, how she wished she were with her Aunt Lucy. How would she ever be able to keep that locket safely? This became her next concern. There was no key to the attic door, nor was there a key to her box. How could she be sure, when she was out at the theatre, that the people of the house would not go through the contents of her box? It was clear that the locket must be hidden somewhere. Rosalie would never forgive herself if she lost it, especially after her mother had kept it safe for so many years. She sat for some time thinking how she should hide it. She then decided the only way was to wear it day and night around her neck underneath her dress, and never let anyone see it. It was some time before she could carry out this plan to her satisfaction. She carefully wrapped the locket in a small parcel. Inside the parcel, she also placed the precious letter her mother had written to Aunt Lucy. Then she concealed the packet inside her dress, tying it around her neck. After this, Rosalie felt more at ease. She took out her little clothes and hung them on some nails she found on the attic door. Then she took her small testament from her pocket and crept up to the window to read a few verses before it became too dark. The light was quickly fading, and the lamplighter was walking down the street, lighting the lamps. There was no time to lose, so the child opened her book and began to read.
Casting all your care upon him, for he cares for you.
Those were the first words that met her eyes. She repeated them over and over again to herself so she could remember them when the attic was completely dark. These seemed like exactly the words she needed. They were the Good Shepherd's words of comfort, whispered to the weary lamb in his arms. As the shadows grew deeper and the room became darker, Rosalie felt very lonely and miserable. Once, she thought she would go downstairs to look for her father. But whenever she opened the door, there seemed to be such a noise and commotion below that she didn't want to go down. She felt her mother would have wanted her to stay put. She could no longer read, and it was very cold in the attic. The child shivered from head to foot, wondering if the long hours would ever pass. At last, she decided to get into bed, thinking she would be warmer there and hoping to fall asleep. But it was still early, and sleep felt far away. Then Rosalie thought of her scripture verse.
Casting all your care upon him, for he cares for you.
All your care. That means my care, thought the weary child.
My own care. All your care. All the care about losing my mommy, and about having to stay in this noisy house, and about having to go and act in that terrible theater, and about having to take care of my locket and my letter. Casting all your care upon him, that means my own good shepherd, who loves me so. I wonder what casting it on him means,
thought little, weary Rosalie.
How can I cast it on him? If my mommy were here, I would tell her all about it and ask her to help me. Perhaps that's what I need to do with the Good Shepherd. I'll try.
So Rosalie knelt up in bed and said,
Oh, Good Shepherd, please, here's a little lamb who has come to speak to you. Please, I'm very lonely, and my mommy is dead, and I'm so afraid someone will get my locket. Please keep it safe, and I'm so frightened in the dark in this terrible house. Please take care of me, and don't let me become bad. I want to love you, dear Good Shepherd, and I want to meet my mommy in heaven. Please let me, and please wash my sins in the blood of Jesus. Amen.
Then Rosalie lay down again and felt much happier. The pain at her heart seemed to be gone. He cares for you. How sweet those last words of the text were. She did not have her mother to care for her, but the Good Shepherd cared for her. He loved her and would not let her go astray. Rosalie was thinking of this and repeating her text again and again when she felt something moving on the bed. Something very cold touched her hand. She started back at first, but in a moment she found it was nothing but the nose of a little soft furry kitten. It had crept in through the opening of the door, for Rosalie had left her door a little ajar to get a ray of light from the gas lamp on the lower landing. The poor little kitten was very cold, and the child felt that it was as lonely and dull as she was. She put it in a snug place in her arms and stroked it very gently, till the tiny creature purred softly with delight. Rosalie did not feel so lonely after the kitten had come to her. She had been lying still for some time when she heard a step on the stairs. Her father's voice called,
Rosalie, where are you?
I'm in bed,
said little Rosalie.
Oh, all right,
said her father.
I couldn't find you. Good night.
Then he went downstairs, and the child was once more alone. She lay stroking the kitten and wondering if she would ever fall asleep. It was the longest night she ever remembered. It seemed as if it would never be bedtime, at least for the people downstairs. The talking and laughing continued, and Rosalie thought it would never end. But at last, the weary hours went by, and the people seemed to be going to bed. Then the light on the landing was put out, and all was completely still. The kitten was fast asleep, and Rosalie eventually followed its example and dropped into a peaceful slumber. She had been asleep a long, long time. At least, so it seemed to her, when she woke up suddenly. Opening her eyes, she saw a girl standing by her bedside with a candle in her hand, looking at her curiously. It was the young servant girl who had opened the door for her and her father.
"What is it?"
said Rosalie, sitting up in bed.
"Is it time to get up?"
"No,"
said the girl.
"I'm only just coming to bed."
"Why, isn't it very late?"
asked the child.
"Late? I certainly think it's late,"
said the young woman.
"It's always late when I come to bed. I have to wash the pots up after all the others have gone upstairs. Oh, but my back does ache tonight. My goodness, I've been upstairs and downstairs all day long."
"Who are you?"
asked Rosalie.
"I'm the kitchen maid here,"
said the girl.
"I sleep in the attic next to you. Why are you in bed so early?"
"I wanted to be by myself,"
said Rosalie.
"There was such a noise downstairs."
"Goodness gracious, do you call that a noise?"
said the girl.
"That's nothing compared to how it can be sometimes. I thought they were quite peaceful tonight."
"Do you like being here?"
asked the child.
"Like it? Oh my, did you say like it? I hate it. I wish I could die. It's nothing but work, work, scold, scold from morning till night."
"Poor thing,"
said Rosalie.
"What is your name?"
"Betsy Ann,"
said the girl with a laugh.
"It isn't a very pretty name, is it?"
"No,"
said the child.
"I don't like it very much."
"They gave it to me in the workhouse. I was born there, and my mother died when I was born. I've never had a bit of pleasure all my life. I wish I was dead."
"Will you go to heaven when you die?"
asked Rosalie.
"Oh, goodness, I don't know. I suppose so."
"Has the Good Shepherd found you yet? Because if he hasn't, you won't go to heaven, you know."
The girl stared at Rosalie with a bewildered and surprised look.
"Don't you know about the Good Shepherd?"
"My goodness, I don't know anything. Nothing but my ABCs.
"Shall I read to you about it? Are you too tired?"
"No, not if it's not very long."
"Oh, it's short enough. I've got my book under my pillow."
So Rosalie read the parable of the lost sheep. The girl put down her candle on one of the boxes and listened.
"It's very pretty,"
she said, when Rosalie had finished.
"But I don't know what it means."
"Jesus is the Good Shepherd,"
said Rosalie.
"You know who he is, don't you, Betsy Ann?"
"Yes, he's God, isn't he?"
"Yes, and he loves you so much."
"Loves me?"
said Betsy Ann.
"I don't believe he does. Nobody loves me, and nobody ever did."
"Jesus does,"
said Rosalie.
"You don't say?"
said the girl.
"Where is he? What's he like?"
"He's up in heaven, and yet he's in this room now, and he does love you, Betsy Ann. I know he does."
"How do you know? Did he tell you?"
"Yes. He says in this book that he loved you and died so that you might go to heaven. You couldn't have gone to heaven if he hadn't died."
"My goodness, I wish I knew as much as you do."
"Will you come up here sometimes, and I'll read to you?"
"Oh no, my mistress would never let me. She hardly gets a moment of rest, week after week."
"I don't know what I can do then. Could you come on Sunday?"
"Oh no, Sunday is the busiest day of the week here. The lodgers are all in and want hot dinners."
"Then I can't see a way at all."
"I'll tell you what,"
Betsy Ann suggested.
"I'll get up 10 minutes earlier and go to bed 10 minutes later if you'll read to me from that little book and tell me about someone loving me. 10 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes at night. That will be 20 minutes a day."
"That would be very nice."
"But I get up very early, before there's even a glimmer of light. Would you mind being woken up then?"
"Oh, not a bit,"
said Rosalie.
"If only you'll come."
"I'll come for sure,"
said Betsy Ann.
"I like you."
She picked up her candle and was preparing to leave when she caught sight of the kitten's tail peeping out from Rosalie's pillow.
"Oh, goodness, there's that kitten."
"Yes,"
said the child.
"The kitten and I are keeping each other company."
"I should think it's glad to have a bit of quiet. It gets nothing but kicks all day long, and it has no mother. She was found dead in the coal cellar last week, and it's been longing for her ever since."
poor little thing,
said Rosalie, and she held it closer to her chest. It was a link of sympathy between her and the kitten. They were both motherless, and both longing for their mother's love. She resolved to pet and comfort that little mistreated kitten as much as she possibly could. Then Betsy Ann wished Rosalie good night, picked up her candle, and went to her own attic, dragging her shoes after her. Rosalie fell asleep. Chapter 15. Life in the Lodging House. True to her promise, Betsy Ann appeared in the attic the next morning at 10 minutes to 5. The poor girl had only had 4 hours of sleep, and she rubbed her eyes vigorously to fully awaken herself before she attempted to wake Rosalie. She then placed her candle on the box and looked at the sleeping child. Rosalie was lying with one arm under her cheek and the other around the kitten. It seemed a shame to wake her. However, the precious 10 minutes were going fast, and it was Betsy Ann's only chance of hearing more of what had sparked her curiosity the night before. It was her only opportunity to hear of someone who loved her, and to be loved was quite a new idea to the workhouse child. Betsy Ann had always been fed, clothed and cared for to some degree. However, no one in the world had ever done anything for her purely out of love. That was an experience she had never known. Yet Rosalie's words from the night before,
"He loves you so much,"
held a strange appeal for her. She felt compelled to hear more about it, so she gently tapped Rosalie's hand, the one holding the kitten.
"Hey,"
she said.
"the 10 minutes are almost up."
Rosalie turned over and said dreamily,
"I'll come in a minute, Father. Have you begun?"
"No, it's me,"
the girl said.
"It's Betsy Ann. Don't you remember you said you would read to me?" "Oh my goodness, I wish I hadn't woken you. You look so tired."
"Oh yes, I remember,"
said Rosalie, jumping up.
"I'm quite awake now. How many minutes are there?"
"Oh, 7 or 8 at most,"
Betsy Ann said with a nod.
"Then we mustn't lose a minute,"
the child exclaimed, pulling her testament from under her pillow.
"Goodness, I wish I could read as well as you,"
Betsy Ann said. Rosalie quickly turned over the pages and found the verse she had chosen the night before. This was to be her first lesson for the poor, uneducated kitchen maid.
"For ye know the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, that though he was rich, yet for your sakes he became poor, that ye through his poverty might be rich." Isn't that a beautiful verse? I used to read it to my mommy, and she liked it so much.
"Tell me about it. Explain it simply for me."
"You know,"
Rosalie said.
"that's how it begins. You don't know, Betsy Ann, but you will soon, won't you?"
"Oh, yes,"
the girl said.
"I hope I shall."
"Ye know the grace." I'm not quite sure what grace means. I was thinking about it the other day. Now that my mommy's dead, I have no one to ask about things. But I think it must mean love. It seems as if it ought to mean love in this verse. And he does love us, you know, Betsy Ann, so we can't be far wrong if we say it means love. You know the love of our Lord Jesus Christ. That's the one we talked about last night, the one who loves you, Betsy Ann. That though he was rich, that means he lived in heaven, my mommy said. He had so many angels to wait on him, and everything he wanted, all bright and shining. Yet for your sakes, that means your sake, Betsy Ann. It's just as much for you as if it had said, you know the love of the Lord Jesus Christ, that though he was rich, yet for Betsy Ann's sake he became poor.
"My goodness,"
said Betsy Ann.
"Poor,"
the child repeated.
"So poor," my mommy said, "that he didn't have a house. He had to travel from place to place and work in a carpenter's shop. He even used to be hungry, just like we are."
"My goodness! Why on earth did he do that?"
That's the end of the verse, that ye through his poverty might be rich. That means he came to be poor and die so that you might become rich. You could then go to live where he came from, up in the city of gold, have angels wait on you, and live with him there always.
Betsy Ann opened her eyes wider and wider in astonishment.
Well, now I never heard anything like it. Why didn't no one ever tell me anything about it before?
I don't know. Is the time up?
Almost,
said Betsy Ann with a sigh.
There's a lot to do before my mistress is up. There are all the rooms to sweep out, all the fires to light, all the breakfast to prepare, and all the boots to clean.
Can you wait 1 minute more?
Asked the child.
Yes,
said Betsy Ann.
Bless you, I can wait 2 or 3. I'll take off my shoes and run quickly downstairs. That will save some time.
I wanted you just to speak to the Lord Jesus Christ before you go,
said Rosalie.
Me speak to him? Why, bless you, I don't know how.
Shall we kneel down?
Said the child.
He's in the room, Betsy Ann, though you can't see him, and he'll hear every word we say. O Lord Jesus, please, we come to you this morning. Thank you very much for leaving the Gold City for us. Thank you for coming to be poor, and for loving us, and for dying for us. Please make Betsy Ann love you. Please save Betsy Ann's soul. Please forgive Betsy Ann's sins. Amen.
I shall think about it all day. I declare I shall,
said Betsy Ann, as she took off her worn-out shoes and prepared to run downstairs.
Goodness me, I wonder no one ever told me before.
When Rosalie went downstairs that morning, she found her father and the lady of the house talking seriously over the fireplace in the main living room. They stopped talking when the child came into the room. Her father welcomed her with a dramatic bow.
"Good morning, madam,"
he said.
"Glad to find that you slept well."
Rosalie walked up to the fire with the kitten in her arms. The lady of the house gave her a patronising kiss and then took no further notice of her. It was a strange life for little Rosalie in the dirty lodging house, with no mother to care for or nurture her. No one spoke kindly to her all day long except poor Betsy Ann. Clatter, clatter, clatter went those worn-out shoes, upstairs and downstairs, back and forth, here and there. Poor Betsy Ann was sweeping, dusting, cleaning and washing dishes from morning till night. Whenever she stopped for a minute, her mistress's voice would scream from the grimy living room.
"Betsy Ann, you lazy girl, what are you doing now?"
That afternoon, as Rosalie was sitting reading in her little attic, she heard the worn-out shoes coming upstairs. Soon, Betsy Ann entered the room.
"Listen,"
Rosalie's mother said.
"There's a young boy who wants to speak to you downstairs. Could you come?"
Rosalie hurried downstairs and found Toby standing in the hallway, his hat in his hand.
"Miss Rosie, I apologise,"
he said,
"but I've come to say goodbye."
Oh, Toby, are you going away?
"Yes,"
Toby said.
"My master doesn't need us any more this winter. He has no work for us, so he's let us go. I am truly sorry to go. I am."
Where are you going, Toby?
"I can't tell, Miss Rosie,"
he said, with a shrug of his shoulders.
"Wherever I can go, I suppose."
Oh dear, I am sorry you must go,
said Rosalie.
"I shall forget all my learning,"
Toby said mournfully.
"But I'll tell you what, Miss Rosie, I shall be back here in spring. My master will hire me again if I show up on time, and then you'll teach me a little more, won't you?"
Yes,
Rosalie said.
Of course I will. But Toby, you won't forget everything, will you?
"No, Miss Rosie. I certainly won't. It's always on my mind. I can't use profanity now as I used to. Somehow the bad words feel as if they would choke me. The last time I used profanity, many weeks ago now, Miss Rosie, I was in a fit of anger with one of our men, and those awful words just came out quickly, before I could think. But the next minute, Miss Rosie, it all came back to me. All about the Good Shepherd, and how he was looking for me and loving me, and I at that very time doing just what upsets him. Well, I ran out of the caravan, and I tried to forget it. But somehow it seemed as if the Good Shepherd was looking at me quite sorrowful. And I couldn't be happy, Miss Rosie. Not until I'd asked him to forgive me, and to help me never to do so again.
I'm so glad, Toby,
said little Rosalie.
If you love the Good Shepherd and don't like to upset him, I think he must have found you, Toby.
Well, I don't know, Miss Rosie. I hope so, I'm sure. But now I must leave. I couldn't go without saying goodbye to you. You've been so good to me, Miss Rosie, and taught me all I know.
After this, Rosalie's life continued much the same from day to day. Every morning she was woken by Betsy Ann's touch upon her hand. She then read and explained a fresh verse from the Testament to the young girl. Rosalie used to choose the verses the night before and marked the place. This ensured she could begin reading the moment she awoke, so not one of the 10 minutes was wasted. Betsy Ann always listened with open mouth and eyes. Her listening was not in vain. After a while, a little ray of light seemed to break into that poor, dark, neglected mind. It was a ray of sunshine that brightened her dismal life, giving Betsy Ann something to live for. He loves me. This idea was firmly fixed in her mind. He loves me so much that he died for me. This thought was enough to make even the dismal lodging house and the hard life seem less dark and dreary than they had been before. Slowly, a significant change came over the girl, which Rosalie could not help noticing. She was gentler than before, more quiet and patient. She was also happier, no longer wishing to die. Instead, she seemed to be striving to follow the Good Shepherd, who had done so much for her. These morning talks with Betsy Ann became the happiest parts of Rosalie's days. Rosalie did not like the company she met in the large lodging house. They were very noisy, and she kept out of their way as much as possible. Many of them were actors and actresses, often staying in bed until nearly dinner time. Consequently, the mornings were the quietest time in the lodging house, as even the lady of the house herself was often not yet awake. During these quiet mornings, Rosalie would sit with the kitten on her knee before the fire in the dingy parlour. She would think of her mother and her Aunt Lucy. Occasionally, she would reach inside her dress to ensure her precious locket and letter were safe. The poor little kitten now had a happy life. Rosalie always saved something from her own meals for the motherless creature. The kitten enjoyed many a nice saucerful of bread and milk, and many a dainty little dinner of gravy and pieces of meat. Every night when Rosalie went to bed, the kitten was wrapped in a warm shawl and went to sleep in the child's arms. And so it happened that wherever Rosalie was, the kitten was too. It followed her upstairs and downstairs, crept to her feet when she sat at meals, and jumped onto her knee when she sat by the fire. It was her constant companion everywhere. There was only one time when the kitten and Rosalie were separated, when she went to perform in the theatre. Then it would scamper downstairs after her as she went to the cab in her little white frock. It would watch her drive away and wander restlessly about the house, crying until she returned. Rosalie now intensely disliked going to the theatre. It was a low, dirty place, filled every evening with very unsavoury people. She went there night after night with her father. The lady of the house, an actress in the same theatre, also went with them. The lady of the house was not unkind to Rosalie, but simply took no notice of her. However, she was very polite to Rosalie's father. She always gave him the best seat in the dingy parlour and the most prominent place at the table, consulting his comfort in every possible way. Often, when Rosalie suddenly entered the room, she found her father and the lady of the house in serious conversation. This conversation always stopped the moment the child entered. As they drove together in the cab to the theatre, many whispered words passed between them. Rosalie heard enough to feel quite sure that her father and the lady of the house were on the best of terms. And so the weeks and months passed, and the time drew near when the days would become long and bright again. Her father's theatre engagement would end, and he would begin his summer circuit to all the country fairs. Rosalie eagerly anticipated this time. She was eager to leave this gloomy lodging house and have her own caravan, where she could read and pray without interruption. She longed to breathe the pure country air once more, to see the flowers, the birds and the trees again, and to see poor old Toby to continue his reading lessons. Rosalie looked forward to all of this with pleasure. But Betsy Ann grew very mournful as the time drew near.
My goodness,
She would say again and again.
whatever shall I do without you? Who will I find to read to me then?
The worn-out shoes dragged more heavily at the thought, and poor Betsy Ann's eyes filled with tears. Yet she knew now that even when Rosalie went away, the Good Shepherd loved her and would still be with her. Chapter 16. A Dark Time. One morning, when Rosalie was upstairs in her attic, quietly reading to herself, the door softly opened, and Betsy Ann entered, a very troubled look on her face. She sat down on one of the boxes.
What's the matter, Betsy Ann?
Asked the child.
Oh dear,
Said the girl.
I'm truly sorry, I am.
What is it?
Said Rosalie.
If it wasn't her, I wouldn't have minded so much.
Explained Betsy Ann.
But she is, I can't even describe her. She's dreadful sometimes. Oh dear, I'm so worried about it.
About what?
Asked Rosalie again.
I've suspected this for a long time,
Said Betsy Ann.
but those two were very secretive and I couldn't be completely sure. There's no mistake about it now, and that's the unfortunate part.
Please tell me, Betsy Ann.
Pleaded the child.
Well, Rosalie,
Said the girl.
I might as well tell you right away. You're going to have a new mother.
A what?
Said the child.
A new mother. She's going to be Mrs. Augustus Joyce.
Oh, Betsy Ann.
Said Rosalie mournfully.
Are you sure?
Sure? Yes.
Said the girl.
Too sure, unfortunately. One of the other lodgers told me, and what's more, those two just left in a cab together, and I believe they've gone to church to make it official. Oh, but I'm truly sorry.
Oh, Betsy Ann.
Sobbed little Rosalie.
What shall I do?
I've never been so upset about anything.
Said the girl.
She's only been barely civil to you until now, but once she's made it official, she'll be a different woman. You'll see. Oh dear, oh dear. But I have to go. I have a lot to do before she gets back, and I'll be in trouble if I waste my time. Oh, Rosalie, I wish I hadn't told you.
She added, listening to the child's sobs.
Oh, it's better I should know.
Said Rosalie.
Thank you, dear Betsy Ann.
I'm so sorry, truly.
Said the girl as she went downstairs.
I'm strong and robust, but she's such a frail little dear. I'm truly sorry.
When Betsy Ann was gone, Rosalie was left to her own sorrowful thoughts. All her dreams of quiet and peace in the caravan were at an end. They would either stay in the large lodging house, or, if they travelled, the lady of the house would also be in charge of the caravan. And how would she ever keep her precious letter and lockets safe from those prying eyes? What a dreadful life seemed to await the child as she looked into the future. She seemed farther from her Aunt Lucy than ever before. And how would she ever be able to do what her mother had asked her, to read her Bible, pray, and learn more about the Good Shepherd? Life seemed very dark and cheerless to little Rosalie. The sunshine had faded from her sky, and all was chill and lifeless. She lost hope and faith for a time. She thought the Good Shepherd must have forgotten about her, allowing this new trouble to come. She was very afraid that she would grow up a bad woman and never, ever see her mother again. After crying for some time and growing more miserable by the minute, she reached for her small testament. She hoped to find something there to comfort her. She quickly turned the pages, not knowing exactly where to read, when the word sheep caught her attention. Ever since the old man had given her the picture, she had always loved the verses that spoke of the Lord as the shepherd and his children as the sheep. This was the passage her eyes fell upon that sorrowful day.
My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me, and I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand.
The words seemed to soothe and comfort the troubled child, even before she had fully thought about them. But when she began to ponder the verses word by word, as was her habit, they seemed to Rosalie to be exactly what she needed then.
My sheep. It's the Good Shepherd speaking,
thought Rosalie.
Speaking about his sheep. My sheep, he calls them. Am I one of them? I hope I am. I have asked the Good Shepherd to find me, and I think he has. My sheep hear my voice. Oh, please, Good Shepherd,
said little Rosalie.
May I hear your voice? May I do all that you tell me, and always try to please you? And I know them. I'm glad the Good Shepherd knows me, because if he knows me and knows all about me, then he knows just how worried and troubled I am. He knows all about Father getting married and the lady of the house coming to live in our caravan. He knows how hard it is to do right when I'm only surrounded by bad people. Yes, he knows all that. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. They follow me. Where the Good Shepherd goes, the sheep go,
Rosalie said to herself.
He walks first, and they walk after. They go just where he went. Oh dear, I'm sure I don't think he ever went to fairs or theaters or shows, and I must go. Can I be a sheep after all? But then I don't want to go. I don't like going a bit. As soon as I can, I won't go any more. And the Good Shepherd must know that, if he knows his sheep, I really want to follow him, to walk after him, and only say and do what the Good Shepherd would have said and done. I do hope I am a little sheep, even though I live in a caravan.
But the second verse seemed even more beautiful to Rosalie than the first.
I give unto them eternal life.
She knew what eternal meant. Her mother had taught her it meant forever and ever. This was the shepherd's gift to his sheep, eternal life. They were to live forever and ever. It was a wonderful thought. Rosalie's little mind couldn't quite grasp it, but thinking about it brought her comfort. It made her current troubles and worries seem very small and unimportant. If she was going to live forever and ever and ever, such a small part of that long time would be spent in this sorrowful world. All her troubles would soon be over. She wouldn't have to live in a caravan in heaven. She would never be afraid there of doing wrong or growing up wicked. Oh, that was a very good thought. Her sorrow wouldn't last always. Good times were coming. Rosalie had received the Good Shepherd's gift, eternal life.
And they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. After all,
Rosalie thought,
that is the very sweetest part of all the text. If I am one of the sheep, and if I am in the Good Shepherd's hand, no one can pluck me out of it. What a strong hand he must have to hold all his sheep so fast. Oh, Good Shepherd,
Rosalie prayed again.
Hold me fast. Don't let anyone pull me out of your hand. Not Father, not the new mother, nor any of the people here. Please hold me very tight. I am so afraid. I'm only a little sheep, and I have no one to help me. Please hold me tighter than the rest. Amen.
Oh, how this prayer lightened little Rosalie's heart. She rose from her knees comforted, safe in the Good Shepherd's hand. Who or what could harm her? It was fortunate she had been thus strengthened and comforted, for a few minutes afterwards she heard her father's voice calling her. Going downstairs, she found him sitting in the parlour with the lady of the house.
Rosalie,
said her father with a theatrical bow,
allow me to introduce you to your lady mother.
He clearly expected her to be very much astonished, but Rosalie tried to smile and gave her hand to the lady of the house. As she put her little trembling hand in that of her new mother, it seemed to Rosalie as if the Good Shepherd tightened the hold of his hand on his little forlorn lamb. Her father, after a few insensitive remarks about Rosalie having a mother again, dismissed her. She went up again to her attic, but the very next day, Rosalie saw clearly that Betsy Ann's predictions were likely to be fulfilled.
Rosalie,
said her stepmother as soon as she came downstairs,
I intend that you shall make yourself useful now. I'm not going to have a daughter of mine idling away her time as you have been doing lately. Fetch some water and scrub the sitting room floor. And when you've done that, there's plenty more for you to do. I know how to make girls work.
Rosalie thought she could very easily believe that. Her father was standing by and only laughed at what his wife said.
It will do her good,
Rosalie heard him say as she went out of the room.
She wants a bit of hard work.
And a bit of hard work Rosalie certainly had. It was difficult to say whether she or Betsy Ann had more to do. Perhaps Rosalie's life was harder, for every night she had to go, weary and footsore as she was, to the theatre and take her usual part in the play. When she came home at night, she was so worn out that she could hardly drag herself up to the attic to bed. But the hard work was not what Rosalie minded most. There was fault-finding from morning till night, without one single word of praise and encouragement. There were unkind, cruel words, and even harshness to bear. What was worse than all these was that Rosalie had to wait upon many of the rude, noisy, and immoral lodgers. She heard and saw much that was so bad and unpleasant that the very thought of it made her shudder as she knelt at night to pray in her little attic. Would she ever be kept from harm in this dreadful place? Sometimes little Rosalie felt as if she would succumb to it, but the Good Shepherd's hand was around her, and she was kept safe. No one could pluck her out of that hand. No evil thing could touch her. The Good Shepherd's little sheep was perfectly safe in his almighty grasp. Rosalie saw very little of her father at this time. He was out almost every afternoon. He would only come home in time to go with them to the theatre at night. After the performance, he often did not go home with his wife and Rosalie. Instead, he would send them off in a cab and go with one of his friends in another direction. Rosalie never knew where they went. She feared it was to one of the gin palaces, which stood on nearly every street corner in that crowded neighbourhood. Rosalie also never knew when her father returned home. He had a latchkey and would let himself in after everyone in the house was asleep. Rosalie wouldn't see him again until dinner time the next day, when he would come downstairs in a very bad temper with everyone. She was often unhappy about him and would have done anything to make him consider his spiritual state. However, speaking to him seemed pointless. Ever since his wife's death, he had become quite hardened, as if he had buried his last sense of wrongdoing with her. Augustus Joyce had resisted the Spirit of God, and that spirit seemed to struggle with him no longer. The Good Shepherd had longed and yearned to find him, but the wayward wanderer had refused to hear his voice. He had preferred the far country and wilderness of sin over the safe folds and the shepherd's arms. He had hardened his heart to all that would have improved him. For the last time, he had turned away from the tender mercies of God. One night, Rosalie had gone to bed with the kitten beside her on the pillow. She had fallen asleep from sheer weariness and exhaustion. Suddenly, she was startled by a hand laid on her shoulder, and Betsy Ann's voice spoke.
Rosalie! Rosalie! What could it be?
Rosalie started up quickly and saw Betsy Ann standing beside her, looking very frightened.
Rosalie,
she asked.
Didn't you hear it?
Hear what?
Asked the child.
Why, I was fast asleep,
Betsy Ann replied.
Then I woke up all of a sudden, and I heard the doorbell ring.
Are you sure?
Rosalie asked.
I heard nothing.
No,
said Betsy Ann.
And Mrs. doesn't seem to have heard anything. Everyone has been asleep for a long time. But you see, I have to rush so quickly to open it when it rings during the day. I expect the sound of it would make me jump up, even if I were sound asleep.
Are you quite sure, Betsy Ann?
Rosalie asked once more. But she had hardly spoken the words before the bell rang again very loudly, leaving no doubt about it.
Do you mind coming with me, Rosalie?
Betsy Ann asked as she prepared to go downstairs.
No, not at all,
the child replied.
I'm not afraid.
So the two girls hastily put on their clothes and went downstairs. Just as they reached the bottom of the steep staircase, the bell rang again, louder than before. The lady of the house came onto the landing to see what it was.
Please, Mum,
said Betsy Ann.
It's the doorbell. Rosalie and I are just going to open it.
Oh, it's nothing, I should think. It will be someone who arrived by train and came to the wrong door.
While they were talking, the bell rang again, more loudly than before. Betsy Ann then opened the door. It was a dark night, but she could see a man standing on the doorstep.
Is this Mrs. Joyce's?
Yes, she lives here.
Then she's wanted. Tell her to be quick and come.
What's the matter?
It's an accident. Her husband is in the hospital. He's been run over by a van. I'll take her there if she'll be quick. I'm a friend of Joyce's and I was passing at the time.
Rosalie stood as if stunned, unable to speak or move, while Betsy Ann went upstairs to tell her mistress.
It's all because of that drink,
the man said, speaking more to himself than to Rosalie.
Drink is an awful thing. He never saw the van or heard it, but rolled right under the wheels. I was passing by and I said to myself, that's Joyce. So I followed him to the infirmary and came to tell his wife. Dear me, it's a bad situation. It is.
A few minutes later, Mrs. Augustus Joyce came downstairs dressed to go out. Rosalie ran up to her and begged to go along, but she was ordered back to bed. Her stepmother hurried out with the man. What a long night that seemed to Rosalie. She longed for morning to dawn and lay awake, straining her ears for any sound that might tell her stepmother had returned. At last, as the grey morning light stole into the room, the doorbell rang again. Betsy Ann went to open the door for her mistress. Rosalie felt as if she did not dare go downstairs to hear what had happened. Soon, the sound of slipshod shoes came slowly upstairs, and Betsy Ann entered the attic.
Tell me, what is it?
He is dead,
Betsy Ann said solemnly.
He was dead when she got there. He never knew anything after the wheels went over him. Isn't it awful, though?
Little Rosalie could not speak or cry. She sat quite still and motionless. What about her father's soul? That was the thought uppermost in her mind. Oh, where was he now? Was his soul safe? Could she have any hope, even the faintest, that he was with her mother in the bright home above? It was a terrible end to Augustus Joyce's ungodly and sinful life. He was cut off in the midst of his sins, with no time for repentance. He had no time to take his heavy load of guilt to the Saviour, whose love he had scorned and rejected. Oh, how often had he been called and invited by the Good Shepherd's voice of love! But he would not listen, and now it was too late. Chapter 17. Alone in the World. It was the day after her father's funeral. Rosalie was busy sweeping the high staircase when her stepmother came out of the dim living room and called Rosalie downstairs. As soon as Rosalie entered the room, Mrs. Joyce told her to close the door. Then she asked Rosalie in a sharp voice how long she planned to stay in her house.
I don't know, ma'am,
said Rosalie timidly.
Then you ought to know,
replied Mrs. Joyce.
I suppose you don't expect me to keep you and take care of you. You're nothing to me, you know.
No,
said Rosalie.
I know I'm not.
So I thought I'd better tell you immediately,
she said,
so you'd know what to expect. I'm going to speak to the workhouse about you. That's the best place for you now. They'll teach you to appreciate hard work and get a good place for you, like Betsy Ann.
Oh, no,
said Rosalie quickly.
No, I don't want to go there.
Don't want?
Repeated Mrs. Joyce.
I suppose you don't want to, but beggars can't be choosers, you know. If you'd been a nice, smart, strong girl, I might have kept you instead of Betsy Ann. But a little frail thing like you wouldn't be worth the effort. No, miss. Your easy days are over. You'll go to the workhouse, I assure you.
Please, ma'am,
began Rosalie.
My mother, I think, had some relations.
Nonsense, child,
said her stepmother, interrupting.
I never heard of your mother having any relatives. I don't believe she had any, or if she did, they're not likely to want anything to do with you. No. The workhouse is the place for you, and I will make sure you go there before you're a day older. Go on now, and finish the stairs.
Betsy Ann,
said Rosalie, as they went upstairs together that night, long after everyone else in the large house was asleep.
Betsy Ann, dear Betsy Ann, I'm going away.
Oh, my goodness,
said Betsy Ann.
What do you say?
I'm going away tomorrow, dear,
whispered Rosalie.
so come into my attic and I'll tell you all about it.
The two girls sat down on the bed. Rosalie told Betsy Ann what her stepmother had said to her and how she couldn't bring herself to go into the workhouse. She had decided to leave the boarding house before breakfast the following morning and never to come back.
But, Rosalie,
said Betsy Ann.
Whatever will you do? You can't live on air, child. You'll die if you go away like that.
Look here,
said Rosalie in a very low whisper.
I can trust you, Betsy Ann, and I'll show you something.
She reached into her dress, pulled out a small package, opened it, and then handed the locket to Betsy Ann.
Oh, how beautiful. I never saw it before,
said the girl.
No,
said Rosalie.
I promised my mommy I would never lose it. I've been so afraid that someone might see it and take it from me.
Whoever is this pretty little lady, Rosalie?
She's my mommy's sister. Oh, such a good, kind lady. That is her picture when she was quite young. She is married now and has a little girl of her own. So now I'll tell you all about it,
said Rosalie.
Just before my mommy died, she gave me that locket. She said that if I ever had an opportunity, I was to go to my Aunt Lucy. She wrote a letter for me to take, to explain who I am, and to ask my Aunt Lucy to be kind to me. Here's the letter,
said the child, taking it out of the package.
That's my mommy's writing. Mrs. Leslie, Melton Parsonage. Didn't she write beautifully?
Well, but Rosalie,
said Betsy Ann.
What do you mean to do?
I mean to go to my Aunt Lucy, dear, and give her the letter.
She'll never let you go, Rosalie. It's no use trying. She said you should go to the workhouse, and she'll keep her word.
Yes, I know she'll never give me permission,
said Rosalie.
So I'm going tomorrow morning before breakfast. She doesn't get up until 11, and I'll be far away by then.
But, Rosalie, do you know your way?
No,
said the child wearily.
I shall have to ask, I suppose. How far is Pendleton from here, Betsy Ann? Do you know?
Yes, there was a woman in the workhouse who came from there. She often told us how she walked the distance on a cold, snowy day. It's 14 or 15 miles, I think.
Well, that's the town,
said Rosalie,
where the old man gave me my picture, and it was the first village we passed through, after that where my Aunt Lucy lived. Melton must be about 5 miles farther than Pendleton.
Oh, Rosalie,
said Betsy Ann.
That's nearly 20 miles. You'll never be able to walk all that way.
Oh, yes,
said the child.
I must try, because if I just get there, oh, Betsy Ann, just think, if I just get there, to my own dear Aunt Lucy.
But Betsy Ann buried her face in her hands and began to sob.
Oh, bless you, it's all right. You'll be happy there, and it will be all right. But oh dear, to think I have to stay here without you,
she said, as Rosalie tried to comfort her.
Poor Betsy Ann, what can I do?
Said the child, as she laid her little hand on the girl's rough hair.
Oh, I know it's all right, Rosalie. It's better than seeing you go to the workhouse, but I didn't think it would happen so soon. Can't you tell the Good Shepherd, Rosalie, and ask him to look after me a bit when you're gone?
Yes, dear,
said the child.
Let us tell him now.
So they knelt down, hand in hand, on the attic floor, and Rosalie prayed.
Oh, Good Shepherd, I am going away. Please take care of Betsy Ann and comfort her and help her to do right and never let her feel lonely or unhappy. And please take care of me and bring me safely to my Aunt Lucy. And if Betsy Ann and I never meet again in this world, please may we meet in heaven. Amen.
Then they rose from their knees, comforted, and began to make preparations for Rosalie's departure. She would take very little with her, as she had such a long way to walk and could not carry much. She filled a very small bag with the things she needed most. She wrapped her little testament and placed it in the centre, along with the small pair of blue shoes that had belonged to her little brother. Her picture, too, was not forgotten, nor was the card with the hymn. When all was ready, they went to bed, but neither of them could sleep much that night. As soon as it was light, Rosalie prepared to start. She wrapped herself in her mother's warm shawl, for it was a raw, chilly morning, and took her little bag in her hand. Then she went into Betsy Ann's attic to say goodbye.
What am I to tell the mistress when she asks where you've gone?
Said the girl.
You can say, dear, that I've gone to my mother's relatives and am not coming back any more. She won't ask anything further if you say that. She'll only be too glad to get rid of me. But I'd rather she didn't know where my Aunt Lucy lives. So please don't say anything about it, Betsy Ann, unless you're absolutely forced to.
The girl promised. Then, with many tears, they said goodbye to each other. Just as Rosalie was starting and Betsy Ann was opening the door for her, she caught sight of something very black and soft under the child's large shawl.
Goodness me, what is that?
It's only the poor little kitten. I couldn't leave it behind. It took a piece of fish the other day, and the mistress was so angry. She is going to give it poison. Last night, she said she would poison my kitten today. As I went out of the room, she called out after me. 2 pieces of rubbish got rid of in one day. Tomorrow you shall go to the workhouse, and that wretched little thief of a kitten shall be poisoned. And then she laughed. Betsy Ann, so I couldn't leave my dear little kitten behind, could I?
Rosalie stroked its black fur very lovingly as she spoke.
But how will you ever carry it, Rosalie? It won't be good all that way, rolled up like that.
Oh, I shall manage, dear. It will walk a bit when we get to the country. It follows me just like a dog.
And what are you going to eat on the way, Rosalie? Let me fetch you a bit of something from the pantry.
Oh, no, dear,
said Rosalie decidedly.
I won't take anything, because it isn't mine. But I have a piece of bread that I saved from breakfast, and I have 2pence which my father gave me once, so I shall manage until I get there.
So Rosalie went out into the great world alone, and Betsy Ann stood at the door to watch her go down the street. Again and again, Rosalie came back to say goodbye. Again and again, she turned to kiss her hand to the poor little servant girl who was watching her down the street. When she turned the corner and could no longer see Betsy Ann's friendly face, Rosalie felt truly alone. The streets looked very wide and gloomy then, and Rosalie felt she was just a little girl with no one to care for her. She looked up at the blue sky and asked the Good Shepherd to help her and bring her safely to her journey's end. It was about 6 o'clock when Rosalie started. Men were going to their work, hurrying quickly past her. Rosalie didn't want to stop any of them to ask for directions. They seemed too busy to speak to her. She timidly asked a 15-year-old boy who was sauntering along, whistling with his hands in his pockets. But he only laughed and asked her why she wanted to know. So Rosalie walked on, afraid she might be going the wrong way. She next asked some children sitting on a doorstep. They were frightened when spoken to and ran indoors. Then Rosalie approached an old woman who was opening her shutters and asked if she would be kind enough to tell her the way to Pendleton.
"What, my dear?"
said the old woman.
"Speak up, I'm deaf."
Though Rosalie stood on tiptoe to reach her ear and shouted repeatedly, she couldn't make the old woman hear. At last, she had to give up and go on her way. She was feeling very lonely now, poor child, not knowing which way to turn or to whom to ask for help. True, there were many people in the street, but they were walking quickly. Rosalie was discouraged by her unsuccessful attempts and afraid to stop them. She had travelled quite a distance from the street where she lived with her stepmother and had never been in this part of town before. She was feeling very faint and hungry, having walked so far before breakfast. But she didn't want to eat her 1 piece of bread, knowing she would need it much more later in the day. However, she broke off a small piece and gave it to the poor hungry little kitten, which was meowing under her shawl.
Oh,
thought Rosalie.
If only someone could help me right now, someone to show me where to go and what to do.
A story she had read in her little testament suddenly came to mind. It was a story about the Good Shepherd when he was on earth. The story told how he sent 2 of his disciples into the city of Jerusalem to find a place for them to eat the Passover. The 2 men did not know which house to go to. They didn't know who in the great city of Jerusalem would be willing to provide a room. But Jesus told them that as soon as they entered the city gate, they would see a man walking ahead of them. He told them the man would be carrying a pitcher of water. When they saw him, they were to follow him down the same streets he took. He explained that eventually the man would stop in front of a house and go inside. When they saw him enter, they would know it was the right house, the one where they were to eat the Passover. Rosalie remembered this story now, standing at a street corner, unsure which way to turn. How she wished that a man with a pitcher of water would appear and walk in front of her, so she would know which way to go. But though she looked up and down the street, she saw no one at all like the man in the story. There were plenty of men, but none of them carried pitchers, nor did any seem likely to guide her.
But the Good Shepherd was still the same,
Rosalie thought, as kind now as he was then. So she spoke to him in her heart with a very earnest little prayer.
"Oh, Good Shepherd, please send me a man with a pitcher of water to show me the way, for I am very unhappy, and I don't know what to do. Amen."
Chapter 18. The Little Pitcher. Rosalie had closed her eyes as she said her little prayer. When she opened them, she saw a little girl about 5 years old standing before her, wearing a very clean printed dress and a white pinafore, with a pitcher in her hand. Rosalie almost felt as if the girl had fallen from heaven. The girl was not a man, of course, and the pitcher was filled with milk, not water. Yet it seemed very strange that she appeared just then. The little girl was gazing up into Rosalie's face, wondering why she had been closing her eyes. As soon as Rosalie opened them, a little voice said,
"Please, will you open our shop door for me? I'm afraid of spilling the milk."
Rosalie turned around. Behind her was a very small shop. In the window were children's slates and slate pencils, some with coloured paper twisted around them. There were also a few wooden tops, balls of string, small boxes of bowling pins, a basket full of marbles, and pink and blue shuttlecocks. It was a very quiet little shop. It looked as if very few customers ever entered it. The slate pencils, paddles, and marbles looked like they had been in the same spots long before the little girl was born. Rosalie lifted the latch and opened the shop door for the child to enter. The little pitcher went in first. Rosalie felt sure she had to follow it. She hoped to find someone inside who could tell her the way.
"Popsy,"
said a voice from the next room.
"Little Popsy, is that you?"
"Yes, Granny."
said the child.
"And I haven't spilled a drop, not one single drop, Granny."
"What a good, clever little Popsy,"
said Granny, coming out of the back parlour to take the milk from the child's hands.
"Please, ma'am,"
said Rosalie, seizing the opportunity.
"would you be so very kind as to tell me the way to Pendleton?"
"Yes, to be sure,"
said the old woman.
"You're not far off here. Take the first turn to the right and you'll find yourself on the Pendleton Road."
"Oh, thank you very much. Is it a very long way to Pendleton, please, ma'am?"
"Yes, my dear. It's quite a long distance. Popsy, take the milk in to Grandfather. He's waiting for breakfast. It's a good long way to Pendleton, my dear. Maybe 14 or 15 miles.
"Oh, dear, that sounds like a very long way."
"Who wants to go there, my dear?"
"I want to go,"
said Rosalie sorrowfully.
"You want to go, child? Why, who are you going with and how are you going? You're surely not going to walk."
"Yes, I am." "Thank you, ma'am. I must walk as fast as I can."
"Why, you don't look fit to travel, I'm sure,"
said the old woman.
"Such a poor weak thing as you look. Whatever is your mother thinking to let you go?"
"I haven't got a mother,"
said Rosalie, bursting into tears.
"She's dead, my mother is. I haven't got a mother any more."
"Don't cry, my poor dear,"
said the old woman, wiping her eyes with her apron.
"Popsy doesn't have a mother either. Her mother passed away. Popsy lives with us. Perhaps your grandmother lives in Pendleton, does she?"
"No,"
said Rosalie.
"I'm going to my mother's sister, who lives in a village near Pendleton. I was supposed to go to the workhouse today, but I think perhaps she'll take care of me if I can only get there."
"Poor dear,"
said the old woman.
"What a journey you have ahead. Have you had your breakfast yet? You look like you're about to faint."
"No, I have a piece of bread in my bag, but I was keeping it until I got out of the town.
Jonathan,
called out the old woman.
come here.
Rosalie heard a chair slide across the stone kitchen floor. The next moment, a small old man entered the shop. He wore spectacles, a blue handkerchief tied around his neck, and a black velvet waistcoat.
Listen, Jonathan,
said his wife.
Did you ever hear anything like this? This poor child is going to walk all the way to Pendleton and hasn't had anything to eat all day long. What do you say to that, Jonathan?
I say,
said the old man,
that breakfast is all ready and the coffee will be cold.
Yes, so do I, Jonathan,
said the old woman.
So come along, child, and have a little something before you start.
The next minute, Rosalie was seated by the round table in the little back kitchen with a cup of steaming coffee and a slice of hot cake before her. It was such a cosy little kitchen, with a bright fire burning in the grate. Another hot cake sat on top of the oven, kept warm until needed. The fireplace tools shone like silver. Everything in the room was as neat, clean, and bright as possible. Popsy sat on a high chair between the old man and woman. A pitcher of milk was in front of her. She had been pouring some into her grandfather's coffee. The old man was very attentive to Rosalie, urging her to eat from everything on the table. He had heard what she told the old woman in the shop, as the kitchen was so close that every word was clearly audible. But before Rosalie would eat a bite herself, she said, looking up at the old woman's face,
Please, ma'am, may my little kitten have something to eat? It's so very, very hungry.
Your little kitten,
exclaimed the old woman.
And what do you mean, child? Where is it?
The kitten answered this question by peeping out from under the child's shawl. Everyone was astonished to see it, but when Rosalie told its story and the old woman learned that it was motherless, just like Popsy, the kitten received a warm welcome. The pitcher of milk was emptied for the hungry kitten, and when its breakfast was over, it sat purring in front of the bright fire. It was a very cosy little party, and they all enjoyed themselves very much. Rosalie thought she had never tasted such good cakes, nor drunk such delicious coffee. Popsy was delighted with the kitten and wanted to give all her breakfast to it. When breakfast was over, Popsy got down from her high chair and went to a chest of drawers, which stood in a corner near the fireplace. It was a very old-fashioned chest of drawers, and on the top of it were arranged some equally old-fashioned books. In the middle of these was a large, well-worn family Bible. Popsy placed a chair against the chest of drawers. Standing on tiptoe, she reached up and took the Bible from its spot. It was almost too heavy for her to lift, but she hugged it with both arms and carried it to her grandfather. The old man cleared a space on the table and placed the Bible in front of him. Then, looking up at the old woman, he said,
Are you ready, grandmother?
The old woman replied,
Yes, Jonathan, quite ready.
She pushed her chair slightly away from the table and folded her arms. Rosalie followed her example and did the same. Popsy had seated herself on a wooden stool at her grandfather's feet. A pause followed. The old man took an extra pair of spectacles from a leather case, put them on his nose, and turned the leaves of his Bible. When he found his place, he began to read a psalm. The psalm seemed chosen specifically for Rosalie. She almost flinched when the old man began,
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want.
That was the first verse of the psalm. It described how the shepherd leads his sheep into green pastures and makes them rest by calm waters. It also told how the sheep need not fear any harm because he is with them, and his rod and staff comfort them. After finishing the reading, the old man said a very appropriate prayer. Both Rosalie and Popsy were named in it and entrusted to the shepherd's care. When they rose from their knees, Rosalie felt it was high time to continue her journey. However, the old woman would not allow her to leave until she had wrapped up the remaining cake in a small package and tucked it into the child's bag. After this, all three, the old man, the old woman, and Popsy, went to the door to see Rosalie off. Popsy could hardly part from the kitten. The old woman also found it difficult to stop kissing Rosalie. Finally, the goodbyes were over. The child set off once more on her journey, feeling warm, comforted, and strengthened. It was about 8 o'clock now, so there was no time to lose. She easily found the Pendleton Road. The old man had instructed her to go straight ahead once she found it, without turning right or left, until she reached Pendleton itself. He had also told her that she would pass through several villages, but she was not to turn off in any direction. So Rosalie no longer worried about the path she needed to take. All she had to do was to walk as quickly as possible. The first part of the road went through the outskirts of the town, with rows of red brick houses and small shops on either side. Every now and then there was a patch of field or garden. Gradually, the houses and shops became fewer, and the patches of field and garden became more numerous. After a while, the houses disappeared completely, and there was nothing on both sides of the road but fields and gardens. The sun was shining now, and the hedges were covered with wild roses. Over Rosalie's head, a lark sang in mid-air, and by the side of the path grew the small pink flowers of the wild convolvulus. Rosalie couldn't resist stopping to gather some sprays of these and twist them around her hat. She hadn't seen flowers in so many months. They brought back memories of earlier days when Toby used to help her down from the caravan so she could gather flowers for her mother. For the first few miles, Rosalie enjoyed her walk very much. Everything was so bright and pleasant. Every now and then she put the kitten on the ground, and it ran by her side. Then the child sat on a bank and ate the cake which Popsy's grandmother had given her, and the little black kitten received the largest portion of this small treat. But as the day went on, the poor little kitten became tired and would walk no more. Rosalie grew tired also. Her feet moved very slowly now, and she felt afraid that night would arrive long before she reached Pendleton. Then the sun was hidden by clouds, and wind began to sweep through the trees, blowing against the child so strongly that she could hardly make any progress. Soon the rain began. Only a few drops at first, then quicker and quicker. Her shawl became soaked, and her clothes clung heavily to her ankles. Still, she walked on, very heavily and wearily, as the rain poured down, and the kitten shivered under her shawl. Rosalie did her very best to keep it warm, stroking its wet fur every now and then and speaking words of comfort to it. How wearily the child's little feet pressed on as she struggled against the cold, piercing wind. How would she ever reach the town? How would she ever hold on until she arrived at her Aunt Lucy's? Chapter 19. Scarey Winks. Rosalie was almost in despair, almost ready to give up and sit down by the roadside when she heard a sound behind her. It was the rumbling sound of wheels. A minute later, Rosalie saw 2 large caravans approaching. They were so similar to the caravan in which she used to travel with her mother that she felt as if she were dreaming as she looked at them. The caravans were painted a brilliant yellow, just as her father's caravans used to be. There were also muslin curtains and pink bows in the little windows, just like those through which she had so often peeped. When the caravans came up to Rosalie, she saw a woman standing at the door of the first one, talking to the man who was driving. The woman caught sight of the child as soon as they overtook her.
"Hello,"
she called out.
"Where are you going?"
"Please,"
said Rosalie.
"I'm going to Pendleton, if only I can get there."
"Give her a ride, John Thomas,"
said the woman.
"Give the child a ride. It's an awful day to be struggling against the wind and storm."
"All right,"
said John Thomas, pulling up.
"I have no objections if the girl wants to get in."
Rosalie was very grateful for this offer and climbed at once into the caravan. The woman opened the door for her and took off her wet shawl as she went in.
"Why, you've got a kitten there,"
she said.
"Where are you taking it? It's half drowned with the rain."
"Yes, poor little kitten,"
said Rosalie.
"I must try to dry it. It is so cold."
"Well, I'll make a place for both of you near the fire,"
said the woman.
"If only my children will move out of the way."
Rosalie looked for children in the caravan but saw none. The woman, however, pointed to a large black dog, a pigeon and a kitten which were sitting together on the floor.
"Come, Scarey Winks,"
said the woman, speaking to the kitten.
Come to me.
As soon as she said Scarey Winks, the kitten, which had appeared to be asleep before, lifted up its head and jumped on her knee. The great black dog was ordered to the other end of the caravan, and the pigeon perched upon the dog's head. Then the woman gave Rosalie a seat near the little stove, and the child warmed her hands and dried and comforted her poor little kitten. She was incredibly thankful for this help on her journey. She felt sure that John Thomas must be a man with a pitcher of water, sent to help her on her journey. For some time the woman leaned out of the caravan, continuing her conversation with her husband. Rosalie was able to look around. The inside of the caravan was very similar to the one where she had been born and lived for so many years. There was a little cooking stove, just like the one her mother had used. In the corner was a large cupboard filled with cups, saucers and plates, just like the one Rosalie herself had arranged so often. But what struck her most was that on the side of the caravan her picture was nailed up, the picture of the Good Shepherd and the sheep. It was exactly the same picture, and the same text was underneath it.
Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost. There is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repenteth.
Rosalie couldn't help but feel in her bag to make sure her own picture was safe. The one on the wall looked exactly like it. The picture seemed to have hung there for a long time, as it was very smoky and discoloured. Still, Rosalie thought it looked beautiful. Her eyes filled with tears as she gazed at it. Oh, it reminded her so much of her mother's dream. Her thoughts drifted from the caravan to the home above. Perhaps even now, her mother was being called by the Good Shepherd to rejoice with him over a lost sheep that the Good Shepherd had found again. When the woman poked her head into the caravan, she began talking to Rosalie. She asked her where she had come from, where she was going, and what her plans were. She seemed friendly, even though her voice was rough. As she spoke, Scarey Winks sat on her shoulder and the pigeon perched on her head. Rosalie's kitten seemed afraid of the large black dog and crept into the child's arms. After they had chatted for a while, Rosalie bravely mentioned the picture. She said it seemed so strange to see it there because she had one exactly like it.
Oh, have you?
Said the woman.
That's Jinx's picture. An old man gave it to him just about a year ago at Pendleton Fair.
Why, that's where I got mine,
said Rosalie.
It must be the same old man.
I'd say it was,
said the woman.
He came to the caravans on a Sunday afternoon.
Oh yes, it's the same old man,
said Rosalie.
I have my picture right here in my bag. I would never part with it.
Wouldn't you? Well, I don't think Jinx would either. He nailed it up that very Sunday, and it's been there ever since.
Who's Jinx?
He's our boy, or at least he lives with us. John Thomas and I don't have any children of our own, so we look after a few. There's Jinx, he's the leader of them. Then there's Scarey Winks and Tozer and Spanko and Jeremiah. You haven't seen Jeremiah, he's in bed. You'll see him when Jinx arrives.
Where is Jinx?
Asked Rosalie. She almost expected him to be some kind of animal hidden away in a corner of the caravan.
Oh, he's in the next van with Lord Fatimore. He'll be here soon, when it's time for these young people to be fed and trained. Jinx is very clever. You've never seen anyone so clever in all your life. I'm sure he can make them do anything. We might as well close our show if we didn't have Jinx. His act is much more popular than Lord Fatimore's. People say that they've never seen such a sight as when Jeremiah and Scarey Winks danced the polka together, and Jinx taught them everything.
In about half an hour, the caravan stopped and the wonderful Jinx arrived. He was very short, no taller than Rosalie. He was so humpbacked that he seemed to have no neck at all. He had a very old, wizened and careworn face. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a boy. He was so small, yet his appearance was so sunken and shriveled.
Jinx,
said the woman as he entered.
Here's a young lady who has come to your performance.
Most happy, miss,
said Jinx with a bow. The moment he entered the caravan, Scarey Winks and the dog sat on their hind legs, and the pigeon landed on his head. As soon as he spoke, Rosalie heard a noise in a basket behind her, as if something was struggling to get out.
I hear you, Jeremiah,
said Jinx.
You shall come, you shall.
He took the basket and put his hand inside.
Now, Jeremiah,
he said.
Now, Jeremiah. If I can find you, Jeremiah, come out and show the company how you put on your new coat.
He brought a hare out of the basket. It was wonderfully tame and allowed itself to be dressed in a scarlet jacket. Then Jinx had all the animals perform their various acts, and afterward, each received its portion of the midday meal. Scarey Winks, however, seemed to be Jinx's favourite. Long after the others were dismissed, she sat on his shoulders, watching his every move.
Well, what do you think of them?
He said, turning to Rosalie when he had finished.
They're very clever,
said the child.
Very clever indeed.
That kitten of yours couldn't do as much,
said Jinx, looking scornfully at the kitten that lay in Rosalie's lap.
No, but she's a very dear little kitten, even though she doesn't jump through rings or dance polkas.
Well, tastes differ. I prefer Scarey Winks.
You've got a picture like mine,
said Rosalie after a time, when she saw that Jinx seemed inclined to talk.
Yes, have you one like it? I got it at Pendleton Fair.
And so did I. The same old man gave one to me. Has he found you, Mr. Jinx?
Said Rosalie in a lower voice.
Who found me? What do you mean?
Said Jinx with a laugh.
Why, haven't you read the story about the picture? It says where it is underneath.
No, I haven't,
said Jinx, laughing again.
I thought when the old man gave it to me, it's a pretty picture and I'll stick it on the wall. But I've never thought about it again.
Oh, my mother and I read it nearly every day. It's such a beautiful story.
Is it? I'd like to hear it. Tell it to me. It will pass the time as we go along.
I can read it if you like. I have it here in a book.
All right, read on,
said Jinx graciously. Rosalie took her testament from her bag. Before she began to read, Jinx called out to the woman. She was leaning out of the caravan talking to her husband.
Old mother,
he called out.
Come and hear the little one read. She's going to tell us the story of that picture of mine. You know nothing about it, I'll bet.
But Jinx was wrong. When Rosalie had finished reading, the woman said,
That must be the Bible you read from. I've read that often when I was a girl. I went to a good Sunday school back then.
And don't you ever read it now?
Said Rosalie.
Oh, I'm not as bad as you think,
said the woman, not answering her question.
I think of all those things sometimes. I'm a decent woman in my own way. I know the Bible well enough, and many people are far worse than I am.
If you would like,
said Rosalie timidly.
I'll find it for you in your Bible, and then you can read it again, just as you used to when you were a girl.
The woman hesitated when Rosalie said this.
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't got my Bible here. My husband sent all the things we weren't using at the time to his relatives in Scotland. Somehow the Bible got packed up in the hamper. That was a year ago now. I was very upset about it back then.
Has the Good Shepherd found you, ma'am?
Oh, I don't know, child. I don't need much finding. I'm not as bad as all that. I'm a very decent woman, I am. John Thomas will tell you that.
Then I suppose,
said Rosalie, looking very puzzled.
You must be one of the 99.
What do you mean, child?
She asked.
I mean, one of the 99 sheep who don't need any repentance because they were never lost. The Good Shepherd never found them, nor carried them home, nor said of them, Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost.
Well,
said Jinx, looking at Rosalie with a half-amused face.
If the old mother is one of the 99, what am I?
I don't know,
said Rosalie gravely.
You must know better than I do, Mr. Jinx.
Well, how is one to know?
He answered.
If I'm not one of the 99, what am I then?
Do you really want to know?
Said Rosalie gravely.
Because if not, we won't talk about it, please.
Yes,
said Jinx in quite a different tone.
I really do want to know about it.
My mother said one day,
said Rosalie,
that she thought there were only 3 kinds of sheep in the parable. There are the 99 sheep who were never lost, and who need no repentance. This is because they've never done or said anything wrong. They have always been quite good, holy, and pure. That's one kind. My mother said she thought the 99 must be the angels. She didn't think there were any in this world.
Hear that, ma'am? You must be an angel, you see. Well, little one, go on.
And then there are the lost sheep. They are full of sin and far away from the fold. They don't love the Good Shepherd, and sometimes they don't even know that they are lost. They are very far from the right way, very far from being perfectly good and holy.
Well, and what's the third kind of sheep?
Oh, that's the sheep which was lost but is found again.
And what are they like?
They love the Good Shepherd. They listen to his voice and follow him, and never, never want to wander from the fold.
Is that all the kinds?
Yes, that's all.
Well, said Jinx thoughtfully, I've made up my mind which one I am.
Which one, Mr. Jinx?
Well, you see, I can't be one of the 99 because I've done many bad things in my life. I've lost my temper, and I've used coarse language, and I've done many other bad things, so that's out of the question. And I can't be a found sheep because I don't love the Good Shepherd. I never think about him at all. So I suppose I'm a lost sheep. That's a very bad thing to be, isn't it?
Yes, very bad if you are always a lost sheep. But if you are one of the lost sheep, then Jesus came to seek you and to save you.
Didn't he come to seek and save the woman?
Not if she's one of the 99. It says, the Son of Man came to seek and to save that which was lost. So if she isn't lost, it doesn't mean her.
The woman looked very uncomfortable when Rosalie said this. She did not like to think that Jesus had not come to save her.
Well, and suppose a fellow knows he's one of the lost sheep,
said Jinx.
What does he need to do?
He must cry out to the Good Shepherd,
Rosalie answered.
He needs to tell him he's lost and ask the Good Shepherd to find him.
Well, but first of all, I suppose, said Jinx, he must make himself a little ready to go to the Good Shepherd, leave off a few of his bad ways, and make himself a little more respectable.
Oh, no,
said Rosalie.
He would never get back to the fold that way. First of all, he must tell the shepherd he's lost. Then the shepherd, who has been seeking him a long, long time, will find him at once and carry him on his shoulders home. And then the Good Shepherd will help him to do all the rest.
Well, I'll think about what you've said,
Jinx replied.
Thank you, little one.
John Thomas stopped here, saying it was 2:00 and time for dinner. So the caravans were parked by the roadside. The woman took the dinner from the oven. Jinx was sent to the next caravan with Lord Fatimore's dinner, and Rosalie, offering to help, was sent after him with the same gentleman's pipe and tobacco. She found Lord Fatimore sitting formally in his own caravan. He was an immensely fat man, or rather, a hugely overgrown boy, appearing very swollen and simple-minded. He was lounging in an easy chair, looking the picture of laziness. He brightened up a little as he saw his dinner arriving. It was the great event of his day. When Rosalie returned to the caravan, the woman was alone. She was stroking Scarey Winks, who lay on her knee, but her thoughts seemed far away.
Child,
she said to Rosalie,
I'm not one of the 99. I do need repentance. I'm one of the lost sheep.
I'm so glad,
said Rosalie,
because then the Good Shepherd is seeking you. Won't you ask him to find you?
Before the woman could answer, John Thomas and Jinx came in for their dinner, and they all insisted on Rosalie joining them. After dinner, John Thomas sat in the caravan and smoked, while Jinx drove. Rosalie sat still, thinking. But she was so tired and worn out that soon the picture on the wall, John Thomas, the woman, Scarey Winks, Tozer and Spanko, all faded from her sight. She fell fast asleep. Chapter 20. Mother Manikin's Chairs. When Rosalie awoke, it was almost dark. The woman was lighting the little oil lamp and filling the kettle from a large can of water that stood in the corner of the caravan.
Where are we?
The child asked in a sleepy voice.
Near Pendleton, little one,
Jinx answered.
Get up and see the lights in the distance.
Oh dear, and it's nearly dark.
Never mind, my dear. We're just there,
said John Thomas. He did not know that she had 5 more miles to walk. So the wheels of the caravan rumbled on, and in about a quarter of an hour they came into the streets of the town. It was quite dark now. The lamps were all lighted, and the men were going home from work. Then they arrived at the field where the fair was held, the very field where the old man had given Rosalie the picture. Not many caravans had arrived, for John Thomas had come early. Now Rosalie had to leave her kind friends, which she did with many grateful thanks. But before she said goodbye, she whispered a few words in the woman's ear. The woman replied,
"Yes, child, this very night I will,"
and gave Rosalie a warm, loving kiss on her forehead. Then the little girl went down the caravan steps and turned into the neighbouring street. The Good Shepherd, who had helped her so wonderfully up to this point, would never leave her now. This was her one comfort. Yet she could not help feeling very lonely as she walked down the street, peeping in at the windows as she passed by. In nearly every house, a bright fire was burning, and tea was ready on the table. In some, a happy family party was just sitting down to their evening meal. In all, there was an air of comfort and rest, and Rosalie, little motherless Rosalie, was out alone in the cold, muddy, damp street. It was dark, raining, and she was 5 miles from her Aunt Lucy's house. How could she ever walk so far on such a cold, dark night? She trembled at the thought of going alone down those lonely country roads, without a light or a friend to protect her. She would be even more afraid to wander through the streets of this large town, where she was sure there was so much wickedness and sin. Even now, very few people were passing, and Rosalie began to feel very afraid to be out alone. She had to find someone immediately to show her the way to Melton. The child was passing a small, neat row of houses built right on the street. Most of them were closed for the night, but through the cracks of the shutters, Rosalie could see a bright light inside. The last house in the row was not yet closed. As Rosalie came near, she saw a child come out of the door and go to the shutters to close them. The shutter fasteners had caught on a hook on the wall, and the little child was too short to loosen it. She was standing on tiptoes, trying to undo it, when Rosalie approached.
"Let me help you,"
Rosalie said, running up and unfastening the shutter.
"I'm very grateful to you,"
said a voice behind her, which made Rosalie jump. It was not a child's voice. It was a voice she knew well, a voice she had often longed to hear. It was little Mother Manikin's voice. With a glad cry of joy, Rosalie flung herself into the little woman's arms. Mother Manikin initially pulled back. It was dark, and she could not see Rosalie's face. But when the child said, in a tone of distress,
"Mother Manikin, dear Mother Manikin, don't you know me? I'm little Rosalie Joyce,"
the dear old woman instantly filled with love and sympathy. She pulled Rosalie indoors into a warm little kitchen at the back of the house. The table was set for tea, and a kettle was singing cheerily on the fire. Mother Manikin sat on a stool beside Rosalie, grasping both her little hands.
"And now, child, how did you ever find me?"
"I didn't find you, Mother Manikin. You found me."
"What do you mean, child?"
"Well, dear Mother Manikin, I didn't know you were here,"
Rosalie replied.
"I didn't know who it was until I had finished unfastening the shutter."
"Oh, my child, then what are you doing out at this time of night? So has your caravan just arrived at the fair?"
"No, dear Mother Manikin, I haven't come to the fair. I'm quite alone, and I have 5 more miles to walk."
"Tell me all about it, child."
Rosalie then told her everything. She described how and where her mother had died. She spoke about the large lodging house and the landlady. Rosalie also shared details of her father's marriage and death. She mentioned her Aunt Lucy, the letter, and the locket. Mother Manikin had a motherly heart, and Rosalie knew it. The tired child felt a wonderful sense of comfort and rest pouring out her sorrows to those sympathetic ears. But in the middle of Rosalie's story, the little woman jumped up, saying hurriedly,
"Wait a minute, child, a strange kitten has gotten in."
She was about to shoo out the little black stranger, which was mewing loudly under the table, when Rosalie stopped her.
"Please, dear Mother Manikin, that's my little kitten. She has come with me all the way, and she's very hungry. That's why she's making such a noise."
Within another minute, a saucer of milk was placed on the rug before the fire. The poor little kitten had plenty to eat, and more than enough. Rosalie was very grateful to Mother Manikin and glad to be with her. However, just as she was finishing her story, the large 8-day clock in the corner of the kitchen struck 7. Rosalie immediately stood up.
"Mother Manikin,"
she said,
"I must leave. I have 5 more miles to walk."
"Nonsense, child,"
said the old woman.
"Do you think I'm going to let you go tonight? Not at all, I can tell you. Old age must have its freedoms, my dear, and I'm not going to allow it."
"Oh, Mother Manikin,"
said Rosalie.
"What do you mean?"
"What do I mean, child? You are to sleep here tonight and then go fully rested and refreshed to your aunt's tomorrow. That's what I mean. I have such a nice little house here, bless your heart,"
said the little woman.
"Just come and look."
So she took Rosalie upstairs. She showed her the neatest little bedroom at the front of the house. There was also another room over the kitchen, which Mother Manikin called her greenhouse. In this room, arranged on boxes near the window, were all sorts of flower pots, holding every kind of flower, fern and moss.
"It's a nice sunny room, my dears,"
said Mother Manikin.
"And it's my hobby, you see. Old age must have its freedoms, and these little plants are my hobby. I live here all alone, and they're company, you see. And now, come downstairs and see my little parlour."
The parlour was at the front of the house. Mother Manikin was closing the shutters of this room as Rosalie came up. A bright lamp hung from the ceiling, and white muslin curtains adorned the window. But what struck Rosalie most of all was that the parlour was full of chairs. There were rows and rows of chairs. Indeed, the parlour was so full of them that Mother Manikin and Rosalie could hardly find a place to stand.
"What a number of chairs you have here, Mother Manikin,"
said the child in amazement. The old woman laughed at Rosalie's astonished face.
"Rosalie, child, do you remember how you talked to me that night, the night when we sat up in the caravan?"
Rosalie's eyes filled with tears at the thought of it.
"Yes, dear Mother Manikin."
"So you remember how I looked at your picture, and you told me all about it?"
"Yes, Mother Manikin, I remember that."
"And do you remember a question that you asked me then, Rosalie, child?"
Mother Manikin began.
"Mother Manikin," you said, "has he found you?" I thought about it a long time, then I told you the truth. I said, "No, child, he hasn't found me." But if you ask me that question tonight, Rosalie, child, if you asked little Mother Manikin, "Do you think the Good Shepherd has found you now, Mother Manikin?" I would tell you. I would tell you that he went around seeking and saving those who were lost, and one day, when he was seeking, he found little Mother Manikin. "Yes, my dear,"
said the old woman.
"He found me. I cried out to him that I was lost and wanted to be found, and he heard me, child. He heard me, and he carried me on his shoulders rejoicing."
Little Rosalie could not help crying when she heard this, but they were tears of joy.
"So I gave up the fairs, child. It didn't seem as if I could follow the Good Shepherd there. There was a lot of foolishness and nonsense and distraction, so I left them. I told them old age must have its privileges. I brought away my savings and a little sum of money I had of my own, and I took this little house. So that's how it is, child,"
said the little old woman.
"But about the chairs?"
asked Rosalie.
"Yes, about the chairs,"
repeated the old woman.
"I'm coming to that now. I was sitting one night thinking, my dear, over the kitchen fire. I was thinking about the Good Shepherd and how he had died for me, just so I might be found and brought back to the fold. And I thought, child, when he had been so good to me, it was very wrong of me to do nothing for him in return. Nothing to show him I'm grateful, you see. I shook my fist, and I said to myself, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, Mother Manikin, you little idle, ungrateful old thing. But then, Rosalie, child, I began to think, what can I do? I'm so little, you see, and folks laugh at me and run after me when I go out, and so all opportunities seemed closed to me. There seemed nothing for little Mother Manikin to do for the Good Shepherd. So I knelt down, child, and I asked him, I said, "Oh, Good Shepherd, have you got any work for a woman that's only 3 feet high? Because I do love you and want to do it." Well, Rosalie, child, it happened quite quickly after that. Mr. Westerdale called and said, "Mother Manikin, I want to hold a small Bible meeting for some of the needy people around here. This includes mothers with little babies who can't get to a place of worship, and a few others who are often ill and can't walk far. Do you know," he asked, "anyone on this street who would let me use a room for my class?" Well, child, I danced for joy, I really did. I hadn't danced like that since I left the Royal Show. Mr. Westerdale then said, "What's the matter, Mother Manikin?" He thought I had completely lost my mind. "Why, Mr. Westerdale," I cried, "there's something I can do for the Good Shepherd, even though I'm only 3 feet high." So then he understood, child. He finds the living room very convenient, and the people come so nicely, making it a happy night for me. That's what the chairs are for. Mr. Westerdale will be here in a minute, child. He always has a cup of tea with me before the folks arrive. That's why I'm so late tonight. I always wait until he comes.
She had no sooner finished speaking than a knock sounded at the door. The little woman ran to open it for Mr. Westerdale. He was an old man with a rosy, good-tempered face and a kind, cheerful voice.
"Well, Mother Manikin,"
he said as he entered the kitchen.
"A good cup of tea ready for me as usual. What a good, kind woman you are."
"This is a little friend of mine, Mr. Westerdale,"
Mother Manikin said, introducing Rosalie. Rosalie, however, needed no introduction. She shook hands with the old man, then darted out of the room. A minute later, she returned with her small bag, which she had left upstairs. Hastily unfastening it, she took out her cherished picture, the one that had meant so much to her, her mother, and little Mother Manikin. Holding it up before the old man, she cried out,
"Please, sir, it's quite safe. I've kept it all this time, and please, I love it so much."
Mr. Westerdale was Rosalie's old friend, who had visited her at the fair exactly a year ago. He didn't remember her, but he did remember the picture. When Rosalie told him where she had seen him, the memory of the sick woman and her pretty child returned to his mind. As they enjoyed their comfortable tea, Rosalie explained how the picture had brought comfort to her dying mother. The old man's face grew brighter than ever. After tea, people began to arrive. It was a pleasant sight to see how little Mother Manikin welcomed them one by one as they arrived. They all seemed to know, love, and trust her. She had so many questions to ask them, and they had so much to tell her. They discussed Freddie's cough, grandfather's rheumatism, and the baby's chickenpox. Mother Manikin also needed to hear how Willie had gotten the job he was applying for, how old Mrs. Joyce had finally received a letter from her daughter, and how Mrs. Price's daughter had broken her leg. Mrs. Price had even asked them to convey how pleased she would be if Mother Manikin could visit her for a few minutes sometime. Little Mother Manikin had a heart free to comfort and empathise. Their troubles were her troubles. Their joys were her joys. Finally, everyone had arrived, and the chairs in the sitting room were all filled. Then the clock struck 8. Everyone grew quiet as Mr. Westerdale announced the hymn. After the hymn and prayer concluded, Mr. Westerdale began to speak. Rosalie sat close to Mother Manikin, listening attentively to everything her old friend said.
"Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow."
This was the text for his sermon.
"A long way from here, my friends,"
Mr. Westerdale began.
"A long way from here, in the land of Palestine, is a beautiful mountain. Its peak is covered with the purest, whitest snow. Many years ago, the Apostle John and 2 of his friends were sleeping on that mountain. When they awoke, they saw a wonderful sight. They saw the Lord Jesus in his glory. His clothes were exceedingly white as snow." A few years later, God allowed this same Apostle John to look into heaven. There he saw everything was the same color, pure, unstained white. The Lord Jesus had his head and hair as white as wool, as white as snow. He was sitting on a white throne, and the vast crowd standing around it wore white robes, pure, spotless white as snow. Nothing, my friends, that is not perfectly white can enter heaven, for pure, perfect white is heaven's color. What does all this mean? It means that nothing that is not perfectly pure, perfectly holy, and perfectly free from sin can enter that holy heaven. For another color is mentioned in my text, a color that is the exact opposite of white, scarlet, glaring scarlet. This color represents something impure, unholy, something God cannot look upon. I mean sin. God says your sins are as scarlet. No scarlet can enter heaven, only pure white as snow, is found within its gates. Nothing less than perfect holiness can admit you or me into heaven. When we stand before the gate, it will be no use to plead, I'm almost white, or I'm nearly white, or I'm whiter than my neighbors. Only pure white, indeed as white as snow, will be of any use to us. Even one scarlet spot is enough to shut the gates of heaven against us. Oh, dear friends, this is a very solemn thought. For who in this room, which of you mothers, which of you young girls, can stand up and say, there is no scarlet spot on me, I am free from sin? Heaven's gate would be open to me, for I have never done anything wrong. I am quite white as snow. Which of you can say that? Which of you would dare to say it if you stood before the gate of heaven tonight? Then there is no hope for me, you might say. Heaven's gates are forever closed against me. I have sinned over and over again. I am covered with scarlet spots. Indeed, I am altogether scarlet. Red like crimson, deep as scarlet, scarlet of the deepest dye, are the manifold transgressions which upon my conscience lie. God alone can count their number. God alone can look within. Oh, the sinfulness of sinning! Oh, the guilt of every sin! So there is no hope, not the least for me. Only perfectly pure souls can enter heaven, so I must be forever excluded. Must you? Is there indeed no hope? Listen, oh, listen again to the text. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Then there is a way of changing the scarlet into white. There is a way of making the dark, vivid scarlet turn into pure white as snow. Oh, what good news for us! What wonderful news! But how is it done? How can you or I, who are so covered with scarlet stains of sin, be made as white as snow? Dear friends, this is the way. There is one, the Lord Jesus Christ, who has been punished instead of us. He has taken all our sins upon him, just as if they were his own sins, and has been punished for them as if he had really committed them. The great God, who loved us so deeply, planned all this. Now he can forgive us our sins, for the punishment is over. He can not only forgive, but he can also forget. He can blot them out and make us clean and white as snow. This, then, is his offer to you tonight. Come now, he cries, only accept my offer. Only take the Lord Jesus Christ as your Saviour. Only ask him to wash you in his blood. Only see by faith that he died in your place instead of you, and your sins, your scarlet sins, shall be made as white as snow. This very night, before you lie down to sleep, you may become so white that heaven's gate will be thrown wide open to you when you stand before it. You can become so white that you will be fit to stand among that great multitude, which no one can count, who have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. My dear friends, will you accept God's offer? Will you come to the Lord Jesus to be made white? Will you claim this promise, the promise in my text? Will you, before you lie down to sleep, say, O Lord, my sins are indeed as scarlet. Make them in the blood of Christ as white as snow. Will you? I ask you again, accept God's offer, yes or no?
Chapter 21, In Sight of Home. When the little service was over, the people left. Mr. Westerdale, Mother Manikin, and Rosalie sat together by the fire talking. The old man was much encouraged by all that he heard from the child. He had sometimes wondered whether his visits to the fair had done anyone the slightest good. Now that he heard how God had greatly blessed this particular picture, he felt strengthened and cheered. He resolved to make further efforts for the benefit of the poor travellers, whose souls so few people seemed to care for. He said that next Sunday would be his day to visit the shows, and he would go there this year with more hope and more faith. When Rosalie heard this, she asked him to speak with the woman she had travelled with. She told him to look for the show that had
Lord Fatimore and other pleasing varieties
written above its door. She felt sure he would find something worthwhile to do there. Rosalie also reminded him to inquire about Jinx and speak with him when he went. After Mr. Westerdale said good night and left, Mother Manikin insisted that Rosalie go to bed at once. The child was very tired after her long and busy day. Rosalie slept soundly and woke in the morning to find Mother Manikin standing beside her, holding a cup of tea.
"Come, child,"
she said.
"Drink this before you get up."
"Oh, dear Mother Manikin,"
said Rosalie, sitting up quickly.
"How good you are to me."
"Bless you, child,"
said the dear little old woman.
"I only wish you could stay with me permanently. Now listen to me, child. If you find when you get to Melton that it's not practical for you to stay at your aunt's, just you come back to me. Dear me, how comfortable you and I could be together. I get lonely sometimes here and could use some company. My small income is enough for both of us. So mind you, child,"
repeated Mother Manikin, shaking her little fist at Rosalie.
"If things aren't quite right at Melton, if you think it inconveniences them to take you in, you come to me. Now I've said it, and when I've said it, I mean it. An old woman must have her way, and I must be obeyed."
"Dear Mother Manikin,"
said Rosalie, putting her arms around the little old woman's neck.
"I can never, never, never say thank you often enough."
After breakfast, Rosalie started on her journey, carrying her small black bag tucked in her arms as usual. Mother Manikin insisted on preparing a small package with lunch for the child to eat on her journey. As she stood on the doorstep to see Rosalie off, she called out after her,
"Now, child, if things aren't quite right, come back here tonight. I shall be looking out for you."
Rosalie then started on her journey. On her way, she passed the field where the fair was to be held. It brought back memories of the year before, when she had arrived there in the caravan with her sick mother. Not many shows had arrived yet, as the fair was still 3 days away. However, in one corner of the field, Rosalie discovered the bright yellow caravans of the Lord Fatimore and other pleasing varieties show. She could not pass by without stopping at the caravan for a moment to thank old Mother, John Thomas and Jinx for their kindness to her the day before. Mother was doing a large wash of all John Thomas's clothes, as well as Lord Fatimore's, Jinx's and her own. She was standing at the door of the caravan, washing, while Jinx was busily engaged hanging out the clothes on a line stretched between the two caravans.
"Hello, young'un,"
he said as Rosalie came up.
"And where have you sprung from?"
Rosalie told him that she had spent the night with a friend who lived in the town and was going to continue her journey.
"Young one,"
said Jinx,
"I haven't forgotten what you told me about that picture. I like my picture much more than I did before."
Then Rosalie went up to the woman, who did not see her until she was close to the caravan steps. The woman was hard at work at her washing, with Scarey Winks sitting on her shoulder and Spanko, the pigeon, on her head. Rosalie could not be quite sure, but she imagined there were tears in her eyes as she bent over her washing.
"Oh, it's you,"
she said to Rosalie.
"I'm glad to see you again. I was thinking about you just then."
"Were you?"
said the child.
"What were you thinking?"
"I was thinking over what we talked about yesterday, about the lost sheep."
"Did you remember last night to ask the Good Shepherd to find you?"
said Rosalie.
"Oh, yes,"
said the woman.
"I didn't forget. But instead of the Good Shepherd finding me, I think I'm farther away from the fold than ever. At least, I never knew I was so bad before."
"Then the Good Shepherd is going to find you. He only waits until we know we are lost, and then he is ready to find us at once."
"Oh, I do hope so,"
said the woman sincerely.
"You'll think of me sometimes, won't you?"
"Yes, I'll never forget you,"
said the child.
"Will you come in and rest a bit?"
"No, thank you, madam,"
said Rosalie.
"I must go now. I have a little further to walk, but I wanted to say goodbye to you and to thank you for being so kind to me yesterday."
"Bless you,"
said the woman warmly.
"It was nothing at all. Goodbye, child, and mind you think of me sometimes."
So Rosalie left the fairground and turned onto the Melton Road. What a strange feeling came over her then. She was within 5 miles of her Aunt Lucy. She was really going to her at last. Oh, how she had longed to see that dear face which she had gazed at so often in the locket. She had yearned to deliver her mother's letter and to see her Aunt Lucy reading it. How often, how very often, she had thought of all this during the day. It had even appeared in her dreams at night. And yet now, with her really on the road leading to Aunt Lucy's door, Rosalie's courage left her. She looked down at her little frock and saw how very old and faded it was. She took off her hat, and the piece of black ribbon which Toby had given her had never before seemed so rusty and brown. What a shabby little girl her Aunt Lucy would see coming in at the garden gate. Her thoughts went back to the little girl she had seen in that garden a year ago, her Aunt Lucy's own little girl. How differently she was dressed. How different in every way she was from Rosalie. What if her Aunt Lucy was annoyed with her for coming? She had experienced much trouble from Rosalie's father. Was it likely she would welcome his child? Sometimes Rosalie felt like turning back and going to old Mother Manikin. But she remembered what her mother had said.
If ever you can, dear, you must go to your Aunt Lucy and give her that letter.
And now, whatever it cost her, Rosalie decided she would go. But she grew more and more shy as she drew nearer to the village, walking far more slowly than she had when she first left the town. At last, the village of Melton came into view. It was a fine spring morning, and the sunlight shone softly on the cottages, farmhouses, and the beautiful green trees and hedges. Rosalie rested a little on a stile before she went further, and the little black kitten basked in the sunshine. The field nearby was full of sheep, and the child sat and watched them. It was a very pretty field, with groups of trees providing shade where the sheep could lie and rest. A quiet stream flowed through the middle of the field, where the sheep could drink the cool, refreshing water. As Rosalie watched the sheep in their happy, quiet field, a verse from the psalm Popsy's old grandfather had read came into her mind. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. What if the Good Shepherd were about to take her, his poor little motherless lamb, to a green pasture, a quiet, restful home where she might be taught more of his love? How Rosalie prayed that it would truly be so. Then she gathered her courage and went on. It was about 12 o'clock when she reached Melton. Most of the country people were having their dinner, and few people were in the village street. With a beating heart, the child kept going. Soon she saw the little cottage where the caravan had stood a year ago, when she and her mother were there. There was the cottage with its thatched roof, looking just as comfortable as it had then. The garden was the same as before, with the same kinds of flowers growing in it. The cabbage roses, the southernwood, the rosemary, the sweetbriar, and the lavender. The wind was blowing softly over them, carrying their sweet fragrance to Rosalie, just as it had a year ago. And there was Rosalie, standing and peering through the gate, just as she had done then. It seemed to Rosalie like a dream she had dreamed before. Only a year ago, yet someone was missing. Her mother was no longer there. She was gone, and little Rosalie was alone by the gate. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked through the bars, falling onto her little dusty dress. She wiped them away and continued down the village street. Finally, she reached the large house near the church, the one her mother had so deeply wanted to see. With a trembling hand, she opened the iron gate and walked up the wide gravel path. A large door knocker was in the middle of the door, with a bell on one side. Rosalie didn't know whether to knock or ring. She stood still for a few minutes, not doing either, hoping someone would see her from a window and ask what she wanted. But as minutes passed and no one appeared, Rosalie gently and timidly tried tapping the knocker. No one inside the house heard the faint sound of the child's knocking, so she gathered her courage and pulled the bell. It rang so loudly that it made her tremble more than ever. Then she heard a rustling sound in the hall, followed by a quick footstep, and the door opened. A young woman, about 18 years old, stood before her. She was dressed in a pretty patterned dress and a very white apron with a neat round cap on her head. Rosalie was trembling so much now that she looked down and couldn't speak.
"What do you want, dear?"
said the young woman kindly, bending down to Rosalie as she spoke.
"If you please,"
said Rosalie.
"is Mrs. Leslie in? I have a letter that I want very much to give her."
"No, dear. She's not here right now,"
said the young woman.
"Will you leave the letter with me?"
"Oh, please,"
said Rosalie timidly.
"I would very much like to give it to her myself, if you would be so kind as to let me wait until she comes."
"Yes, she won't be very long. Would you like to sit in the summer house until she comes? It's very pleasant there."
"Oh, thank you,"
said the child gratefully.
"I would like that very much indeed."
"I'll show you where it is,"
said the young woman.
"It's behind these trees."
As Rosalie walked to the summer house, she dared for the first time to look into the young woman's face. The voice had seemed familiar, but when Rosalie saw the face, the large brown eyes, the dark hair, and the rosy cheeks, she felt certain she had met an old friend.
"Oh, please,"
she said, stopping suddenly on the path.
"Please, aren't you Britannia?"
"How do you know anything about Britannia?"
she asked quickly.
"I didn't mean to say Britannia,"
said Rosalie.
"I know you don't ever want to be called that again, but please, you are Jessie, aren't you?"
"Yes, dear,"
said the girl.
"My name is Jessie, but how do you know me?"
"Please,"
said Rosalie.
"don't you remember me? And how we talked in the caravan that windy night, when my mammy was so ill?"
"Oh, Rosalie,"
said Jessie.
"Is it you? Imagine, I never knew you. I wouldn't be here now if it weren't for you and your mother. Oh, I am glad to see you again. Where are you going, dear? Is your caravan at Pendleton Fair?"
"No, Jessie,"
said Rosalie.
"I don't live in a caravan now, and I've walked here to give a letter from my mother to Mrs. Leslie."
"Then your mother got better after all,"
said Jessie.
"I am so glad. She was so very ill that night."
"Oh, no,"
said Rosalie with a flood of tears.
"No, she didn't get better. She wrote that letter a long time ago."
"Poor little Rosalie,"
said Jessie, putting her arms around her and also starting to cry.
"I am so very, very sorry."
"Please, Jessie,"
said Rosalie through her tears.
"did you remember to give Mrs. Leslie my mammy's message?"
"Yes, dear. That I did. Do you think I would forget anything she asked me? I would never have been here if it weren't for her."
"Can you remember what you said to Mrs. Leslie, Jessie?"
"Yes, dear. It was the first time she visited our house after I returned. I told her everything I had done and everywhere I had been. Then I told her that I had met a woman who knew her many years ago. This woman hadn't seen her in a very long time, and she had sent a message. Mrs. Leslie asked who this woman was and what message she had sent. I told her the woman's name was Nora. I didn't know her full name. Nora sent her regards and love. I was to say that Nora didn't have long to live, but the Good Shepherd had sought and found her, and she wasn't afraid to die. Then, Rosalie, Mrs. Leslie cried when I told her that, and she left. About half an hour later, she returned and asked me many questions about your mother. I told her everything I could. I described how ill your mother was, how she enjoyed the hymn, and all about you, and how good you were to her. Then I told her how wonderfully your mother spoke to me about the Good Shepherd. Your mother begged me to ask the Good Shepherd to find me, and I did as she asked. I hoped he was carrying me home on his shoulder. I also told her, dear, how kind you both were to me. You gave me money and made me promise to find out which road the caravan was on and which fair it was heading to. She asked many questions about that. She wanted to know if I could tell her which town you would stop at next, after the one you were going to when I met you, but I couldn't. Now, dear, I must go inside and get dinner ready, but I'll tell my mistress as soon as she arrives.
So Rosalie sat down in the arbour to wait. She felt so excited and restless that she could hardly sit still for a minute. Occasionally, she prayed to the Good Shepherd, asking him to make her aunt love and help her. Chapter 22. The Lost Lamb Found. The time Rosalie waited in the arbour seemed incredibly long to her. Every minute felt like an hour. At the slightest sound, she would start from her seat and look down the gravel path. But it was always just a bird, a falling leaf, or some other small sound that Rosalie's anxious ears had exaggerated. Finally, the sound she had been listening for so long truly came. Footsteps were heard on the gravel path, approaching the arbour. Rosalie sat perfectly still until they drew close, for suddenly all the fears she had felt on her journey returned. Rosalie heard very quick and eager footsteps. In another moment, almost before she realised her Aunt Lucy had entered the arbour, she found herself embraced in her arms.
"Oh, my little Rosalie,"
said she with a glad cry.
"Have I found you at last?"
Jessie had told Aunt Lucy that Nora's child was waiting to speak to her in the arbour. Rosalie could not speak. For a long time she was too overwhelmed with emotion to utter any words. Her Aunt Lucy could only repeat over and over again.
"My little Rosalie, have I found you at last?"
It seemed to Rosalie more like what the Good Shepherd said of his lost sheep than anything she had ever heard before. Rosalie said at last,
"Have you been looking for me, dear Aunt Lucy?"
Her aunt replied,
"Yes, darling, I certainly have. Ever since Jessie came back, I have been trying to find out where you were. I wanted so much to see your mother, but she had passed away before I arrived."
Her aunt continued,
"I saw her grave, Rosalie, darling. I heard about her dying in the fair. My husband found out where she was buried, and we went and stood by her grave. And ever since then, dear child, I have been looking for you. But I had lost all trace of you and was almost giving up in despair. But I found you now, darling, and I am so very thankful."
Then Rosalie opened her bag and took out the precious letter. Aunt Lucy's hand trembled as she opened it. It was like getting a letter from another world. She began to read, but her eyes were so full of tears that she could hardly see the words.
My own darling sister, I am writing this letter with the faint hope that Rosalie may one day give it to you. This shouldn't be a faint hope, because I have prayed for it so often. Oh, how many times I have thought of you since we last met. How often in my dreams you have come to me and spoken. I am too ill and weak to write much. But I want to tell you that your many prayers for me have been answered at last. The lost sheep has been found and carried back to the fold. I think I am the greatest sinner who ever lived, and yet I believe my sins are washed away in the blood of Jesus. I would write more, but I am too exhausted. However, I want to ask you, if it's possible, to save my sweet Rosalie from her mother's fate. She is such a dear child. I know you would love her, and I am so very unhappy about leaving her among all these temptations. I know I do not deserve any favor from you. You cannot imagine what pain it gives me to think how often you have been asked for money in my name. That has been one of the greatest trials of my unhappy life. But if you can save my little Rosalie, oh dear sister, I think I shall know it even in heaven and be even happier. I would ask you to do it, not for my sake, for I deserve nothing but shame and disgrace. Instead, do it for the sake of him who has said, "Whoever receives one such little child in my name receives me." Your loving sister, Nora.
"When did your dear mother write this letter, Rosalie?"
Aunt Lucy asked. She spoke as soon as she finished reading it. Rosalie told her that it was written only a few days before her mother died. Then she put her hand inside her dress and brought out the locket. She laid it in Mrs. Leslie's hand.
"Do you remember that, Aunt Lucy?"
she said.
"Yes, darling, I do,"
her aunt replied.
"I gave that to your mother years ago, before she left home. I remember I saved up my money for a very long time so that I could buy it."
My mother did love that locket so much. She said she had promised you she would keep it as long as she lived. I was to tell you she had kept her promise and had hidden it away, so no one would take it from her. I have tried so hard to keep it safe since she died, but we have been in a large lodging house all winter, and I was so afraid it would be found and taken from me.
Where is your father now, Rosalie?
Her aunt asked anxiously.
He's dead,
the child said.
He has been dead for more than a week.
She told her about the accident and the death in the hospital.
Then you are my little girl now, Rosalie. My own little girl, and no one can take you from me,
said her Aunt Lucy.
Oh, dear Aunt Lucy, may I really stay?
Why, Rosalie, darling, I have been looking for you everywhere. My only fear was that your father would not want to part with you. But now, before we talk any more, you must come in and see your uncle. He is very anxious to see you.
Rosalie felt rather afraid again when her aunt said this, but she rose to follow her into the house. She then remembered the little kitten. It was sleeping soundly beneath her shawl in a corner of the arbour.
Please, Aunt Lucy,
said Rosalie timidly.
Is there a bird?
Where, dear?
Said Mrs. Leslie, looking around her.
I don't see one.
No, not here in the garden,
explained Rosalie.
I mean in your house.
No, there's no bird, dear child. What made you think there was one?
Oh, I'm so glad, so very, very glad,
said Rosalie, with tears in her eyes.
Then, may I bring her?
Bring whom, Rosalie dear? I don't understand.
Oh, Aunt Lucy,
said the child.
Please don't be angry. I have a little kitten here under my shawl. She's the dearest little kitten, and we love each other so much. I think she would die if she had to leave me. She loved me when no one else in the lodging house did, except Betsy Ann. If only she may come, I promise I'll never let her into your best rooms, and she won't cause any trouble.
After she finished speaking, she lifted her shawl, brought out the black kitten, and looked up imploringly into her aunt's face.
What a dear little kitten. May will be pleased with it. She is so fond of kittens. Just the other day I promised her I would get one. Bring her in and she shall have some milk.
A great weight was lifted from little Rosalie's heart when Mrs. Leslie said this. It would have been very difficult for her to part from her little friend. Rosalie's uncle greeted her warmly. He said, with a pleasant smile, that he was glad the little prairie flower had been found at last and would now blossom in his garden. Then she went upstairs with her Aunt Lucy to get ready for dinner. She thought she had never seen such a beautiful room as Mrs. Leslie's bedroom. The windows looked out over the fields and trees, towards the blue hills beyond. Her aunt then went to a wardrobe at one end of the room and took out a parcel. She opened it, and inside, Rosalie saw a beautiful little black dress, very neatly and prettily made.
This is a dress that arrived last night for my little May,
said her aunt.
But I think it will fit you, dear. Will you try it on?
Oh, Aunt Lucy,
said Rosalie.
What a beautiful frock. But won't May want it?
No, May is away from home,
said Mrs. Leslie.
She is staying with your Uncle Gerald. There will be plenty of time to have another made for her before she returns.
Rosalie hardly recognised herself in the new dress. She felt very shy at first, but it fitted her exactly, and her Aunt Lucy was very pleased. Then Mrs. Leslie brought a black ribbon and tied the precious locket around the little girl's neck. There was no longer any need to hide it. After this, they went downstairs, and Rosalie had a place given her at dinner between her uncle and her aunt. Jessie looked very much astonished when she was told to put another knife, fork and plate on the table for Rosalie. But Mrs. Leslie, seeing her surprised face, called her into another room. In a few words, she told her who the little girl was, at the same time asking her, for Rosalie's sake, not to mention to anyone in the village where and how she had seen the child before. This Jessie most willingly promised. There was nothing she would not do for Rosalie's sake, for she wouldn't be here now had it not been for Rosalie and her mother. That afternoon, the child sat on a stool at her Aunt Lucy's feet, and they had a long talk, which little Rosalie enjoyed more than words can tell. She gave her aunt a little history of her life, going back as far as she could remember. Oh, how eagerly Mrs. Leslie listened to anything about her poor sister. How many questions she asked, and how many tears she shed. When Rosalie had finished, her aunt told her once more how glad and thankful she was to have her there, especially since she felt sure that her little Rosalie loved the Good Shepherd and tried to please him. Therefore, she would never harm her own little May, but would instead guide her in all that was right. The child slipped her hand into Aunt Lucy's when she said this, with a very loving and reassuring smile.
So now, Rosalie dear, you must consider me as your mother. You must tell me all your troubles and ask me for anything you want, just as you would have asked your own dear mother.
Please, Aunt Lucy,
said Rosalie gratefully.
I think the pasture is very green indeed.
What do you mean, my dear child?
I mean, Aunt Lucy, I have been very lonely and often very miserable lately, but the Good Shepherd has brought me at last to a very green pasture. Don't you think he has?
But Mrs. Leslie could only answer the little girl by taking her in her arms and kissing her. That night, when Rosalie went upstairs to bed, Jessie came into her room to bring her some hot water.
Oh, Jessie,
said Rosalie.
How are Maggie and the baby?
To think you remembered about them,
said Jessie.
They are quite well. Oh, you must see them soon.
Then they were all right when you got home, were they, Jessie?
Oh, yes, thank goodness. I didn't feel I deserved it. Oh, how often I thought of those children when I lay awake those difficult nights in the circus. They had cried themselves to sleep, poor little things. When my mother came back, she found them lying asleep on the floor.
Wasn't she very scared?
Yes, she was indeed,
said Jessie with tears in her eyes.
She was so ill when I came home that I thought she would die. I actually believed I had killed her. She had barely slept a wink since I left, and she was as thin as a ghost. I wouldn't have recognised her anywhere else.
But what did she say when you came back?
Oh, she wasn't angry a bit. She only cried so much and was so glad to have me back that it felt almost worse than if she had scolded me. Then, quite quickly, she began to get better. But if I hadn't come then, I believe she would have died.
Is she quite well now?
Yes, quite strong and well again, and as bright as ever. She was so glad when Mrs. Leslie said I might come here and be her housemaid. My mother says it's a wonderful thing to lie down to sleep at night, knowing that her children are all safe. She can never thank God enough for all he has done for me. I told her about you and your mother, and my mother prays for you every day, asking that God may reward and bless you.
The next morning, when Rosalie opened her eyes, she could not at first remember where she was. She had been dreaming she was in the gloomy lodging house, and that Betsy Ann was touching her hand, waking her for their 10 minutes of reading. But when she looked up, it was only her little black kitten. The kitten was feeling strange in its new home, and had crept up to her, licking her arm.
Poor little kit,
said Rosalie as she stroked it gently.
You don't know where you are.
The kitten purred contentedly as its little mistress comforted it. Rosalie then took her time to look around the room. It was her cousin May's little room. Her Aunt Lucy had said she could sleep there until another room, just like it, was made ready for her. Rosalie was lying in a small and very pretty iron bedstead with white muslin hangings. She peeped out of her little nest into the room beyond. Through the window she could see the fields, the trees and the blue hills, just as she had done from her Aunt Lucy's windows. The furniture of the room was very neat and pretty, and Rosalie looked at it with admiring eyes. Beautiful illuminated texts hung over the washstand, the chest of drawers and the table. Rosalie read them one by one as she lay in bed. There was also a little bookcase full of May's books and a small wardrobe for May's clothes. Rosalie wondered greatly what her cousin was like, and she wished the time would come for May to return home. Then the little girl jumped out of bed and went to the window to look out. The garden beneath her looked very lovely in the bright morning sunshine. The roses, geraniums, and jasmine were blooming beautifully, and underneath the trees she could see patches of lovely ferns and mosses. How she wished her mother could have been there to see them also. She had always loved flowers so much. Rosalie dressed herself and went out into the garden. How sweet and peaceful everything seemed. She went to the gate, that gate which she had looked through a year before, and gazed out into the blue distance. As she was doing so, she heard the sound of wheels, and 3 or 4 caravans bound for Pendleton Fair went slowly down the road. What a rush of feeling came over the child as she looked at them. Oh, how kind the Good Shepherd had been to her. Here she was, safe and sheltered in this quiet, happy home. She would never, never have to go to a fair or a theatre again. Rosalie looked up at the blue sky above and said from the bottom of her heart,
"O Good Shepherd, I do thank thee very much for bringing me to the green pasture. Oh, help me to love thee and please thee more than ever. Amen."
Chapter 23. The Green Pasture. That morning, after breakfast, Mrs. Leslie took Rosalie with her in the pony carriage to Pendleton. She wanted to buy the furniture for the child's little bedroom. Rosalie enjoyed the drive very much indeed, and was charmed and delighted with all the purchases which her aunt made. When they were finished, Rosalie said,
"Aunt Lucy, do you think we will have time to visit old Mother Manikin for a minute? She will want so much to hear whether I got safely to Melton."
Mrs. Leslie willingly consented. She had felt very grateful to the little old woman for all her kindness to her poor sister and her little niece, and she was glad of an opportunity of thanking her for it. They found Mother Manikin quite ill, but very pleased indeed to see Rosalie. She had been taken ill in the night, she said, quite suddenly. It was a problem with her heart. In the morning she had asked one of the neighbours to go for the doctor, and he had said it was not right for her to be in the house alone.
"So what am I to do, ma'am?"
said Mother Manikin.
"Here the doctor says I need a girl, but I can't stand all these modern girls with their fancy clothes and their airs and their manners. An old woman needs her freedom, and I can't put up with them. No, I can't tolerate them,"
she said, shaking her little fist.
"So couldn't tell me of a girl, could you, ma'am? I can't give very high wages, but she should have a comfortable home."
"Oh, Aunt Lucy,"
cried Rosalie, springing from her seat.
"What do you think of Betsy Ann? Would she do?"
"And who is Betsy Ann, child?"
asked Mother Manikin. Rosalie then recounted Betsy Ann's sad story. She explained how Betsy Ann had been born in a workhouse and had never had anyone to love her. Instead, she had been constantly scolded and found fault with from morning till night. Mother Manikin could hardly keep from crying as the story continued.
"She shall come at once,"
she said firmly, as soon as Rosalie had finished.
"Tell me where she lives and I'll get Mr. Westerdale to write to her immediately."
"Oh, but she can't read,"
said Rosalie in a very worried voice.
"And her mistress would never let her have the letter. What are we to do?"
When Mother Manikin heard where Betsy Ann lived, she declared there would be no difficulty at all. Mr. Westerdale knew the scripture reader there. She had often heard him speak of him. He would be able to go to the house and make all the arrangements. Rosalie felt very comforted about poor Betsy Ann after hearing this. Rosalie's first week in the Green Pasture passed by very happily. She walked, read, and talked with her Aunt Lucy, and went with her to see the poor people in the village. Day by day, she grew to love her aunt more and more, becoming increasingly thankful to the Good Shepherd for the peaceful place he had brought her to. After a week, May came home. She was such a bright little creature, and Rosalie loved her as soon as she saw her. This was no strange face to Rosalie. It was a face she had often gazed at and studied, for little May was the spitting image of the girl in the locket. It could have been her own picture. She was so much like what her mother had been at that age. May and Rosalie became the best of friends instantly, and from that time forward they shared everything. They did their lessons together, walked together, and played together, never known to quarrel or disagree. Some time after May's return, the two children went together in the pony carriage to Pendleton. They had two important things to do there. One was to buy a present for Popsy, the little girl with the pitcher of milk, and the other was to call on Mother Manikin to see if Betsy Ann had arrived. Each of the two children had been given a half-sovereign by Mr. Leslie. Rosalie wished to spend hers on something very nice for little Popsy, but the difficulty was choosing what it should be. All the way to Pendleton, May suggested different items: a book, a workbox, a writing case, and so on. But at the mention of each of these, Rosalie shook her head.
Popsy is too small for any of these,
she said.
She cannot read, sew, or write.
So then May suggested a doll, and Rosalie thought that was a very good idea. Palmer, the old coachman, was asked to drive to a toy shop. After a long discussion and an extensive comparison of wax, composition, china, rag, and wooden dolls, a beautiful, splendidly dressed china doll was chosen and set aside for Rosalie. Since she still had some money left, she also chose a very pretty spectacle case for Popsy's grandfather and a beautiful little milk jug for the kind old grandmother. The milk jug was white, and its handle was shaped like a cat climbing up the side of the jug, peeking into the milk. Rosalie was delighted with it as soon as she saw it, immediately deciding on it. She hadn't forgotten the little pitcher of milk and how helpful it had been to her. She thought the cat on the milk jug would remind Popsy of the little black kitten she had been so fond of. All these parcels were carefully placed under the seat in the pony carriage, and then they drove to Mother Manikin's. Who should open the door but Betsy Ann, looking the picture of happiness, dressed very neatly in a clean calico dress, a white cap, and an apron. Betsy Ann's worn-out shoes, rags, and tatters were things of the past. She looked like an entirely different girl.
Goodness gracious!
She exclaimed when she saw Rosalie.
I'm very glad to see you again.
She then suddenly became shy as she looked at the two young ladies, leading the way to the parlour where Mother Manikin was sitting. The old lady praised her new maid extensively, and Betsy Ann smiled from ear to ear with delight.
Are you happy, Betsy Ann?
Whispered Rosalie, while May talked to Mother Manikin.
Happy?
Exclaimed Betsy Ann.
I certainly am. I never saw such a good little thing as she is. I've been here a whole week and haven't had a single unkind word. I truly haven't. Have you ever heard anything like that?
Oh, I am so glad you are happy,
said Rosalie.
Yes, the Good Shepherd has been good to me,
said Betsy Ann.
But wait a minute, Rosalie,
she added, seeing that Rosalie was preparing to leave.
I've got a letter for you.
A letter for me?
Exclaimed Rosalie.
Who could it be from?
I don't know,
said Betsy Ann.
It arrived the day after you left, and I kept it, hoping to send it to you someday. I happened to be cleaning the doorstep when the postman brought it. He said, "Does Miss Rosalie Joyce live here?" So I replied, "All right, sir, give it to me." I snatched it up quickly and tucked it into my pocket. I wasn't going to let her get it. I'll get it for you if you'll wait a minute.
When Betsy Ann came downstairs, she placed the letter in Rosalie's hand. The handwriting was very poor and irregular, and Rosalie couldn't imagine who it was from. The letter began,
My dear Miss, I hope this finds you well as it leaves me at present. But not so poor Toby, whom you once knew. At least I hope he is well, because he is in a better place than this. He had been very badly off for a long while, and last Saturday he died. But he told me where you lived. He said you were his master's daughter, and it was you who taught him about the Good Shepherd. I told him, as I was one of his mates, I would write and tell you he died quite happy, knowing that his sins were forgiven. He was a good lad, was Toby. We were a very bad lot when he came to our company, but he read to us every evening, spelling out the words quite slowly. Many of us are like new men since we heard him. There was one piece he read quite beautifully, and never mispronounced a word. It was about the shepherd looking for a sheep and bringing it home on his shoulder. He would talk to us about that as well as any book, and tell of a picture he had seen in your caravan. and what you used to teach him about it. Just before he died, he said, "Tom, write and tell Miss Rosie. She'll be glad to hear I didn't forget it all." So now I've written, and pardon my mistakes and the liberty. From yours truly, Thomas Carter.
Rosalie was very thankful to receive this letter. She had often wondered what had become of poor Toby, and it was a great comfort to her to know that he had not forgotten the lessons they had learned together in the caravan. It was very pleasant to be able to think of him, not in the theatre or a lodging house, but in the home above, where her own dear mother was. Rosalie did not grow tired of her green pasture, nor did she wish to wander into the wide world beyond. As she grew older and saw from what she had been saved, she became more and more thankful. She was not easily deceived by the world's glitter, glare, and empty show. Rosalie had been backstage and knew how empty, hollow, and miserable everything worldly was. She had learned lessons backstage that she would not easily forget. She had learned that we must not trust outward appearances. She had learned that aching hearts are often hidden behind the world's smiling faces. She had learned that there is no real, true, or lasting joy in anything of this world. She had learned that whoever drinks of such water, the water of this world's pleasures and amusements, will thirst again. But she had also learned that whoever drinks of the water which the Lord Jesus Christ gives, even his Holy Spirit, will never thirst, but will be perfectly happy and satisfied. She had learned that the only way to safety, the only way to true happiness, was to be found by staying close to the Good Shepherd, listening to his voice, and following his footsteps very closely. Rosalie learned all these lessons by her look behind the scenes. Audiobook produced by scrollreader.com. Visit our website to listen to more free children's audiobooks.